T-minus 1 minute and counting. Countdown.
You give me love.
Get up. What's going on?
Do I want to know? I know it's getting me by, but I don't want that this time. Not just your touch. I feel the space in between. You're drifting further from me. Boy, that sucks. Round and round we go. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, 'cause it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020, brought to you by PGL, the final and the second and maybe the final RMR event for the Oceanic region. And I hope you had a cup of coffee because we have some Counter-Strike action lined up for you guys. However, you know what? I can't do this alone. I can't do this all on my own, and because of that, I have three wonderful gentlemen coming in, and they've woken up really bright and early today to jump into the fray with me, and it should be coming on the screens right about now. We do have, of course, Tom Biz looking lovely as usual. We got Mitch with the lovely curls and all the way from down on the gym. Tom, how are you feeling? Must be a very reasonable time of the morning for you right now.
I feel underdressed after looking at Jim's shirt. Like, that is beautiful. Like, I feel like I should try and find another color of zebra print and then just bring that in tomorrow. Though I'm not sure how many Ukrainian men have ever worn zebra print, so that might be a little bit tough to find on very short notice. But I'm doing well. Like,
you might be surprised.
My body hasn't quite got the fact that I'm not about to go to bed, and in fact, I've just woken up. So I'm actually feeling all right. But I'm sure that will change within the hour.
Mitch, how are you feeling? You look a little grim.
Dead inside.
I'll be honest. Yeah, it's very early. I think I'm similar to Tom, except my body has realized I've just woken up and it doesn't like it at all. But you know, maybe some Counter-Strike will wake me up. I can only hope.
And for you, Jim, you must be the only person on this panel who is in a pretty reasonable time right now.
Yeah, look, this is the first time that I've gotten up at what would be a regular time for myself. So usually the 6 a.m. starts have been my go-to for the last couple of weeks. But thankfully, I'm more on a regular clock nowadays because we're going to need it over the next couple of days.
We're going to need it. We will indeed be needing over the next couple of days because we do have a lot of games lined up for over the next 5 days for you guys. And we're going to be starting things up by talking about the teams who are going to be playing here. It is a second RMR. We had the first RMR, which took place quite a while back, which is a Road to Rio. There was no summer RMR for the Oceanic region. And now, of course, we have the fall and potentially the final RMR in the region. We have some known names and we have some new names coming in. We, of course, have Renegades, who are the king of the region, the undisputed champs. We have Order. We have, of course, a couple of other teams as well. Ground Zero, Avant, unfortunately not going to be a part of this particular event, but we do have other teams to kind of make up for it. And Jim, you being the expert in the region, I want you to just take us through a few of these teams, especially the ones we're not maybe that well versed with.
I'm glad you pointed me out as an expert in the region, and I hate to disappoint, so I'm going to give this a crack. But the teams that are coming in, obviously, we know the invited teams to some degree. I will say that Renegades and Order are probably the two most stable there. Chiefs, first time seeing their new roster in a tournament of this caliber. Burn, Are You Okay, is leading a replenished and revitalized Ground Zero into this foray, so I'm keen to see what they can do. But Rooster, Paradox, Mako Shark, and Downfall are all new and unknown quantities to some. If you have been following Oceanic Counter-Strike for a while, you'll know that Rooster and Paradox are probably two of the more familiar names. They're sort of beating on the door of the top four. But in terms of the other two, Downfall and Mako Shark, they've got some new and old faces, which will we'll see how they go over the next couple of days. A lot of them haven't played in a tournament of this caliber before. Some have. So it's just a case of the old hand showing the young blood the way forward.
The old hand showing the young blood the way forward. Tom, anything to add to that?
I think it's sort of a bit of a weird tournament, if anything, because there has only been obviously the one RTR beforehand. So, for example, basically the way this will work is if either Renegades or Order finish top 4 in this tournament, then they've already won. Like that is it. Like they have qualified. So I guess for some of the other teams, like this is going to be a look in at like, okay, can we compete versus the likes of a Renegades? Can we challenge them? Because at the moment, they seem like a squad that I would say out of everyone at the moment is suffering the most from these sort of lockdown times, because they have dominated their region. It's the same thing we saw from the old Renegades, the 100 Thieves roster, and now they need to sort of start challenging and facing off against international lands, and the problem is they can't. So they're basically just sat there just spanking everybody at home and just waiting for that time to come. It's unfortunate. I don't think they've actually lost a map since bringing in their coach and since the player break. So they're looking good. They're the team to beat.
Yeah, they are the team to beat, but the bracket is something which I want to touch upon a little bit more. We do have, it's a little different this time around. And Mitch, I know you have very strong opinions on what formats tournaments should be using. I want to hear your thoughts on this. It's going to be a full-fledged double elim bracket, best of threes all the way through, which should mean that it should be favoring, well, the favorites, right?
Well, yeah, of course. The reality is, BO3 double elim is probably the most solid to at least have teams. You guarantee the finals are 99% the top 2 teams. So we're looking at Renegades Order more than likely. But it also gives you 2 shots to beat them, right? It means that like Order versus Renegades will be a really interesting battle that presumably we'll see twice. It's maybe not as exciting as single elim, but I think in terms of a tournament of this importance, it probably makes a lot of sense to go with a structure like this.
Well, it's going to be played over the course of the next 5 days. It's going to be some early mornings for some of us, and for some of us, it's going to be pretty reasonable times, of course. And these teams are going to be playing for quite a bit of money, if you look at it, it's a pretty chunky amount of cash, which is available for these teams to really play for. But more importantly, it's RMR points. Now, Tom, like you mentioned earlier, it's going to be interesting, right? Like you said, like for ex-Greyhound roster, basically Renegades, they are looking pretty solid right now, looking nigh unbeatable, and for them this should be pretty much like, I hate to say it, but it looks like they should be going for the money here. But we do look at the point, 2,500 for the champions, we have 2,344, 2,100, 21,880. These numbers a little wonky for me personally, and 2,031 for the 4th place. 5th to 8th, you get nothing, but you do get a decent amount of money. What do these numbers mean to you, Jim? I want to pick your brain on this.
Yeah, look, I think for these guys, obviously, here in Australia, there have been quite a few tournaments recently. To be honest, I think a lot of these teams, money aside, are actually really wanting to stamp their authority on the region. The money is a nice way to line the coffers. Of course, having a few extra dollary dues in your pocket is never going to be frowned upon, but I think most of these teams are looking to really just establish themselves, particularly the newer rosters, as I said, into this mix of top 6 teams like your Makos, like your Downfalls. They want to test their mettle against some of the better teams in this competition setting. That is a best of 3 double limb bracket. You don't get that many bites of the cherry sometimes, so it's very valuable for them to take what they can.
Well, speaking of the underdogs, or rather new teams, we also have to talk about the teams who have been invited. Of course, we have Renegades, we do have Ground Zero, we have Order, and these are the teams who have played the previous RMR. And of course, they have accumulated a few points from the event earlier this year in May. And these are the teams: Renegades, Order, Ground Zero, and Chiefs. These are the 4 teams who were invited. And of course, it was Renegades, Order, and Ground Zero who did manage to net themselves a few points. The rest of them are sitting on a big fat 0 over here. And Tom, let's be real. I mean, it's going to be quite hard to kind of, even if you get placed first, right? Even if you're, let's say, Chiefs or Rooster manages to win the entire thing, they're going to get a chunky amount of points. But is it going to be enough to knock down someone like a Renegades or Order? Because they're not going to be coming last here. They're going to be easily at least placing a top 3, top 4. That is even if they see a big upset taking place, right?
Well, I think the brutal thing, of course, about Oceania is the fact that it is just one team. So, like, the winner takes it all. in this case, as said, like as long as Order or Renegades like finish top 4, then it's just between the two of them. That's all that matters. So if they're both in the top 4, if you see, for example, Order finish second, Renegades finish third, Order take the top spot. Like there's only 100 points between them, and the gap between all the others, like first to fourth, is more than 100 points. So I guess although you could say like they are the two teams that are almost unbeatable unless they screw this up massively, the thing is between them, that's really interesting because say that is the grand final. That is the winner takes it all. That is everything on the line. The points from everything before don't matter at all. It would just be whoever gets first at this event is the one making it through. So it's terrifying, if anything. That means literally this is almost like the old minors where one tournament means everything. And although it is the most exciting, I don't think I'd like to be the one in their shoes with all that pressure, especially in an online environment where, who knows, anything can go wrong.
Anything can go wrong, but like you did mention earlier, like when you talk about some of these up-and-coming teams like Mako Sharks, for example, I'll be real, I haven't really heard of these guys before this event. It's a great opportunity for them to make something of whatever opportunities they have here. And Mitch, I just wanted to just pick your brains a little bit when it comes to what sort of mentality you need to have coming into an event like this, where you have the likes of Renegades, you have the likes of an Order, and you have 2 opportunities. That's all you have.
You're probably not going to be taking down Renegades. Even when you look to like who I'd consider probably third up would be Chiefs, you look at some of their past games, they're just getting stomped. And the reality is, this is a great opportunity to test out whatever you've been practicing against a top level team and ensure that they're not just messing around. Because when you scrim a team, they hold back a lot of strats. I can't tell you how many like tier 3 teams I've had tell me, yeah, dude, we're beating North, we're beating Optic back in the day, and they would just get stomped by them when they actually play them in a tournament because people don't play scrims the way they do actual games. So a little bit of an opportunity to really test your might, see what's working, and pick up a couple dollars along the way. Can't really go wrong on that.
I think the important thing to note, Blair. The important thing to note is that these teams, particularly at the top, have played each other a lot in competition setting recently. So there's been a lot of Counter-Strike off the back of the player break, and a lot of these teams haven't had time to refine things going to new competitions. So there may be some potential there that some of the top teams might just have to revert back to more of a split and pick style strategy rather than go to the tried and tested strats.
I actually want to talk a little bit, pick all of your brains a little bit more when it comes to these teams. And of course, there are a few unknown names over here. We want to talk a little bit about Renegades and their woes being stuck in the region with the entire Corona situation. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about a schedule we have for you guys for the day. We're going to talk about 3 matchups, and I want to touch upon this later on a little bit more in detail, but we have Chiefs Esports facing off with Mako Shark. That should be a fun one. We have Order against Paradox, and of course, this one is something I'm looking forward to. I don't know about you, Tom, but Renegades and Rooster have been kind of a plucky team recently.
I watched a bit of Rooster yesterday versus Mako Shark, and I will say that they might be one of the most infuriating teams I've ever watched in the history of Counter-Strike. And it's mainly because I think that they come into some of those matches knowing that they're the better team. So they like play very, very aggressive. They take risks. And although in most cases, I would say that that's a very bad thing, especially when you're going to come up against a team like Renegades. They've got a Danish coach, for God's sake. Like, they're going to be prepared for pretty much anything you can bring up. Like, the man is pretty damn good at his job. So I would say that going into that match later, it's going to be rough, but at the same time, being surprising, catching them off guard, doing things that you might not normally do in a match could be something that at least makes things a little bit more interesting. I also hope that compared to, say, for example, the ESEA match they played yesterday, Rooster are probably going to come into this one a little bit more prepared.
A little more prepared. And Mitch, like, if you're Renegades, right, you're coming into this event, you are the firm favorites. You've won 5 events back to back. Like, you haven't, you've lost a few maps here and there, but like Tom mentioned earlier, they haven't lost a single map since the player break. What's your mentality coming into this one? Are you just looking at Order? Are you going to be playing a little bit more of a loosey-goosey style, just stomping on some of these teams? Because let's be real, they have the best players, they have the best tactical mindset when it comes to Counter-Strike as well, compared to anyone else in the region.
Yeah, the reality is when you're Renegades, you probably don't even need to worry about the likes of Chiefs because they're in the upper side of the bracket, and that's been known for a while. So probably coming into this, I'd imagine they've watched some of the games like Rooster, for example, playing in MDL. Probably take a little gander at those. Wouldn't be too worried if I was Renegades based on just what they're seeing. It's a strategy they can punish quite heavily. Maybe Ground Zero, it gets a little bit of your research time, but all in all, when it's a double elimination bracket and you're as dominant as Renegades are in this region, it's not something that you need to be worried about. I think they're coming in a pretty relaxed mindset.
And speaking of mindset, Jim, like this is something which I probably want to throw in your direction, right? Like, since you probably know most of these teams and players personally as well, what's like the mentality of a number of these teams when it comes to where they are right now compared to Renegades? Because Renegades are just a king, no one's able to beat them. And do they seem to have the hunger? I know like Order and Avant do, but if you look at the rest of the teams, they are just playing for the heck of it. You know what I mean, right? They're just playing for the heck of it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really see any potential timeline where they can be crowned the kings of Australia, or are teams really trying to, kind of take the crown away from the Renegades boys?
I think it comes down to the fact that the opportunity is there to play against a team of Renegades caliber and whatnot quite regularly at the moment. So particularly, say, for example, a team like Chiefs, they haven't had the chance to use their newest iteration of their roster fully fledged in competition of this caliber, as I was saying before. So it's a good chance for them to really see where they're at. They've had to use a few stand-ins, so I dare say their mentality right now is probably a little bit frustrated, if anything. Teams like Paradox, they were a team that, bar a few roster changes and not too long ago, were really starting to upset a few of these teams. So coming back into the mix for them is probably a good chance to just get some good experience with this roster, but more importantly, replenish the confidence that they once had. Whereas your teams like Downfall and Mako, as I said, they're very new entries into this top 6 sort of mix. So, yes, some players have been there before. You've got players, again, as I said, on Mako that have been either coaches or in the case of K-Star, for example, he's been playing on and off around the top for a little bit, probably not so much recently, but going back a couple of years, he was sort of starting to really push some teams. Downfall, you've got some interesting younger players like Savage coming into this as well, but you've got some established cool heads in Moop and 2D that would probably look to be guiding that team through. So I think the mentality right now is all these teams see themselves just trying to nip at the heels of the more established rosters like your Renegades, like your Order. I think for them, it's just about getting themselves back into a confident style of play. We know that they've got the goods, they've got the experience. It's just a question of putting all those pieces together at the right time.
Okay, and I mean, Mitch, you did go through all the the various stages of grief while doing the PAL 2020, the Asian League earlier, and I just want to one thing which stood out to me, and I'm sure it stood out to you as well, was how some of the teams were comparatively unknown. Like you look at a team like D13 from Mongolia and how they managed to surprise all of us just with the sheer firepower. We saw the team from the Middle East as well, the ex-Camel Riders lineup. They were quite a packet of surprise as well. Are you kind of trying to are we able to glean anything from that and maybe kind of superimpose it on some of these teams who are going to be playing here today?
I feel so. For me, just as an outsider to the region, obviously looking in for quite a while, Oceania always feels a little bit more stable than Asia. When I look down towards the bottom teams, like the 8th seed team coming into a tournament, generally don't upset the top.
Claim.
It is, isn't it? But I don't think it's wrong. To match the ludicrous Asian events it's quite something, man. That was a crazy few weeks. But when you come into Oceania, I'm hoping for a bit more stability. I'm hoping to see Renegades Order just breeze through, face off against each other. Really, that's the matchup. As Tom said, if either of these teams makes top 4, it's over. So that they're the one that makes it forward. So ultimately, it will probably come down to the two of them knocking heads. And for the other guys, yeah, you're not going to be winning Nora more points or making the major, but hopefully they'll be able to knock some damage off and give us at least a bit of a show.
Speaking of just trying to carry on this train of thought, right? This one goes to you, Tom. So if Renegades and Order are basically Tyloo and VG, who's Invictus here?
Ooh, see, I want to say it's the likes of a Chiefs, maybe, but just because there's at least a little bit of expectation there, because of their organization. You'd look at them and go, you need to do something, because as we've already seen from them, they were one of the teams that had 1,400 RMR points, and they just went, screw this roster, we're going to make a completely new one, which is something that if you look to the likes of Europe has really been almost plaguing teams for the opposite reason, where they go, we can't change players. because otherwise it damages our points. So you look at the likes of Astralis where they're going, yes, we've got these 2 new players, but we might play with 2 other players for this event because we don't lose points for that. But then when it comes to our main event, we just won't play at all because we don't want to lose any of the points we've already gathered. Whereas Chiefs have literally just gone, new team. Like we want to be challenging. Like if our team's not doing well enough, if we're not facing off against these other squads in a position where like we're at least challenging versus a Renegades or at least giving them a run for their money, we're just going to make changes. We're going to look for a different roster. And I respect that because when you go into events like this, as said, like Renegades are clear favorites. Nobody's going to question that. We're probably going to say it a million times this event. Everybody's going to be bored of it. But realistically, for everybody else, if you're not really looking, okay, we need to get these points. You're looking, okay, in the next 6 months, are we going to be able to at least like take a map or at least like do some damage? Then we can work with that roster. If not, hey, there's plenty of other talent. We've seen some decent individual players already, even just the match I watched in the MDL yesterday. There's definitely some skill within the teams. It's just whether or not they're all in the right place at the right time.
You know what? I would love to keep talking about this because this fascinates me, right? Talking about like some of the more lesser known regions and trying to like theory craft around how these teams might really be in the near future. But not going to waste any more time. I'm going to start talking about the matchup coming up first here. The first game of POL 2020, POL 2020. That's quite a mouthful. I don't know. It's a little hard to really roll off the mouth there, but it's going to be Chiefs facing off against Mako Sharks. Now, Jim, I'm going to throw this one to you. I want to paint as a picture as to what's really going to happen here. Because coming in, for me, like I know Chiefs a little bit. I barely know Mako. I feel like this should be kind of a one-sided affair, but I want to hear it from your mouth.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that it should be a one-sided affair. You look at the rosters of the 2 teams and you can compare names, you can compare histories and go, yeah, Chiefs have got some established, decent players. They've also got some players that are really keen to prove themselves, namely a player like Vexite, who's only just been allowed to play in competitions that allow 16-year-olds to compete. So he's only just recently turned 16. And we're really keen as a region just to see how they go with him. Obviously, we know Ofnu, we know Soju. They've been around for some time and competing. Also, interesting to note, too, that Zeph is in this roster. It is led by Apoc Dud, and he's actually also carrying the IGL role and has been a really confident IGL fragger for them for quite some time. So I think in previous iterations of this Chiefs lineup, they had maybe an over-reliance on him fragging and also calling the right strategy. So I'm keen to see how this iteration goes in this level of pressure, in this environment. Take the other side with Mako, and I think you've got a player, as I said, like K-Star, that's probably one of the key players to watch. Has done decently as well. And I think, if you look into his stats, a lot of them have been in matches in the ESEA environment. But if he can find the right mentality, he can do a lot of damage to a team. You've got Zertz as well, who's been around for quite some time. He's bounced between playing, casting, and coaching roles. So he's got a lot of experience. I think we watched a few of the matches last night where he wasn't quite up to standards in terms of fragging. Yeah, he got banged, but in terms of what he brings to that team, it's not necessarily on the scoreboard where his biggest impact is made. So you've got a player in Callum Murray. Honestly, that's it's only just occurred to me that that is a dare meme. So
I actually wanted to bring in Tom. Tom, you do have a few things to say about Callum Murray.
I hate that name more than anything in this world. It's like the fact that I hear it pronounced calamari, because it didn't even dawn on me when reading through and watching the team. And then I heard it said yesterday by Jose, and I was like, oh, for God's sake, why has this become a thing? But you actually have a story behind that, which, if anything, makes it worse.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, no, it's an ad campaign here in Australia for a nice coffee company. So the whole, I've had to explain it to you guys. A lot of the audience here are already Australians. They probably already get the meme, but essentially don't name your child Calamari because they will live a lifetime of pain with people referencing that name right through to their wedding day. And look, in terms of the player, fairly new in my eyes. Obviously, Jimmy and Zilla as well. K-Star and Zilla came from a previous roster together, so they're quite familiar with one another. In terms of doing damage here, though, I don't know. I think if you just looked at the 2 teams in terms of known quantities and firepower, and if they were to just essentially set about with no strategy being played whatsoever, be pretty comfortable in saying that Chiefs have the clear upper hand here, but it is a best of 3 and anything can happen. So as long as they're not complacent in the veto here, I think Chiefs will be clear favourites.
All right, so we do have a little bit of slight little delay. Technical issues, of course, does happen considering the fact that we're, the production studio is sitting all the way over in Europe. We have 2 of you lads over in Europe. I'm over here in Asia, and of course I have Jim in Australia. So things do tend to happen. It does tend to get a little delayed at times. But the good thing is we have a little bit more Counter-Strike to talk about. Now I want to touch upon. I know we're talking about the matchup taking place next, but since we have a little bit more time to kill, I also want to talk about Rooster a little bit more. And Mitch, I'm just going to throw this one in your direction. They're a team. Well, let's be real. If you don't really follow the Oceanic region that much, not many people would have heard of. But they do have some impressive results to the name. At least if you look at the HLTV page.
Yeah, so the thing about Rooster is that when you look at a team that comes in and plays super individual, so the results they've got, obviously taking down Mako, it's a very aggressive style. They're not necessarily coming in with a real tactical depth. And what I would always be concerned about is, okay, you look at the teams that are in this tournament, you're going to probably be able to do damage up against the likes of Mako. Maybe you're taking on some of those lower teams. But when it comes to the top level, when you're playing up, obviously we don't have a Vant here, but that makes it almost harder because you step it up, then you're just going against Order, you're going against Renegades, maybe even Chiefs is a massive problem for them. A team that basically knows how to hold the defaults and punish you when you start getting aggressive, you're really going to hit some roadblocks. From what we've seen of them so far, they have the individual skill 100% to at least win some of those lower level matchups. But do they then have the tactical depth when they know that they're not the favorite coming into a matchup? Those are the kind of questions that we need to have answered.
Okay, and speaking of teams who can be an unknown entity, and this one I'm probably gonna make life a little bit easier for the two of you. I'm gonna throw this one at Jim. Map bans and picks. Because I'll be real, I'll be honest. I don't know what to expect from this. Right? You look at Chiefs, you kind of have an understanding what the map pool is. You have, if I'm not mistaken, Yam is coaching Chiefs.
Correct.
So they should be they should have a proper map pool. When it comes to a team like Mako, what are they going to do here, Jim? Are they just going to go with what they're used to, or are they going to try and throw kind of like a curveball and try and be a little bit more disruptive here?
I think it's safe to say that both these two teams are probably going to avoid an encounter on Nuke. But the rest of the map pool is probably out there and open. I think it's safe to say that Chiefs really are probably sitting right now full of confidence, so they're not too fussed as to which map they do eventually end up playing on. But I think in terms of a team like Mako, we haven't seen a lot of maps for them. I'm not surprised to see them playing a lot of Inferno. I think in this region, and you probably say the same for Asia, you need to be proficient on Inferno to get anywhere. So I'm not really too surprised to see that. I think we might, I think it's safe to say we'll probably see an Inferno from these two teams. But in terms of everything else, Vertigo is probably still a bit of an unknown for a lot of the newer teams. I'll stick to the less custom iterations of maps first and foremost. So yeah, Mako themselves, they're probably going to play this Veto fairly safe in what we see. But in terms of Chiefs, yeah, correct. Yaman is coaching in this this iteration, and of course he's got a young, keen, and very aggressive IGL. In term aggressive for success, I think is probably the best way to put it. So yeah, these guys will probably again be looking to avoid those maps where potentially they could see themselves upset. This will probably please you a little bit, Tom, in that we might not see a Dust 2, just because it's one of those maps that are a little bit of an unknown, particularly when you're playing lesser opposition, or at least teams that you deem to be less.
So you don't think Mako will pick it?
I don't think Chiefs will allow it to stay in the map pool. I think they're more confident going onto a map like Nuke, because again, against the other teams in the region, like your Orders, like your Renegades, they love to play it. So they have to be proficient on it.
Okay, interesting. Because I'd say, just looking at the stats right here, the Chiefs just might ban an overpass, considering Mako do seem to want to play it. But you know what? We're just hypothesizing here. We're going to be seeing the map bans coming up on the screen right about now. I want to see Dust 2. I want to see Tom lose whatever hair he has remaining on his body. And Dust 2 will not be seen, unfortunately.
Nuke Vertigo? damn, he's starting it off rough in the early morning. Where are we going with it? I feel sorry for the observers who are just getting up, like it's very early. It's like, what, like 5, 6 a.m. And then they go, okay, guys, your first 2 maps to observe are going to be Nuke and Vertigo. And it's like, excuse me?
I'm just going to throw out my notes as well, because
This
that's
makes no
exactly
sense.
the way I didn't see it. No, that's exactly right. It makes no sense. I didn't see it going this way.
Neither
But-
of them have a win on Nuke.
But the thing is, Chiefs are very confident on that map, and to note as well that they haven't,
But they haven't
really
won
played
anything.
that map. But they haven't played that map with their full roster.
That's true.
True.
They also
And they played against Order and Avant and Renegades, right, Mitch?
Yeah,
Exactly.
They also both teams pick Nuke more than any other map. So it's interesting to see. I would have imagined it would be a decider, maybe, just because they clearly have a preference for it, even if the results haven't been ideal. So it's surprising to see Chiefs come in, but I think that's just the real brave play, right? The alpha, they're coming in, they're saying, yeah, we like this map. We might not be good at it, but we like it. So we're gonna play this one because we're damn sure we're better than you, right? We might have only gotten, I think it was 1 round versus Renegades, but you guys, come on, we're getting at least 2.
You're not Renegades. I like that. I like the mentality coming from Chiefs. And also, like you said earlier, Jim, like you look at a team like in that team, it was a team built for the future, right? You had a player like Vexite. He wasn't able to play for quite a while. They had Yam as a stand-in so many times. So for them coming in here, it's like they're trying to make a statement that they are a team who's going to be sticking around, and they are aiming to be at least a top 3 team by the end of the season.
Correct. And then this will be probably a launching pad for them to really test their mettle against the top teams in the region. Obviously, being invited means that they didn't have to slug it through any qualification processes as well. So that's always a nice confidence boost to be placed, at least in the eyes of people looking in this region as a top team. So I think it's important now they get themselves off to the best start, put themselves with their best foot forward, really clamp things down on Nuke. I think Vertigo at this stage too, for these teams, they're very comfortable on it by now, at least in terms of playing it. It gets played quite a bit in terms of pugs in the region. So it's still very unusual to see anything but Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2 in a lot of the map pools. But I think that's a worldwide trend.
Tom, I think that wouldn't be too surprising. I mean, those are the same 3 maps that Asian Counter-Strike is a big fan of. But I personally, I'm happy we're seeing Nuclear. It's a map I think which is most played at ESL 1 Cologne very recently, which I feel like from a map which was kind of like the unwanted child of the map pool for a very, very long time, it's now finally been embraced by almost all the teams. You need to kind of have, either it's a permaban, or you need to know how to play this map. And I'm curious to see how it's going to play out here in Australia. I really haven't had a chance to see many of these teams play. I know Renegades can play it, but most of these teams, they might not be accustomed to playing on this particular map. And do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think the thing that worries me especially for Mako is, so I watched them yesterday on Overpass. Obviously, slightly different map, but their T side looked pretty good, and their CT side was questionable. Like, it revolved around an awful lot of gambles, and I feel like when it comes to Nuke, you have to have a very good default CT side. Like, your A site has to be strong. Then, okay, sure, you can gamble rotations later on, but you have to have that sort of core default setup that works for you. And when I saw them on Overpass yesterday, a map that, as you said, they like to play, they didn't have one. Like it was very much like, okay, this round we send 4 people B, and now we send 4 people A, and now we try and do this. And it looks like somebody who was almost over calling, like, we need to have this in play, we need to do this, over strategizing a lot of things because they were against Rooster, where individually they couldn't match up. And I think they're in a similar position here. The problem is, I think Chiefs, if they've picked into this map, which obviously they have, they're going to have a strong default CT side. And it's going to be down to Mako to almost prove me wrong in this case, that they can break that. Then again, I imagine because it was their opponent's map choice, they get to choose the CT side as the start. So that will at least be something for them. They can hopefully get off to a good start. But if it does go wrong badly in the early stages of this map, they are basically done for.
Basically done for. But Mitch, Vertigo, a map where everyone around the world seems to have forgotten there is a B-bomb site. Hasn't changed much. I like the new Vertigo, I won't lie. Do you think it's going to be, the Australians might be reinventing the way Vertigo is going to be played here today? Or are you just going to expect more of the same?
Oof, I mean, I won't throw my hat in that ring just yet on reinventing Vertigo. We'll wait till we see a little bit from them first. But I do like the fact that Mako picked it. As you said, it is a map. And it's a map that looks good for Mako, just because it doesn't look good for Chiefs. which is the massive upside. You know, when you look at Chiefs results, they lost to Renegades 16-4. There, 16-4. I'll forgive that on any map. I don't really care. But it was the match in DreamHack Open versus Vertex 16-12. That's not a great result versus a team I wouldn't expect to be able to do that much damage. They lost, obviously, but it wasn't necessarily even like an OT loss would be semi more acceptable. So for Chiefs, for Mako, I think this is a punish pick, right? They've gotten something out that at least they're somewhat comfortable on. They've played a couple of times, and they've probably looked back at how Chiefs are playing it as well. Hopefully, have something to work on there because, okay, yeah, again, Mako are definitely not the favorites coming into this, and Chiefs probably will just wreck them on an individual level, but at least here they've maximized their chances of not getting absolutely slapped out. And then you go to Inferno, where I think Chiefs had finished off the series anyway. So it's definitely not ideal, but probably couldn't have seen this veto go better for them.
Okay. And speaking of Inferno, all right. And speaking of Inferno, to Jim, like it's a map, like you said, everyone kind of needs to know how to play, at least in the Asian region. And looking at how, if you look at the stats right here, like Chiefs clearly have a better overall like win rate, 57% the past 3 months from what I can see on HLTV. And for Mako, it's just 29%. However, like, have you seen them like have anything, maybe potentially have anything up their sleeves which could catch Chiefs off guard on this map?
No, I have not seen anything that potentially could catch them off guard. But I think the thing to remember here is that Chiefs are in that stage of really trying to assert themselves. So it's going to be a no mercy approach. If it gets to that third map, I'm still very confident in the way that Chiefs will go about things. But yeah, I haven't seen enough of Mako yet at this top level. You got to remember a lot of the stats that we're pulling for Mako on these maps against ESEA Open or Premier teams. So it's not really too much to go by just yet. And of course, with Chiefs, a lot of their results over the last few months, they haven't been able to use their full roster too. So I don't think the stats are a huge indicator for how things are going to go. I think it'll all be left out on the server. When we eventually get it. I think there was an update overnight, which usually throws things into disarray. A few miscellaneous updates.
Well, miscellaneous. Tommy had something to add there.
Well, I think even if you look at like just this match in general, in my eyes at least, I don't know if Jim agrees, considering he is the expert here, but I think if Chiefs don't basically bang out Mako, then that's a bad performance from them. Because, as said, this is a roster with expectations. This is a team that it's not looking about, oh, could they maybe beat Mako? Like, could they give them a run for their money? No, you need to be smashing them into the ground. Like, you need to be one of the top 2, top 3 teams within the region. Like, Chiefs in the past have managed to make it to international lands. This is not a squad that we're talking about who, oh, maybe they could be the best in Australia. Like they want to do more than that. That's the goal. It's not to just achieve something here. It's to achieve something going forward into the future. So if they're going to come into this first match and struggle versus Mako, who realistically, if we're being brutally honest, should be knocked out of this tournament very, very early on. They shouldn't really stand a chance. So realistically, if you're a Chiefs fan, or if you're even just a fan of maybe Australian Counter-Strike, you want to see this be a quick 2-0 and then go forward into the tournament, Chiefs being someone to fear. Mm-hmm. Whereas if this is even close, I think you have to look at that roster and go, okay, they need to do some work. Because if you're close versus Mako, you're going to get absolutely stomped by a Renegades. And that's not enough for Chiefs. That's not enough for their organization.
I kind of have to agree with you on that. And like we still have a couple more minutes before the game does go live. I also want to touch upon other matchups we have lined up for today. We, of course, have Order playing against Paradox later on, Renegades against Rooster. And tomorrow, the first game of the day, it's going to be Ground Zero versus Downfall. So basically, Mitch, everyone's going to be, all the top-seeded teams, the invited teams are going to be playing against the lower-seeded teams, the teams who qualified here, right? And I gotta agree with Tom over here. Like for Chiefs, for Order, for Renegades, it has to be a clean win. But if it comes to someone like Ground Zero, that seems a bit of a question mark. Like they seem to be a team who, like Jim mentioned as well, at least based on the stats that I've seen as well, they seem to be struggling a little bit. I know it's later on tomorrow, but what are your thoughts on these opening matchups, so to speak?
Realistically, those opening matchups are stomps, right?
Well, they should be. But I think the thing is with Ground Zero is that they have been a team, the core 3 of Bernie UK, who has been a long-time roster member for Ground Zero. He's basically been charged with bringing in younger players and taking them under his wing and giving them some experience and hoping that they
25
develop
to life.
into better players. But in terms of how they sit, I actually think Ground Zero, with some of the newer changes that they made to their roster, they're probably looking maybe a little bit vulnerable in some of these best of threes. So I think it's not as straightforward as it should be. Of course, all these teams want to put their best foot forward and they want to assert their dominance. But if they do become complacent, or they basically maybe give their opposition a bit too much respect, then they put themselves in danger here. So I know Ground Zero have got the firepower to certainly push other teams around. The question is, are they going to try and play their own game, or are they just going to play a no respect style of gameplay against their opposition? Because that's really how they should be playing this. They shouldn't be showing their full hand of strategy, or needing to, in the first round of competition.
All right, whether that's going to happen or not, we're going to be seeing tomorrow, and whether this and how this matchup is going to be playing out, we're going to be finding out in a very, very short while. But unfortunately, right now we do seem to have a few technical issues for either of those two teams. I'm not too sure exactly who.
Fix it,
so we're going to be
Blair.
cutting to a very... I'm trying, man. I'm trying to host. I'm trying to analyze. I'm trying to
Do your
break stuff
job.
down and fix it as well. Shut up, Tom. We're going to be going to a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes' time with the first game of the day. Aha! You thought we were going to be away for 5 minutes. It was all a lie. We're back straight in. It looks like the game is finally ready. And of course, before we go live, I'm just going to be asking very quick predictions from our three wonderful gentlemen who have been suffering with me alongside. Quick predictions, gentlemen. Mitch, I'm going to start with you.
Chiefs.
Okay. And Jim?
Chiefs 2-0.
2-0. All right. On that note, we're going to be jumping in straight in. So you two gentlemen can sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee.
Get
and
out
Tom,
of here.
It's you and I again. It's that wild ride. It's going to be not Asian CS this time around. It's going to be OCEANIA Counter Strike,
Strapped
which
in.
could be a whole different beast on its own.
Yeah, my girlfriend has come in the room. She's strapped me into the chair so that if my eyes are burning, I'm not allowed to leave. I just showed my arm. I've ruined the illusion. But yeah, I think this is going to be one of those matches where I was going to like jokingly predict Mako after ranting about how I think the Chiefs should smash them, but I don't even think there's much of a point. It is Chiefs that have to take this match cleanly to almost prove to us and everybody else that they are going to be someone.
I can see the
competing
game,
here.
Tom. I can see the game.
Woo! Nuke.
And we're inside. We're inside of the nuke. Fantastic.
I don't want to be inside a nuke. That sounds like the most dangerous possible place I could ever be. I I hope that they've definitely done some tests on this power plant with people walking around and shooting AK-47s. It doesn't seem like the safest place in the world to be. But I guess at least we are up on the roof just watching over. I don't think we'd survive the blast, but, at least we get launched up and be flying through the air for the last few seconds.
Well, whether Mako is going to survive the blast, we're going to find out. It's going to be Mako starting on the CT side, which is, of course, going to be the obvious pick, considering the fact that what is going on here? Early aggression, two-man push up towards ramp, but it's an open A bomb site. Tom, explain this one to me. This makes no sense.
This is what I was talking about. Like, I said it on Overpass. I didn't think we'd get to see it so soon. They seem to have like a million ideas, but some of the times it just makes things too easy for your opponent. They don't have those defaults. They don't have those sort of proper setups. In pistol rounds, it's expected. But now this is going to be a really tough retake. So much space to try and gather, corners to clear that are never going to happen. And Vexite, well, it's nice to see him getting on that board nice and early. Of course, someone we mentioned going into the pre-show is a young gun who I believe has literally just become old enough to actually play within this tournament. So I'm hoping that he's got something to prove because, of course, although we may not necessarily look at this team and go, okay, they're going to be beating like some of the top teams in this tournament, if we can see something from the young guns, we could be witnessing the future of Australian Counter-Strike.
That'd be something which should be exciting. But right now, that round was...
If we have a Nova! Yeah! Round 2.
I can feel you starting to tilt. And it's just round 1. I can literally feel it.
I like shotguns, but maybe not that one.
Yeah, the Nova's the worst shotgun in the game. I can respect if you get a kill with it, but I just feel like it's just not worth it, right? Auto shotty, even the Mag 7's much better. We do have the double scout buy coming in investment from Mako. Gonna be K-Star and Zilla. And Zilla's rattled off a number of shots. He still hasn't managed to find a single tag yet, however.
Yeah, and the worry is with a double scout, you almost have to dominate outside. Like, you have to. It's the only place where these weapons are really viable, and they already had a player cross into Secret. This is already looking like a pretty worrying situation. Zilla does at least manage to get one, and it's quite heavy rifles for the Chiefs. You can see that they're taking this round very seriously. Like, we're not looking at a money-making opportunity. A lot of teams will just opt to try and blast through the A site on a round like this and just farm up cash. Instead, they're taking this methodically. And I'll be honest, it's very early days. We're only in round number 2. But for what I've seen so far from Chiefs, I'm liking it.
Yeah, like I said, very methodical. They're not giving any opportunities, using up all the utility they have as well. And so just going to find Calamari on the lurk. And it's going to leave Zerts and Jimmy. Make that Jimmy alone with the Nova. The 1v4, the Dream. At that range, even the Nova might be quite ineffective. So he might just be going for maybe get a couple of kills here. He has that Kevlar does is wanting to save. Is he
like that?
Is he like that? Yes. Oh no.
Oh, this.
Imagine if he survives though, and they don't find it.
He might. The only thing is, I mean, DC. But the thing is, it's one of those rounds where you go, okay, sure, keeping your gun into the next round is fantastic. Ah, he's been spotted. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, that is rough. I imagine we're gonna have a technical pause. I think if that bomb went off a little bit sooner, we could have actually seen Vexite go down. He was a lot closer to it than I ever would have liked. But yeah, that's 2-0. We are gonna have a bit of a technical issue, which is unfortunate. Of course, it's day 1, and I think that's something we're always gonna have to caveat is that this is like obviously online, so there's gonna be players from home. There's not really anything we can do. Some people still have trash PCs. And it just happens. It happens. So hopefully Jimmy will be able to get that one sorted. I'll be honest, like I really hope that we see a crazy clutch from him, so I'm allowed to just shout Jimmy at the top of my lungs at 6 o'clock in the morning in Ukraine. Like that would be nice. You go, Jimmy, like that. I want that in my life, but from what we've seen so far, I'm not so sure that we will. Like he bought a Nova in round 2, man. Like come on,
it's a little early. All right, you know what? That's maybe just. Yeah, showing his cojones. Like, I don't care who you are. I'm just gonna buy a Nova. Is Jimmy a pretty popular surname in Ukraine?
No. Not that I know of. The thing is, this was a story basically. I don't know if you know Klim. He used to work for Starladder, but there was like a TV show that he watched in Ukraine now from shouting out the word Jimmy, especially when everybody else here is probably asleep.
Yeah, that makes no sense, Tom. Now that I've explained it, it makes even less sense. I was just looking at all the firstly, PGL has some of the coolest AR, some of the coolest cam paths in production, in Counter-Strike production, and considering the recent events that's taken place, when I see like, I wonder if they're going to have a coach cam and it's going to be like a CCTV camera, like smacking them in the mouth. Right, like right there, a camera right there, call it coach cam. Too soon?
Maybe a little, maybe a little. I've seen a lot of Cypher Cam memes coming about. I do like the look of the over like saturated T. Like the man who looked. Basically, I don't know if you've been to Essex, Blair, but that is what we call someone who screwed up their fake tan. They went in maybe a little bit too long. They came out looking like a tangerine. I know that there's plenty of girls who live where I am from who have definitely come out looking like that and walked into school, and it's not the best look, I'll be honest. So I'm glad that a little bit of Essex has made its way all the way to PGL in Romania, so that's cool. But yeah, the CT looks badass. Like I'm liking the little like purpley blue vibes, but yeah, everything looks cool. Unfortunately, of course, for anybody wondering, we're not just waffling because we like the sound of our own voices, although I do. I'm a narcissist. It is obviously Jimmy has disappeared. He bought the Nova. It broke his internet, as it does many times if anybody gets a kill. I'm pretty sure it was Get Right who used to try and make that a thing, wasn't it? There's always the odd player that sort of goes, no, it's viable. And you go, but it's not, though. And you go, no, but it is. Look, I'll show you. And then they die instantly. And they go, oh, that was just a bad round. Next time. I'll say I'm like that with the dual Berettas. Like, I know that they are not good, but they should be.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right there. The dualies are a thing right now. What was it that got the ace?
Just because of I casted it, but that's not the point. Like, Keto did something magical, and there is a reason why we have seen that once ever in the history of Counter-Strike.
That's because not enough people try it. How many people really try Get Right? Maybe
99.9% of people suck with the dual Berettas.
No, most people should try it. Well, like Moses, Get Right, probably only 2 people on the planet would try it. Like, seriously. I can imagine Moses now sitting in the liquid camera. All right, guys, Twist, I'm wanting to buy the dualies. Twist is like, why? He's like, because I said so.
Like, have you just quoted the man who has pretty much been renowned for being delusional with North American Counter-Strike as the person you should listen to about using... Yeah, out of how many?
Major.
You can't use that. Just because Asia hasn't won one, it doesn't mean that's
Listen,
the
one's more than 0. Asia's won nothing. Forget a major.
South America have won 2 off the back of one team. Granted, a superb team historically, but
once upon a time.
One of those things where if you're looking at the whole of North America, the talent pool that's been there in comparison to South America, who, well, realistically have had like a pool of maybe 20 players who've been able to be interchangeable, I don't think winning one major is really that impressive.
Wow, we just like took down an entire region of Counter-Strike, and
it's all right.
The one thing they hold on to.
They're not watching.
I wonder what time
they're too
it is
busy
right now.
Screaming at like Wardell while he plays Valorant.
Probably.
The man is sick though. I respect him.
I'm actually happy for him. I'm really happy for some of the players who moved on, but except for one thing, which really saddens me, of course, is the Steel moving on. Like the one guy's just stuck around, and I feel like it's not really happened in most of the other regions. It's happened a little bit in Southeast Asia. One thing I've noticed, and
Japan.
Yeah, well, Japan does have one team. Like literally, they had one Counter-Strike team, and that moved on Valorant. So it's not like a big loss. But Southeast Asia, look at it. It's mostly like players who could never get anything done in Counter-Strike, so they just moved on to Valorant. I'm like,
haven't all the Koreans gone, right? Pretty much.
but they were pretty good though. But yeah, even their transition, and it's happened in North America. But apart from that, it really hasn't happened in South America or in EU for that matter, if you ask me. And I feel like this huge drain on the NA talent, I feel it could paint a grim picture for them, at least in the near future. There is an argument to be made that most of these players are some of these younger players who really haven't been able to break through to the tier 1 NA scene. But at the same time, you don't really have a pool remaining to work with. What if you want to make a roster change? What if you want to build a new lineup? It's going to be pretty rough, I feel, for these guys, at least for the next few months.
I think short term it's gonna look bad, but I do wonder if in the long term it could make things a little bit more interesting, because you have people like Moses, for example, tweeting that if you wanted to be a professional Counter-Strike player in North America, now's the best time to do it. Like you're seeing players like Grim get opportunities that maybe he wouldn't necessarily have got if it wasn't for the fact that a lot of players have disappeared and moved on and had found great success. Of course, when you have players like Tens, for example, who might have been someone they picked up first. So I think that it's always going to have that sort of silver lining. It's like, for example, with Na'Vi, right? Like Na'Vi had 4-ish other choices before they went for Perfecto. Would they have done any better at that Cologne or the Katowice, sorry, that they won? No. Like that was an insane performance from them. Perfecto fit their roster very well. So it's one of those things where you, like, right now, if you look at it, you're going to go, this is awful. Like, okay, we've just lost a hell of a lot of talent. But at the same time, it just gives someone else the right to grind. And you see players come through in situations where they don't necessarily have opportunities at all. Like you look at for the likes of Estonia, like Lithuania, the Baltics, where players have managed to make it. In North America, there's far more opportunities than that. So if anything, it might just like sort of it sounds bad, but get rid of some of the players who didn't want to like necessarily grind out CS and give some young blood who are hungry the chance to get into a decent team.
I can actually, yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to look at it. And
it's
even
optimistic,
like,
right?
It's optimistic.
For me.
I know, but it makes sense. And did I just see 5 players on the CD side? I think I did. I think we do have all 5 players in, which is back. They're all back. There are 5 players in the server. I know the UI hasn't updated, but that should hopefully be taken care of, and we shall hopefully be resuming with the game in the next couple of seconds here. Woo! It's actually happening. Yeah.
I do like I like when players like take a very like happy photo. It looks like they want to be here. That whereas Vexite looks like he's come in and just like, bro, I'm finally allowed to play. Get ready. Like he looks like this is game face. Like this is you look at Apoc Dud and you're like he's chilling. He's having a good time. He gets to play some Counter-Strike with his friends. Whereas Vexite's like, you didn't allow me to play for a year. You will be punished. That's the face I'm seeing.
I like that. I like that attitude. I like to see some people get completely stomped. And imagine like he just drops. He's also top fragging. I know it's just been 2 rounds. It's only been 2 rounds. But,
hey, 2 kills a round. Ain't bad.
That's not bad at all. But here we go. It's gonna be a full leaker coming up from Mako. There's gonna be just USBs all around, and it'll be. This I'm not a big fan of. Usually, when you just have the USBs, you want to stack up together. You know, try and maximize your chances of making something work. And Zerts just falls straight to his death. But Zilla from behind trying to catch Vexite off guard. But Vexite, he's ready. He's ready, Tom.
Yeah, this is a round I don't think we can really look too much upon. Like, it's one where the only way that we're even taking this round into consideration is if, say, 2 or 3 players die for Chiefs, then maybe you could go, okay, that wasn't a particularly good round. But other than that, they've kept this nice and clean. As said, they went for a fair few rifles in the early rounds, but they're using these to really farm up the cash, pad those stats a little bit. Like, you know, this is all going towards your HLTV rating, which we all know from K-Star's stats is the most important thing. Jimmy will at least get 1, but realistically, probably not going to use this MAC 10 into the next round. Although, if there was any map where you could see maybe some SMGs, some shotguns, some spicier weapons, this is probably it.
Did Apoc not have any head armor? That's weird. Just got sniped with the USB, but doesn't really matter. They get the 1 constellation kill for Mako, and the Chiefs are up 3-0 on their map pick. Now, K-Star with the AWP. They do have Kevlars. They do have. I don't see a kit yet. Am I missing it in the UI? No, I can't see a single kit. That could be a problem, but they do have a utility, a lot of rifles. And for Chiefs, they have upgraded. They haven't really upgraded. We did see Apoc Dud fall with his MAC 10, but he has gone for the AK-47. They still have the MAC 10 in the hands of Soju. It's going to be a fast hit coming in towards upper. Vex is going to be leading the charge with the Galil, and it gets taken down. Calamari and Zerts with the kill apiece. Soju with a quick reply, but somehow Mako's going to come out on top here. It's going to be a 2v4, but often just pops on in. Apoc Dud chimes in with a kill of his own. Now it's Apoc Dud, the captain, hard carry of the team in a 1v2. A bomb dropped in no man's land as well.
He's got a lot of time, and actually he's going to be handed a jewel, but luckily Jimmy back in the server and not with a Nova is going to be able to convert their first round. The thing is, though, I think you agree, Blair, that's the almost default standard 4th round push from Chiefs. Like, that's the one of, okay, let's test if there's going to be any resistance at all and just go running straight into the A site. If we win the round, it's a bonus. If we don't, at least as long as we get some kills, it's absolutely fine. So this is where I think there's going to be a proper test now for the side of Mako. Like, but before, all we've really witnessed them is shut down the most basic of rounds.
Yeah, but I still feel like they could have done a little bit more there. Like the player right outside of hut, he was completely like not blinded at all. 2 free kills for him, so maybe a little bit more. Ooh, kind of scary, but Zeth, he has an inkling, spots a shoulder out from K-Star. And K-Star's just gonna be falling on back. They haven't been able to retrieve the AWP for the side of Mako. Forcing K-Star to use his M4 here to hold on to the secret, the back fence area. Not too much aggression from Mako, apart from that pistol round where they just got shut down by Chiefs. And like you said, Tom, round number 4 was them just trying to like push their luck, see how far they could just kind of manhandle Mako. And now they're giving them a little bit more respect. However, K-Star's position here, this is interesting. He's allowed a couple of players through. I'm sure he spotted at least one of them cross on over. But he's not really making a play. But look at the rotation. The 3 CTs pushing in from radio, and now they've lost the bomb site though, but this is just wild.
Yeah, they've got a good chance in this retake just because of the positions they have. I think K-Star staying alive is going to be very important just to stop them getting out of this site. They've only been allowed towards that sort of glass side of things, and other than that, it's a bit of an awkward position to try and hold from. And there is K-Star. He pounced at the perfect moment. He's got Callum alongside him. I refuse to say the rest of that name. And Vexite trying to hold from this back corner isn't going to stand a chance. Really nice retake from Mako. Positioning was vital. And although I was a little bit worried with how much space K-Star gave to them initially, the fact that it seemed to be part of the plan with the rotation, it actually looked pretty good.
That was really good. I was caught a little off guard looking at the 3 players rotating in from upper all the way from from lobby towards ramp. But for Chiefs, if that maybe kept someone maybe right outside of the T lobby area, he could have potentially dealt a little bit of damage while the CTs are rotating. But you got to give credit where it's due. Calamari especially picking up a nice triple kill as well. I'm going to use his full name, Tom. I'm going to give him the respect. He got a 3K right there in the retake.
Don't care. I can't do it to myself. I won't last a week if I have to keep saying calamari every time. Either that or I'd have to do it in the most British way possible. Just like, his name is Callum Murray. I really over pronunciate everything.
Do it.
The hawker, you could call it, if you'd like. sorry, Alex. That was
It's really early.
But,
he's not watching this.
that's true. And no one send it to him because I'm a nice person. But here we go. Again, a lot of space being gathered up. They managed to take control of the ramp. K-Star going to be flashed in, but APOC is just holding the angle even while blind. And they have just been completely picked apart. Not a single kill coming up for the CT side. They just got absolutely dominated. Chiefs flipped the switch, and that will be their 4th round already.
Oh, the money's so rough. The money's so rough for Mako. They win a couple, and it's not good. Jimmy, UMP, FAMAS, couple of pistols, and the AWP in the hands of K-Star. They need to work around this. They can't afford to just hold the line because we saw what happened there. Chief just completely dismantling that defense, not taking a single casualty. Now K-Star with the AWP, gonna be looking to take the fight towards outer. Gonna be spotting on top of old Red Rock, while his teammates would be looking to push up a little bit closer. But Zeph, on top of the box, on top of the smoke, trying to spot something out. So far, nothing yet. And I like this approach from Chiefs, right? They have the usual defaults. They take it a little bit slow, but when they need to pounce, they pounce almost, it feels like simultaneously all over the map. And I think this is something we touched upon earlier on the desk as well. Is the fact that man for man, just pure skill and like individual skill wise, Chiefs are the better team. Forget everything else. Forget about the tactics, the strategies, the fact that they have a veteran like Yaman who is sitting behind them as the coach. Forgetting all of that, they are the better players, right? To put it very, very bluntly.
Yeah, for sure. I would expect quite a lot from them going forward. As said, I expect them to dominate this match, especially on their map choice. If there was anything less, I think we'd be quite worried for them. But Zilla has managed to make this one a little bit more spicy. As said, this is the map where these weaker weapons can work. And for Jimmy, well, he didn't quite make it work earlier with the Nova. I'm not going to let that go, by the way. But he does make it work with the UMP. And that's the thing. Like this is the one map where I feel like anti-ecos are probably the undoing of a hell of a lot of teams, be it around the world. Like this is we're not just looking at Australia when we talk about that. So the fact that they've managed to make this work, good sign. They're going to build back up their economy. For the T side as well, this is actually crunch time because they're even dropping down to a couple of Galils in this round. If they lose this one, well, they may have just given the Mako Sharks a way back into this.
That was very impressive round indeed as well. But I kind of feel like Vexite should have got the kill because Jimmy was turned around and was playing the anti-flash. But kudos to him, 3 kills on a single clip from a UMP. That's something you don't see that often, even on a map like Nuke. But again, it is going to be Chiefs who are going to strike first. Going to get the first kill. It's going to be Soju, who's been whittled down to 5 points of health. They can fall on back. Doesn't really need to give his life away. And it's going to force Mako to maybe go for a play here. And Zilla's feeling it. It's like, okay, where the hell are they? They've got the initial pick, but I don't like the positioning from the majority of CDs. They're all spread so far apart from each other. I don't think there's any trade potential apart from maybe K-Star and Calamari. And now Zilla. There's going to be so many players looking his direction. He finds 2. That's huge. That is huge, the fact that he gets 2 kills. It's going to equalize things. It's a 3v3. 50 seconds on the clock, though. Chiefs, they still have options available to them.
Jimmy is in a bit of a rough position as well. Like, he might be able to get 1, but the thing is he has to try and close off these other angles. That's why the Molotov's gone down, and Chiefs are actually waiting a little bit more patiently to try and clear, and he missed 2 shots. That's a big problem. Vexite easily gets the entry. It's going to allow the bomb plant to come in, and when you look at the utility that's currently available for the side of Mako, this kind of looks like a save, but with Callum being able to get 1 back into the site, it at least makes things a little bit more interesting. For the remaining 2 players, they have to try and sit passively, and Vexite knows that you can't really allow anyone to cross here. Zeph's position is a horrible one. This is never a spot you want in an after plant because they can peek you from so many different angles. He's trying to find a better spot, and he actually manages to get both? What? Just sat in the open. I guess they didn't expect him to be there, but to get away with 2 kills from that spot, Blair, I feel like that's unheard of.
Yeah, and his teammate was in no position to get an immediate trade as well. That could have easily been a 1v1, which could have potentially gone the way of Mako, but this is... Oh, they lined up for him, the perfection on that. But Zeph, man, guy's being quite a beast indeed. Calamari getting killed through the smoke, but Zeph with a perfect transfer. And with that, they have once more almost broken the economy of Mako. Down to, again, 2 pistols and 3 rifles. No AWP this time around. They made it work earlier. So I'm going to count him out yet. K-Star hugging the red box outside, but this time he gets nothing done. He does whittle down Zeph to 15 points of health, but Calamari with a quick double, leaving it all in the hands of Jimmy. 1v2. Look at how low Zeph is. 1 bullet from that CZ, and now from this M4 could seal the deal, and it should come down to, or could potentially come down to 1v1 between Apog and Jimmy, and I love the rotation from Jimmy here. Wasting no time, heading straight towards the lower bomb side. There's a bomb just getting planted. If he gets a kill here, it could be huge.
And initially, it was a fairly aggressive stance from Apog, just holding the angle. But I think they've realized here, with an open plant, 1 player left, the best thing for them to do here is just play the time. Like, just wait for any sort of tap onto that bomb. There is a smoke available, but kit-wise, there's absolutely nothing. And I think, as well as myself, Jimmy has realized there's no real way that he's going to get back into this round. So, although there's been a couple of close ones, these 4 spies coming out from Mako have at least made things fairly interesting. We are still looking at 6 rounds on this T side, Blair.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And should be a 7 here, because I don't see Mako really buying in. Their money has finally been broken. And Jimmy, yeah, he's got that M4 saved. He's going to be dropping his CZ over towards K-Star. But I would not want to see any full investment or even like any pistol investment coming in. Their money is looking quite barren right now. And even the previous round, like you pointed out, he didn't have a kit. Or else maybe, yeah, he could have potentially gone for it. Smoke off the bomb, tap it, use a flashbang, something, just try his luck. Should be a bonus round here unless Jimmy does something truly, truly fantastic. But Chiefs, just waiting waiting for the aggression, waiting for the push. And this is such a good read. This is such a good read from Chiefs. They know that Mako's money's not great. They know they might just go for an aggro play. They're lying in wait, just waiting, holding the line, and it's just a slaughter. A TK takes place as well. And this has just been a perfectly played read coming in from Chiefs.
I feel like Zertz is like that guy that's just cursed. Like someone would just pre-fire an angle and he just got headshotted by his teammate. And it's something we've sort of mentioned, like within this squad, that obviously we don't expect him to be the one fragging a lot of the time, but he is getting wrecked. Like, be it some of the early aggressive plays he tries to make, it's not been going particularly well. Like, I do question whether or not they need to try and make a change, but realistically, they're just getting out fragged. Like, it's not anything crazy from the Chiefs. They've been able to gather up a lot of map control. I think that's something on Nuke that you can't really allow too much of. Like, we've seen them now push outside without really much contention. We've seen them take ramp, not really struggled too hard. It's actually only really been these pushes into the A site that have kind of sucked. Like, they've had some problems with them, and they're going to go for it again. So Zert's not in the worst position here, but it's the same result.
I kind of feel like that smoke was just his undoing. Like, Callum just finds one. The moment he saw the smoke, they're like, yeah, I'm just going to walk out. Just completely destroys Zertz. And you got to say, yeah, he's just been having a rough time, hasn't he? And Chiefs, this round's done. And I don't really see Mako really going for this one. It's not really worth it. You have this 2 M4s. Sure, you've lost one rifle, but the other one was just the MP9, so might as well just lick your wounds, save your guns, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here.
It's a rough one, right? Because this is where we sort of look at this match and go, hey, you know, they managed to at least do a little bit of early damage. Like, there were some close rounds towards the beginning.
Bit for me, hopefully not for the rest of you guys.
You good?
And we're back. There we go. It lagged a little bit for me, so
it's completely disappeared. I am now
doesn't get the kill out, but his teammate might just get the trade.
The stream. Interestingly, it was actually something we saw.
They do get to 8
just
rounds,
tweeted, I think, from Ricky. So it's nice to know that Blair's actually coming under the same sort of problems. He tweeted if the wind blows,
they seem to have the right
or a little bit of wind, bye-bye internet. Over 30 degrees, you say goodbye power. So I think that might be something that Blair's suffering. Maybe the wind in India is blowing a little bit tough. This is sick. I love this. I love all the little grenades showing. These are the sort of things that I don't think enough organizations do. So thank you very much to PGL for showing stuff like this, because it looks badass. It's got all the little bits of information about Vexar, and he's had a good start to this game. I think the wasted bullet stat might be a little bit harsh. And if I was playing, I would not want to see how many bullets I wasted, because I think it would be off the damn charts. But nonetheless, this is a position for them where realistically now they're firmly in the driver's seat. I don't see a way that Mako are going to be getting back into things unless they have a really stellar T-side coming out from them. Of course, we are going to be getting back into the round, and again, it's not really much invested here for the side of Mako. They've just kept the one rifle, the SMG, and bought up a few deagles alongside it. Apoc Dud has just run outside with an AWP and not seen a single man. These are the sort of things that I'm talking about when I say that the Chiefs are being able to gain too much space. Now, sure, this is a round where, of course, we're going to see some risks taken. We're going to see some moments where Mako might leave some positions more open than before. But this is something that's now happened multiple times, where if Chiefs want some real estate, they're able to take it. And I think on a map like Nuke, that is almost the key to this map. Like, you need to be able to at least hold on to some portions of the map. In this round, they've tried to take a little bit more of a gamble, put most of their players within that A site, and then just have a bit of a hold on ramp. But K-Star, he needs a multi-frag here. Like, even just a single kill would not be enough to get anything done. And while he is going to get it, okay, you call on him and he comes up trumps. That's 2 kills, giving his team a good opportunity. And they're actually going to steal that round away. The gamble paid off, some good individual prowess. And while the man K-Star is even going to earn himself an AWP. Obviously, we are still waiting for Mr. Blair to return, having a few problems with his TeamSpeak. It seems like we have been plagued in this first map, but I'm going to do my damnedest to keep this one going. So don't worry. Hopefully I won't drop out as well. That would be funny if my Ukrainian internet just dies. But I will say the Ukrainians have done very well at making fantastic internet. So not to jinx it. Soju though, he's just walked out. His teammate's got to be so mad. Like, how does he manage to just walk out of hut? That's one of those positions that you're never allowed to get out of clean. And he's just gone on a little gander, walked through onto the site, and that's ridiculous. Like, you've got to be so mad if you're Callum in that position. As it's pretty much going to be 9 already on the board. There's absolutely nothing that they can really do about that one. Well, because of it, you know, just going to be seeing them save the remaining 2 weapons. It's a bit sad, really, for the side of Mako. As said, that in some of these anti-eco rounds, I think the gambles they've been taking have not necessarily been bad. And if you look, as said, at their match yesterday on Overpass, that was something they did better, was to take risks and almost go for these aggressive pushes. I like this, though, from Chiefs. They're trying to remove the extra weaponry. They know going into the next round, this is important. Their money's not in a bad state, but Mako Shark actually managed to hold on to both guns, and they can juggle around a buy here. It may not be perfect, but it's pretty much there. In fact, K-Star even having an extra stack of cash to keep him going. So 9-4, they'll come in with the AWP. They have all the rifles available to them, but they need to do something here. Like, even if you're being very, very optimistic about how good a team's T-side nuke can be, 9 rounds is almost always a death sentence. And again, we're going to see this super aggro play coming out. You can see that Chiefs are starting to almost take some, I don't want to say unnecessary risks, because a lot of the time they're working. As said, they walked out hot last round and got away with it, but they're being able to get away with too much. Zeph, again, he's just walked out onto ramp. They have the Molotov for the cross, and that gives them full control. They can just waltz on towards this B site, and there's going to be no one here to really stop them. They have this fast flank again, and a nice shot from Callum could actually be the difference maker. They did this in the past. The difference, however, was the fact that K-Star was in the backlines. He was able to hold on. He was able to stop them from gaining map control. Instead, in this situation, they've gained a lot, and Zeph, he's trying to be a little bit spicy here. There are 4 men on the other side of the smoke. He's going to lurk behind it, even push the edge of it, and he's going to get absolutely nothing. The patience of the CT side give them the extra kill, but they've only got 15 seconds to play with. Somebody needs to start getting on that defuse. Vexite, he's only going to be good for 1, but Soju, they line up the headshot onto Callum. He now seems to take the curse, and they need to get on this defusal. I think it's already done. He's going to get the final kill anyway. The 2v4 to hold on to the round. And sure, he'll take some damage from the bomb, but Chiefs aren't going to care. That is 10 now on this T side. And I have seen there is a Blair in the lobby, so we might be getting him back. I'm sure he's got some deep analysis of that round ready and waiting if he decides to join himself the channel. But for now, at least, you still have to listen to me waffling away. But yeah, Chiefs, this is what I wanted to see from them. I know that if you're a Mako fan, you're going to sit there going, like, why is this guy, like, wanting the Chiefs to come out and dominate? But it's because I want to see them compete in this tournament. I want to see this organization rise back back to a point where they are challenging even at big events, like when LANs come around. So it's a good sign to see them being able to dominate a team in this fashion and have these sort of individual plays, have these risky pushes that can pay off. For an AWPer that you don't normally see on the T side. Like, he's currently AWPing from really difficult for the CT side to hold. In fact, they've gone aggressive into the hut. It's almost like a complete role reversal. This is currently the CT side trying to retake their own site, and Vexite with another kill again makes this a possible scenario for APOC Dud. A 1 versus 2 to try and give them an 11th T-side round. It'll be a tough one, but he hits that first shot, nails it, and now it's onto the AWP battle. Facing off against K-Star, but K-Star with the no-scope headshot. Even a little bit of styling to just, you know, just to assert his dominance over the previous AWPer. And that will give them an 11-4 half. Absolutely dominant from the Chiefs. Or sorry, 10-5. He won the round. What am I talking about? I've lost it at this point. First map. But yeah, 10-5. So Chiefs still in a very good position. But at least a little bit of a glimmer of hope for the side of Mako Shark. That was a sick shot. We didn't actually get to see it from his POV initially, but the replay, that was a little bit dirty. I like it. 10-5. Now we get to see the CT side of Chiefs and whether or not there is a little bit more from Mako. Now, yesterday on Overpass, their T side was definitely the more impressive when they played in ESEA. So realistically, I think this is where Zertz gets to maybe play a little bit more with the squad, let his experience take over and sort of lead some of these young guns into battle. And he seemed to do a good job of it. So I have some faith that they could at least get a few rounds on their T side. They need to solve the pistol and Ofnu not going to give them the chance. Already wiping out one. He's got Vexite on the site and Apoc Dud alongside him. An easy pistol round for the side of Chiefs. 11-5 up. Mako Shark. Normally you don't see teams forcing these sort of rounds, but you do want to see that at this point they are quite far behind, so you never know. Maybe they'll take a little bit of a risk. But realistically, you want to see them save for the AKs. You want to see them wait to get that investment in. And it probably means that this round is maybe just an attempted cheese strategy. Like a cheesy strategy for me would be like a vent dive. Try and get yourself a bomb plant. Make that extra $800 per player. And, well, it seemed like it might have been the plan. Unfortunately, fire versus unarmed terrorists is not the best of plays. The push could have come through. Nice shot from Callum. There is the vent dive. So, you know, they got themselves that potential of a bomb plant. The rotation is so fast from Soju. What? Okay, Jimmy's going to win the duel with a Glock. The incendiary, though, is actually what they needed. It was the denial of the plant. So, sure, you lost yourself an extra man, which is more cost than I'm sure Chiefs would have liked, but no bomb plant. So it doesn't really change the buy that's currently coming in for the attacking side. The rest of the players have, well, either rifles or a scout. APOC, that's one tag, and the more tags that come across, the more awkward this becomes for the T side. This is a round that they have to win. If there's going to be any survival for them in this map, this is 100% a must-win. Like, you have better weaponry, even utility at this point is in their favor. You can't even look at anything that the Chiefs have other than maybe the personnel holding the weapons and say that they should have any chance in this round. Minute left on the clock, though. And you can already see the differences, right? Like, Chiefs have done a much better job of denying space. And for the side of Mako, sure, they have, like, the basis of outside, but they haven't actually managed to, for example, get anywhere near secret, which was something that was so easy for the Chiefs to claim. Ofnu as well. I don't know how he's managed to get away with that, but that's a solo push that's netted him 2 kills. The plays that, again, we didn't really see on the opposing side, and it's now left with 30 seconds left and barely any ground gained. Like, they are just starting to challenge for the ramp. They have no presence towards this A site whatsoever, and just going to have to try and dry push in. The flashbang leaves, actually, Jimmy more blind than Soju, but he still gets the entry, and nice kills coming up for the T side. They might have just salvaged this one. It's left all onto Ofnu, and while K-Star was waiting and watching that vent. So they just about get that one over the line. It took Jimmy and K-Star getting some fantastic entry kills into the A site to even give them a chance in that round. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, the CT side economy, it sucks. I think that's being kind. And so for the side of Chiefs, they're going to take a big risk. Well, I'd say a big risk. They're so far in front that they can afford to go for a round like this. Don't really need to save the extra cash. And they're going to go for Apoc Dad actually getting himself the AWP. Def going to be breaking the vent early. I think the call's already been made that they've had to give up outside control. And again, something I mentioned before, that they're already rotating to try and deny this presence. Ofnu, good position. He almost gets away with a double. But even still, that's the SMG getting a kill, and his teammate got one for free. They've rotated multiple players now down towards this B site. And you can see that Zertz, he's tempted. He's looking to maybe make that mid-round call to go back up the vents. It has its risks because it's the unknown. You don't know how many players are going to be up the top of that vent. Even if there is a pistol or something on the other side, it could become very awkward. And so for the T's here, they're trying to be patient. Again, they've already spotted one player playing with an SMG. I think they know the economy is going to be a little bit awkward for the CT side. So if they can catch someone rotating, even get one more kill, it could completely change this round. The thing they might not expect, though, is the AWP. Like, they've already spotted rifles. They've seen a lot in terms of the push, but they found the gap. This is Vexite alone. Deke in hand. He's going to get absolutely nothing. Can't really expect a whole lot from him here, but there is that ult finally coming into play. APOC dud. Able to get the pig. Now, this smoke actually gives you a little bit of a shrouded push over the top of the pre-fire coming out from Zeph. He's going to make this look all too easy. The bomb goes down, so at least the T's will have a little bit extra to play with. And while it's going to be 13-6 now in favor of the CT side, it is somewhat amazing to me that Blair's internet has somehow managed to be worse than the Aussies. I also saw Mitch unmute his mic for a moment there, so if he wants to talk, feel free, because my throat is going to be wrecked by the end of today if I end up talking for a whole match. Thank you, Mitch. I was all alone for so long. I was left out in the world. Yeah, screw you, Jim. You didn't come to save me. Ooh. Okay, Zilla. That was something. That was nice. He did a bit of a quiet game. As said, this is, well, I guess this is what I wanted to see. I'm sure there's some Mako fans out there who are like, I hate you, Caster. Like, why do you want to see my friends, my team lose? But it's a good sign from Chiefs. As I said, we haven't really seen them play too much as a full 5. Vexite, 22-12. Like, very young prospect from Australia. So to see him come into his first match, like feeling himself, feeling confident, taking some like more risky, aggressive pushes. I like it. I like to see it. And Ofnu as well. There's someone who's impressed me. Like, again, and I'm not going to claim to be an expert on Australian Counter-Strike. That is why Jim is here. Like, he is here to save us. Well, not in this case, Mitch. Not in this case, you know, left me out to dry. But yeah, he's been making some like plays that, again, you shouldn't be able to get away with. But I think he's almost realized at this point that Mako Shark aren't ready to face off against someone, well, as like individually skilled as him, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if they lost this match, then you almost might expect Chiefs to just start looking at the opponents and maybe start picking them apart. Like, that is the sort of benefit of being the organizer here. Here we go, 14-6. The T's have managed to get themselves onto the B side with little to no contention at all. I sort of gave props to Chiefs earlier for how they've been able to take the space. The thing is, though, they have reclaimed a lot of it back, and that makes things pretty awkward holding on to these sort of positions when you have lost so much ground already. I do like the position currently being held a little bit further back, though. Zert's not expected by Zeph, and well, it will be an easy kill for him. Still some low players, though, and now Soju comes pushing in. I think he actually got hit by his own teammate Smoke, and that gave away his position. A little bit unlucky, and now things start to fall apart. It's all onto Ofnu. He won't be able to hold on in this case, and hey, Mako Shark go into that in a 4v5. They come out with 3 players. Not a bad round from them at all. I want to see a Zeus kill. I feel like I'm almost just BMing Mako at this point, but I want to see a Zeus kill. It wouldn't matter who had the Zeus. I know it's something that if you ever see Dust, like if you're watching Dust cast, make sure to ask him to make the Zeus sound, because that's a talent that Dust Murat has. I don't know if you knew this, Mitch, but he can make an accurate Zeus sound, like the sound of the man squealing from Counter-Strike. It doesn't sound like a compliment, but it is. That is his impression. He can make a very good squealing man sound. Yeah. No, I didn't Zeus him. Like I didn't come out with a taser in the studio, but look, he squeals. Like no, he... We were in America at the time though, so you know maybe I could get access to that sort of weaponry. But dear Lord, put this on. He's like, why? Don't ask questions. How did you get one of those? Don't ask questions. But yeah, Mako Shark, they managed to get a couple of rounds back. As said, when I watched them yesterday, I was far more impressed with their T side than their CT side. I think they actually won the T side yesterday versus Rooster. It was just that their CT side was really underwhelming. Like it seemed like even on an individual level they were struggling, and I think the same can be said here today. K-Star, it's a risky peak. It's one that we see quite regularly made, but the fact that he jumps out into such a wide position makes it almost impossible for him to skate there. So Offnu again. As said, he's been the most impressive player, I think, so far. Him and Vex have been up there. Callum is going to be able to trade one back, but the response is so fast from the CT side. They keep this man advantage going, and while they are getting ever closer to that map point, this duel is going to be absolutely everything. It's a little bit awkward, but Jimmy will bring it back. And if you're looking at a player to watch over on this T side, I think he's been the man. Ooh. Alfnu has the wide peak angle, so like, he couldn't just shoulder peek that one. that was really unlucky with the timing. It looked like he was going to peek into that at the perfect moment. This is it though. Map point, as we sort of expected, Chiefs still looking good. Like there've been a few rounds that have been a little bit more dicey, and I do have to say I think if this was against maybe a slightly more structured team, a lot of the pushes, a lot of the risks they're taking would likely be punished. I don't think you could get away with anywhere near this much, but I think that's always a sign of a good team, is like knowing your opponent. Yeah, a very good start to this one. A 16-8, a strong T-side start from them as well on their own map choice. Of course, we do have Vertigo coming up fairly shortly, and hopefully we're going to get Blair back. You know, he gets to take him a bit of a break, it seems. So it looks like we're going to cut back to our faces, though, which is nice. So it's going to come back to us. I imagine after that, we are going to take a little bit of time to try and make sure that Blair is going to be back here, because although I do like to be the star of the show, I'm not sure my throat will be able to take just casting this alone. Thank you for coming in and saving me, of course. But yeah, looking at that match in general, I think the Chiefs definitely look like the better side. The worries that I had from watching Overpass yesterday for Mako were the same. Like they have a lot of ideas, it seems, with their CT side, but their default setups, they kind of sucked. Like they were getting owned with like aggressive peaks. They were losing so much map control. Like, as said, at any position on the map that was wanted by the Chiefs, they could take ramp. They could just run outside. it was really questionable.
Yeah. Realistically, I'm hoping that when we go on to Vertigo, this is where Mako can bridge that gap a little bit, because the reality is they've come in, they've picked a map the Chiefs aren't exactly amazing at. As I said, the Renegades loss is acceptable, but versus Vertex, they struggled. Maybe this is where they can make it work a bit more. Now, let's see exactly what Jim thinks about it, because he's been watching the game in the background with me. And
didn't come and save me.
Is this going to be Vertigo? Is this the win?
Look, for Chiefs, I think it might just be, but from what we saw, I was in the background, by the way, just delving deep into the matrix of Australian internet and also trying to save Blair at the same time. But from what we saw when we were watching Mako, they've got the makings of a decent team. They're just a little bit flaky in some areas, and I forgive the pun, actually don't. But from what we're seeing of Mako, we know that there's some established players, but they just don't have enough to get over the line against Chiefs. We saw Chiefs essentially very methodical in the way they played. They were able to also push smokes, get away with things, particularly in that top site. It wasn't, I guess, a great showing from Mako in that regard. They just didn't seem to have all of their ducks in order. But yeah, from Chiefs' perspective, I think it's the result that they wanted. They didn't want to just win this one. They wanted to win in a dominating fashion. So I think that just checks that box as a domination over Mako. But, Vertigo might be a different kettle of fish.
Do you want to know something very funny, Mitch? This is probably going to tickle you as much as it has just tickled me. So obviously, we didn't actually say to production that you were going to unmute your mic. So your microphone to the stream was actually muted for pretty much like a lot of the time. So what has been happening is the stream has just heard me talking and laughing to myself for the latter stages of that match. And in reality, you didn't say much at all. So I'm not insane. Mitch was actually casting alongside me, but you couldn't hear him. So yeah, that's funny. Hopefully we can change that for the next one.
And I'm over here getting scolded for it too.
Yeah, for all we know, Jim was there as well. God. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I just sound like a mental patient. That's something that someone should just clip together. Just me like going, haha, Mitch, that's a good point. I like what you're saying. Yeah, good one. And then like, in fact, it's just me talking to myself.
Blair's gone and Tom's just descending into madness as the map goes on, just starts imagining him. Yes, Blair, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Actually, I think all you need is Blair's profile picture, which is just that. That's it. That's all you need in response.
That's all I needed. But yeah, obviously in that match, I think we have to look at that and go, it's kind of what we expected. I don't think there's anything too wild about that one. But heading into Vertigo, I think that's going to be something where I want to see how much prep Chiefs have. Because obviously going into your own map choice, if you're prepared, if you're looking good, I can go, okay, that's cool. You've done well. I'm impressed. But now if you're going into your opponent's pick, a map that a lot of teams don't necessarily train, if you're not prepared, if you're going to get battered, then as I said, going forward in the tournament where you've got a team like Renegades who is competent on most maps and very good at others, you're not going to compete like that. I think that's actually where a lot of teams actually fall short in this tournament. As you sort of mentioned, you're going to have a Mirage, an Inferno, classically coming up, a Dust 2, and then when you get down to the nitty gritty, there are teams that don't play Train, there are teams that don't play Nuke, there are teams that don't play Vertigo. So I want to see if Chiefs do have that depth to now go on and go, okay, you picked Vertigo against us, we're going to smash you on that as well.
I think it's interesting to note too that Chiefs will be focusing on their Vertigo against top opposition, not necessarily teams that are a little bit further down the pecking order too. So you'd expect them to come into this with something a little bit more prepared. And when I say prepared, it's preparing to face an order, preparing to face a Renegades, and preparing, to face an Avant if it was a different competition. So they're going to definitely have things a little bit more fleshed out for higher tier opposition. Whereas Mako, yeah, they may have some things that will work here and there, but I don't expect them to have a full plethora of strats. If things start to go wrong, that's where you might see them get into a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm. Well, boys, I
believe we're going to try and get Blair back. He's meant to be our tech support here. I told him to fix the game. He seemed to do that, but instead he broke his own internet to do it. So Hopefully he's going to be able to sort out his routing ready for map number 2, but we are going to be heading off to a short break. And if not, hopefully this time I'll be joined by someone else. Wow, welcome back. This time I am joined by Mitch. So unfortunately, Blair, our host, our analyst, our commentating extraordinaire, is he's gone. He's gone. He's disappeared. He's pulled out his internet cable. He's gone for a nap, and unfortunately, we'll just have to wait and see when he comes back from that. You know, he is a bit of a diva. Everybody knows that about Blair. But Mitch, obviously, you got to actually cast about the same amount of rounds as Blair did in that game. So, how are you feeling about Chiefs' chances going forward?
I'm kidding, production. I'm not.
Don't
I'm not
do
muted.
that.
I just wanted to freak them out a little bit. I could see someone going, "Oh, what the hell?" But yeah, no, I'm feeling good about Chiefs' chances of closing this one out. But I'm hoping that there's something left in the bag here for Mako. Because okay, we talk a big game about Chiefs, and obviously they've just delivered a pretty good performance on Nuke, getting their first win with this lineup. That's banging. But I want to see Mako now. They've come out with the punish pick. They've got Vertigo, and I like this choice from them. I think so far their history has not been horrendous on it. The fact that they've been able to at least deal some decent damage in DreamHack Open versus Rooster. They've beaten another team called Forbidden, and hell, as far as I'm considering in this matchup, having a win against any team is a positive for me. Chiefs aren't that great when it comes down to this map, and maybe we'll see a close one. I reckon probably Mako can make it up to at least double digits, and that's it's about as good as it could have looked, really. Again, without Overpass coming through, obviously Chiefs having the foresight to ban that. I don't really see a map that could have looked better for Mako.
I think the thing that gives me at least a little bit of hope, I guess, is the fact that if I'm thinking about a map where having a sort of proactive calling style could actually work, I think Vertigo's one of them. It's like that and Dust 2, but Dust 2, everybody knows that on Dust 2. Like, oh, yeah, let's put 3 people long. Like, that's the most boring and classic gamble strategy that we've ever seen. Whereas when it comes to Vertigo, I can't believe I'm about to say this. Namiga are one of the teams that I've actually seen be very proactive with their defensive side. Like, they are a squad that has taken big risks, and it actually did work against some of the top teams. Like, obviously, there's a lot being called into question at the moment over the coach thing, which I again, some of the results that we've seen going on, maybe that upset was actually because of that, but obviously that has all been checked already, so they're in the clear at least. But I'm looking forward to seeing maybe more teams do that, because one of the things that we talk about with Vertigo is that the A site, it sucks basically, like with people having to just trying to like take big risks to keep control of it. And I think that because retaking that site is rough.
So I'm gonna just bookmark this in my life real quick. What, 5:32 on the 2nd of September? Tom has just complimented Namiga. This is this is groundbreaking. This the world is changing around us. Maybe you're going mad in lockdown. Who knows? But this is
it's early.
It is. It's early. You don't know what's happening yet. You don't know what you're saying. It's it happens. But yeah, for Mako, let's see what they've got. Let's hope that at least from what we saw in the previous map, there was some sign of life. It's not like they got completely trashed. And they're, as you said, it was their CT side where they really fell down a bit. We expected that really coming into Nuke. It's not the kind of map where if you're feeling a little bit shaky on your legs, if you're calling a lot of gamble stacks, it's not one that's going to work out for you. I think it's probably the most challenging CT side in the pool. So now at least coming to Vertigo, they can have that little bit of a leg up. But the reality is, we don't want to sell anything fake here. No matter what, Chiefs should be the favorites. They should be walking out with this win.
Well, yeah, and I think the other thing as well is I don't believe going into this the Chiefs would not be prepared. Like, as we sort of mentioned, like, they are not a team that are coming in, for example, with like low expectations. They've got a coach in Yam who's someone who has been around the Australian scene for a long time. Even if you don't know much about a sort of oceanic Counter-Strike, you're going to know who Yam is. Like, if you don't, then you probably live under a rock. And the other side of it is as well is like the players they brought in are young talent. Like, they're players who are going to be up and coming. They're a team being built for the future. So they want to come in here, and I think playoffs is a minimum. Like, they at least want to be getting into that later stage of the bracket. And they're not going to do that without a decent map pool. So if they've got both Nuke and Vertigo on lock, then there could be some exciting upsets, especially as we sort of talk about how a lot of teams that sort of lean towards the Infernos, the Mirages, the Dust 2s. Either way, Mitch, we're into the pistol.
Yeah, we're getting going nice and early. No delays on this one, and no delay for the action. Already, Mako getting up in the grill of Chiefs, and they've got a double opening. Moving in towards the A site, they've got it completely open for the taking. Nice shot by Vexite to at least pull back something, and that's K-Star drop. They're going one by one, Tom. They're giving the opportunities to the USPs to pull this all the way back, and at least a return by Calamari, as you love him being called. Oh, look at this by Soju. He's so aggressive.
Oh, it's risky and it doesn't pay off. Zeph now, the only one remaining, needs to hit some tasty taps and he'll get one, but that is all. So Mako Shark again, they're going to start things off strong. The thing is here, it's a weird one because obviously this is Mako's map choice. So I'm going to again make the assumption that that means Chief got to choose the side. If anything, this is one of the maps where I'd lean it still to the T side. Like, I think there's a lot to be done with the T side strats, especially with this A side being such a good opportunity to get bomb plant, to get after plant positions. I still think that there's a lot of work that can be done on the T side. And for Mako, as said, when it came to both sort of maps that we've just, like the one we witnessed and the one I saw yesterday, their T side was something I was more impressed with because they were able to gather up as a unit. They seem to have good strategies, good team synergy. Zeph here, he's managed to get a Galil very early into this round. How did he get that Galil?
I don't I don't quite know. He's caught excerpts off guard, evidently. With that with that early
I'm
weapon.
so confused. No one was dead, were they?
Excerpts was,
Like
yeah.
I thought he killed him with the. Oh, or did he just dink up someone else? Maybe I'm just confused. I think I've gone senile in the fact that I've just watched that first map and casted it mostly alone. It's I've lost my mind, Mitch. Maybe
so.
just take it from here.
He's just spawned in a Galil. Just started running at people like, I've got an auto sniper and the pistol around. Let's go, boys. Well, hopefully, I mean, that would be one thing. We've had the coach cheating, but hell, if we're getting SV_cheats, let's roll with that. Mako, though, they're pulling it all the way back. They might have gifted a weapon over to their opponents, and here it comes through to save the day. Zeph with one on range versus the AK. What? He gets away with it and comes through with more. A 4K for Zeph, and a ridiculous turn of events for Mako, losing out on the second round. Oh, man. So when we actually look at the stats for this map, Tom, it's 52% of the terrorist side rounds are won out. So it is slightly T-sided, definitely. And especially considering it's their opponent's pick, I think they've given Mako a real lifeline by allowing Mako to start in the T-side. But,
yeah.
Look, answering back on the second round, well, that's one way to make a statement.
Yeah, that all came off the back of, like, Zert losing himself the Galil, like making more of a solo play. I was giving them credit for like how they play as a unit a lot of the time, and instead he was sort of lurking. And as I said, there's been times where even though again, like he's the person you expect to unnecessarily frag the more supportive role, if you're giving up a gun that ends up losing you a round, that's a bit much. That's a little bit too much of an oversight on an individual basis. This one already looking pretty bleak. They do have the Deagle on Callum, and he's someone who was at least sort of a shining light in the last map. Him and Jimmy, I think at least showed up. We didn't necessarily see the best from K-Star, who was at least statistically the person we expected to coming into the event. Not quite getting off to that hot start. But Nuke can be a pretty tough map for an author, so I'll forgive him on that one. This is going quite well, though. Jimmy at least manages to get one. He's stuck in the corner. The MP9, definitely not the ideal weapon to try and get something done here. 45 seconds left, and still the bomb in his hands. He doesn't expect his opponent, Soju, to come in from behind.
It's like a horror movie. He turns around, gets a jump scare. 2-1. That's how I feel when I come up the stairs at night, you know, when you turn the light off. You still do that, Tom?
And you run.
No, you gotta run. You gotta run between the rooms.
I live in I don't have stairs.
Well, true.
So that doesn't really work for me. Like if I'm just expecting people to be around my apartment, that would be a bit weird. But you know, I think it's when I'm home alone, I still have those moments where I'll like go and be like, did I close the front door?
Oh,
and
no.
then like 10 minutes later, I'll be like, but did I now just like somehow unclose it? and then just like I'll walk back to him and be like, nope, still closed. And then and then just be like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm losing it.
Yeah. Well, as we slowly decay into madness, Soju's just picked up a little bit of cash. He's got his farming clothes on. He's out there. He's reaping the rewards of the weapon he's invested into. 7.7k built up coming into round number 5. Not too shabby, Tom. I'll take that.
Nice. That's not a bad position to be in, and especially when they can play this one as a bit of a bonus round because of how much money they've already managed to build up. This is like the worst position really for Mako. They win the pistol, you're like, okay, this is the chance. They come close in like even some of the force buys they had after that, but realistically you've still given the best start possible. And Vexite, I'm loving watching him play so far. As I said, he's the youngster. He's the sort of rookie, the new kid on the block that we haven't really got to see play too much with this roster because of the provisions that have been put in place that means he can't necessarily play. And he's playing super aggressive. Like he's getting up in their faces. These are people that maybe he should, well, consider respecting a little bit more, but he doesn't care. And I like that. It's almost like the loose cannon within this Chiefs roster, and he's getting away with far too much so far.
Look how split they are at the moment for Mako. They've still got one player towards B harassing.
Please check
That Surt's
sandbags.
dead.
Please
They
check
haven't
sandbags.
checked it.
Please.
They haven't done
Please.
it. They're not
Please.
checking the corners, Tom. They're
Please.
leaving it open.
Check sandbags!
Oh, no.
No!
Oh, they've done
I
themselves.
shouldn't do that at 7 a.m.
Yeah, you're going to have some very angry Ukrainian people coming around. In a minute.
They have real jobs. They're probably awake. What was it? It's a Wednesday. They'll probably be like, "Oh, this guy's a bit weird," but yeah, that's I'm gonna call that the unforgivable sin of Vertigo. If you don't check sandbags, I don't like you. Like, that makes me very upset.
It's a very catchy name you've gone for there. The unforgivable sin of Vertigo. It really rolls off the tongue.
Yeah,
I can see that catching on.
I'm a storyteller, you know. It's not about being short and snappy. No money though, Mitch. Unfortunately, the same as you and I, in poverty.
Yes, I too have blocks lying around the place. Absolutely.
Well, to be fair, I do not have money to spend on weaponry and grenades. So if anything, we are in the same position.
There you go. I don't think I can invest in weaponry and grenades, even if I wanted to.
That's a good thing.
I have swords. If that helps.
Well, are you like leaking a new patch that's coming soon, like the samurai replacement?
Double the range on your knife.
But double the price. Welcome to Counter-Strike.
Oh well, 5-1, Tom. It ain't looking good for Mako. They need to get into this round as I say that.
That's happened 3 times now.
Calamari's been served up on a golden platter. Oh, let's go for another. Why not? Good lads.
Okay, so Vexite has now peaked that like little side alley angle 3 rounds and got away with a kill. Talking of unforgivable sins, that's definitely up there with it as well. It's these are sort of things that, as said, like when you're playing with confidence, when you're out and out the better team, that's something you can expect. But I think going into your map choice, like Mako are now just losing rounds off purely individual basis, and you can even see how sort of cheeky some of the players on Chiefs are getting. Like that is a re-peek onto the stairs of the B site when you knew there was a player down there. Like you're just having fun with it at this point, it seems.
Yeah, keeping up that kind of performance definitely ain't gonna give you a win against a team like Chiefs. And from what we've seen so far, obviously it's a solid showing, but you have to take into the context of the game, right? Of who they're against. We still need to wait till later on to really draw any conclusions about Chiefs. I want to see them versus Order, who have looked mortal. I mean, Roosters managed to take them down, but that was solely off just individual skill leaking out of that roster. Oh man, they haven't checked the back left corner now. They've left off to it. It seems like every angle that Chiefs are just holding in, they're left clear of. Now, granted, he was only there for a few seconds and a flash came around to allow him to peek. It was really well handled by Chiefs overall in that round. They find the opening kills. They're not overextending. And that's another problem for Mako. You know, like, even when the rounds are coming apart a little bit, when Chiefs get ahead, they then just turtle in and they're playing off each other. So there's no point where even in that peak there, when they're checking towards the B site to see if those players are there, there's a flash for the peak. It's not like he's just dry peeking and given an opportunity.
Yeah, I think the thing that worries me is that in a lot of cases you can see teams like almost try and make riskier and riskier plays to try and like solve what is the problem of like things not working. Now they sort of fake over onto the other side with the opening pick, and Soju, he's just about going to get away. He has the support from Zeph, but it's a bit of an awkward fight. Soju, though, still standing strong. He's going to peek out for his 3rd kill of the round. Like, that was nobody else even fighting at that point. Zeph had decided to just sit back and wait for the rotation, but Soju went all in. He downed it, you could say. And now, for the remaining 2 players, K-Star and Callum, CK of Counter-Strike, well, they've got to blow the pants off the rest of us.
Yeah, he's really come in and just gone for the he's gone for the shoey and booted them out afterwards. It was gorgeous. For Chiefs, so I feel like Soju had to commit to that fight, right? There was no way he could have backed off. There was no way to play safe, as Zeph pretty much just left him on an island by himself, left him marooned. And for him to get one more kill, that was all he needed to do, and he just took it to the extreme on that one. The nades being heard towards the A site. They know it's going to be a hit here. Off news already on the flank. That smoke actually might keep them back a little bit, but they're going to have to push through it eventually. On the timing, good shot by K-Star. Zeph is low HP. This could really spiral out of control. He might want to wait for the flank to come through. He's not going to be able to deny the bomb, and this is dangerous now. Going for the head peek angle, just delaying as long as he can, allowing off new to come up behind. Those steps should be heard by now, surely. Hello? Well, they definitely heard the gunshots. This 1v2 just became a whole lot more difficult.
It seems almost impossible at this point. Tap onto the bomb. Obviously going for it because he has the cash, but the split offense is going to be enough to kill off the remaining players. So they do make that one work in the 2 versus 3. And I have to say I was quite surprised by their sort of full rotation, even after having the B site under their control. They're getting themselves into a better after plant position. It's going to at least set them up nicely for this one. The problem is, Mitch, I'm almost going for the opposite of like every cloud has a silver lining. It seems like there's a storm coming because they win a round, but with only one player. So their money is wrecked. Like if they lose this round, they're going to be having some real financial problems. And even in this round, they have a player on a deagle and they just won for the first time in what, like 4 or 5 rounds?
It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Like, oh man, for Offnu to just go swinging back out there and find another, I feel like it really underlines where Chiefs are at the moment. They are playing so confident. And now it's time for that typical just turtling in, not giving away the opportunities. I see APOC just shifting forward with that operator. Or operator? Where am I at? I'm in Valorant at the moment, Tom, with the op. It happens. It happens. It's been a little bit too much recently.
I don't think I've heard someone do it the other way around.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
I've heard the word bomb said a million times in Valorant. And
oh yeah, I'm not going to be calling it the spike. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that one might be a little bit too much, but here we go. It's already a 2 versus 4. I said there seemed to be a storm coming, and it looks like the leader of that storm is APOC. 2 kills already off the back of the AWP. Push coming into the site. They do manage to get Vex site, but that is all a complete reset straight away for the side of Mako Shark. Of course, no winner is punishing as it used to be, but even still, they're not going to have enough money to invest into this round, and Chiefs are looking stellar on their CT side of Vertigo.
Do you know what OP stands for, Tom?
AWP.
Yeah, do you know what AWP stands for?
I don't.
It's Arctic Warfare Police, apparently. I remember looking it up before. It's just because it's a law enforcement series of the rifle. There you go. And it's not used on any snow maps in CSGO. Bring back Sub-Zero.
Oh god. Nice shot from Callum. Of course, this is a round where they only have pistols available to them, and well, realistically, they shouldn't be getting much done, but they have brought it into a 2-on-2. There's some weaponry to be found. Unfortunately, the rotation is so fast from Chiefs. Jimmy, though, I mentioned him as someone who could step up. He's found 2. There's only 1 more to go, but it's Vexite, the youngster, looking to try and make his mark once again. He's actually going to play this so perfect. He falls back out of the site and peeks around the side of the scaffolding. Even a couple of BM taps to end the round, but you know what? You earned it.
He absolutely did. 8-2 for Chiefs. And a really motivating round for them as well. Yeah, I think Mako are going to start to feel deflated pretty soon. They're already behind in the series. This is their map pick. It was their chance to really get it done. I think they would have been happy with the fact that they started on the T side. Obviously, with the advantage it brings, the fact that it's their map pick, you'd hope that they'd have something ready for us. And it's been silly mistakes to start it off, and then rounds that have gotten gradually closer, but now still swinging the way of Chiefs. And it's got to be a real kick in the delicates for them. You're looking for some way to pull this back, and early on in this round, not giving openings. They're trying to find the pick with the op above the smoke. It's just such a habit for me now, and not able to actually. Oh, there it is eventually. K-Star gets it connected. So they waited now a good 30 seconds and eventually it's delivered. Chiefs got that little bit too aggressive and now they've got the opening pick. What do they do with it though, Tom?
Please. I can't live through this again. They're sneaking round the short side, which Vexite, it seems like he's trying to adapt his position here. But even still, like getting a decent afterplant on the A site without clearing the sandbags is not something I ever want to see. There's a Molotov in the hands of K-Star. There we go. He's cleared the position. He's actually going to sit in it for a little bit of time and almost manages to catch out Zerts, but it won't quite be enough. They've learned from their mistakes, Mitt. Something I can always give credit to. And their patience actually pays off. They're going to clear out this site with little to no problems at all. And the remaining players of the Chiefs are just going to have to retreat and try and save their guns.
Much better round coming through from Mako. I love that. The fact that they wait above the smoke for the pick, even when it fades, they hold down the positions, knowing Chiefs are going to get aggressive. And you saw it just the previous round, right? Not only did they get aggressive with the op and find the opening duel, but then Offnu even went in for more. So at this point, they've realized, you know what? These guys aren't respecting us. We can hold down and they will push us. They will give us those opportunities in the early round. And because of that, they've managed to find one under their belt now. Even for Jimmy, backing off is actually quite important because the money isn't great. You know, they definitely want to be saving all these weapons. So as soon as he gets dinked up, he's like, yep, I'm out of here. I'm bailing, saving this AK. Let's let them have theirs. And you can see the impact, right? Let's pretend Jimmy goes forward and he finds one kill. It doesn't do anything to Chiefs. Not for right now. There's so much money built up. Whereas for Mako, it's much more important to actually have that money in the bank.
Of course, looking at all the statistics for now, Soju, Zaf having a hell of a time, but it's not like there's really a weak link at the moment for the CT side. So realistically, I'm going to wait and see whether or not Mako can start building into this one. It's going to be those same peaks. Now, they got punished in the last round. I almost like the fact that they're still feeling confident enough to go for these riskier plays. APOC, though, also gets tagged, and they're going to try and throw this boost in. It's a very common one. It's something that you might see with some of the sweatier matchmaking players who like to throw this one in. It does give you an angle, but it also has its risks about it. Callum has to be careful going a little bit further, but they'll hear the step down. And that could at least give an inkling that there's going to be multiple players here. Even still, though, the T's not really reacting to it, just not taking too much control for now.
He falls off the angle just as they start to push up forward. And again, they've definitely heard that step now. So the idea that there's two players should definitely be in their head. And the utility usage really confirms that. The tick of the molly, they know there's a player close. No idea about under the scaffolds. The nade deep, not connecting. And Mako are looking to push in towards this side even still. The stack has been pulled off a little bit, but those players are quick on the rotate. APOC Dud isn't far behind. Offnu got really lucky on the pullback timing as well. He was about to be peaked from scaffolds. And 35 seconds. I mean, they've got to go. They're pretty much locked into this side at this point. And it rotates on its way from Chiefs.
And that's the thing, they actually rotated a player off because every time they peeked out, they didn't see anyone. It is just the timing wasn't there. The problem is, it's taken so long for Mako to actually act on this that there's going to be a full team waiting for them when they finally go pushing into the site. Nice work from Offnu to still be standing. He's the aggressor in most of these rounds, but at the same time, he seems to be the hardest to kill. He's going to sneak his way back out once again, and it's left onto K-Star. He's got no time. Round's already done, Mitch, and he's probably going to die after the clock. It couldn't be any worse for the AWPer here, as Chiefs again win a round. And as said, like, I came into this like looking at, say, for example, the youngster. I was looking at Vexite or maybe APOC Dud as the AWPer. I'll be honest, so far today, Offnu's been my player of the day. He's been fantastic.
Absolutely. And I said, you know, I used to watch him back on Tainted Minds. He was really enjoyable to watch back then, but I feel like he's definitely stepped up his game significantly ever since back in those MDL days. His Chiefs lineup looking good in their opening match is a full 5-man anyways. And on 9-3, it's hard to imagine things spiraling out of control because the way they've been playing now, I feel like the T side is scary. You know, it's not where Mako want to be. Mako's CT has been rough. Chiefs are dominating. Look at Offnu. What's he going to be able to do when he's on the attacking side and he's able to actually come through with more? of those individual plays. Oh, Zeph is not having a good time at all there. He's just been dinked out of this universe. But Jimmy, well, he didn't quite know where that smoke was.
Yeah, that looked like almost an easy entry into the B side. Instead, don't face your back to the opponent. Not something I necessarily thought I'd have to say. Obviously, the plan was to try and get a flash through. Zertz, though, has managed to sort of lurk his way through mid, finding some space. Again, not really having the best of matches, struggling a bit in the fragging department, but he's found an impactful one here. It's given some space, and Apoc Dud is now going to be the lone defender, completely surrounded with the AWP in hand. They're not actually pressuring him too heavily, though. The flashbangs, though, are really good, but he still nails the shot, at least taking one for his troubles. Zertz has to try and rotate in, but they expect him at this point. It's too little too late. And I feel like the lurk didn't really play as much of an impact as it should have done. K-Star to try and save them here, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Again, it's a dominating first half on arguably the less favored side of the map for Chiefs, and for Mako Shark, well, it's looking like it's going to be a rough day at the office.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with that. I think the scoreline is fully with you. After that opening duel, everything going their way, really. They're holding for the push on ramp. They lose that fight, as we just saw there in the replay. Obviously, we caught Jimmy going through the smoke and not really having a clue where he was. It was like Alice in Wonderland. He was just falling down the rabbit hole. And at this point, I don't really see any positive takeaways from Mako. You know, you mentioned their CT side might be a little bit easier to handle here, and I think I'm inclined to agree with you definitely than over on Nuke. There's a lot less pressure, certainly on the rotates and map coverage, which has been their main issue. But my God, they're just being torn apart, and it's not that they're being locked out of rounds either. It's the fact that they're opening rounds and that Chiefs are just playing a very loose, very aggressive style towards these opening battles. I mean, the first 6 or so rounds, you saw Chiefs be quite tight, right? They'd go in for opening duels, then they would just sit back, and they'd allow Mako to come to them, not giving them any opportunities to come back in. The opportunities now have been there a million times over for Mako to come through with a round win. If anything, it's looked favorable the majority of the time.
I love it. Apoc Dud just runs through a smoke with the NWP. I want to point out again, how is Offnu alive? Like, I don't understand how he managed to survive in that position. He was completely blind in a corner. Okay, Callum. This is now possible. Offnu so low on health. Bomb is dropped. 30 seconds. He spots out his opponent, but again, he just seems to be a survivor. How? How did he survive? No, he has something like... I don't even understand. He's part of the Matrix. Like, he just dodging bullets. Like, he was stuck in the corner that we can see on screen now for like a good 20 seconds down on 12 HP. He just wide peeks at the end and headshots his opponent. I hope we get to see, like, how? Like, he's just sat in this corner being sprayed at. That makes absolutely no sense. And wow. This man is either the luckiest man alive or he has some strats that I don't know about.
He's just, honestly, on repeat, he's got Titanium playing in the background. Like, look, what? What is this? He's just peeked ramp again. How many times has this man pushed ramp? And Mako are holding for it. They were watching for him to peek, and he killed 3 people. How has he done that? That's ridiculous. Like, he's got 18 kills now. And the thing is, those 18 kills have come off the back of just sheer madness. Look at this. What are you doing? You're looking at him. There were 3 players who were assigned to watching that angle, and one that wide swung with his back turned. Like, what? Tom, what's happening?
But that's the thing. I feel like if you look at someone like Vexite, you've just got to kind of go, how are you this lucky? Like, because he's been doing similar things. He's 9 and 9. That's about right. You get a kill, you die. That's how it should be. But then Offnu's probably been the most aggressive player. As said, he's the one who goes searching for information. He's the one who takes risks. And he's 18 and 8. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, they should be punishing him more, but I don't even want to blame Mako too much. I just think that this man has some BS going on that we can't deal with. Nonetheless, they now go on to the T side. As said, like, I would almost expect more rounds most of the time on the T side. So this is a real worry. And for Mako, their T sides have been better from what I've seen so far from them. So I am definitely worried for them. They're going to need the second pistol for sure. And Callum doing his best to hold on. But again, it's just a fast play in towards this B site and after plant on a site that, well, a lot of the time is completely negated because it is the tougher to take. That's why you normally go towards A. Instead, they now have 4 players looking to try and defend it. And it's so rough for the CTs to try and get back into this one.
They've at least got the opening pick. Like, look at this swing by Vexite. If that doesn't just scream confidence at you, I don't know what does. Like, you can't expect that if you're Mako. You've got 3 players there on the angle, ready to go. And this mad, just lunatic swings through, rattling off block shots like a madman. What can you do? Like, what? Like, look at that. Look at, how does he not die here? 2 players looking at him, and he just keeps going. It's insane.
Well, this is a very different second round buy to what we saw in the first map. The first map, they went for 4 rifles. Now they've gone for 4 SMGs. Looking to try and farm up some cash. Obviously, on this map, there's a lot more close-knit angles, utility to take control, whereas we can talk about Nuke having that sort of massive outside area with plenty of ranged battles. You got to just be crying at this point if you're Zilla. He just pushes the smoke, finds that opening pick. The rest of the team actually going to rotate in to try and support, as they're now just going to try and use the numbers advantage to gain themselves those extra frags. The flank is not a bad position from the CT side, but if they do get this going, it needs to be quick. And instead, they've actually gone rotating all the way back, what looks like even to the B side. So they're not going to have anybody here as the push actually comes in. It's going to take them such a long time. I'm quite surprised by that decision. Like, you're already in a round where you're unlikely to win it. Take some risks. Do something a little bit more aggressive, because rotating that far around when they already have the ramp, you were never going to be there in time.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely trying to take that risk and come in for the flank play could have been the call, but I mean, really, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. You see that Mako just went through on that one with, again, sheer confidence. It didn't work out in all their fights. Zilla got wrecked on that one as well, because that was a gap that had only just emerged. His teammates were watching on short the whole time, and as they fell back, then Zilla was like exposed for 2 seconds from that angle, which is exactly the timing on the push. Oh no, they've stacked it as well, Tom. My heart goes out. They're doing the right thing. They're making the right read, but it's just a full fight. Oh no, they pulled a knife out. For God's sake, that's just unnecessary.
I don't even know what you could call that. Like, you talk about rubbing salt in the wounds. I feel like that's like rubbing chili powder in the wounds. Like, they're already dead. Come on, like, you didn't need to do that. Yeah, it's like just get the like ghost chili pepper out and just start lathering it in. Like, they're already hurting enough, guys. You didn't need to knife them to make it 15-3. Mako Sharks, but again, like, the good with the bad, right? You got to talk about Mako Sharks definitely haven't performed, but at the same time, this Chiefs roster is looking good. Even just on an individual level, I'm impressed with how they're playing. The sheer level of confidence that we're seeing from this roster is a great sign for them going forward in the tournament. And who knows, maybe they are going to add a little bit of spice to what was looking like a very clear-cut tournament for Renegades.
Maybe, yeah. Look, one can only hope. Honestly, we come in and we say, oh, Renegades Order, these are the only ones you got to worry about. And in terms of more points, it still does seem quite likely. Again, they just need to make top 4. But I'm all down to see a team like this challenge. That's exactly what we want. We want competition. We want close games and close tournaments from the get-go. And sure, the major run, realistically, I think Chiefs are understanding that that's not likely to go their way. But as we said, it's all about practice, right? It's all about getting that, testing your lineup, making sure that what you're already planning to do is actually worthwhile. And obviously earning a couple bucks along the way.
Well, 40 seconds left. Now going to see Soju getting the entry in. Just looking for the afterplant position. Already looking like a rough situation for the CT side, as the Molotovs will force them back, and in a retake, they really don't have much to play with. In fact, it doesn't even look like they have a kit available to them either. So it's one smoke, one flashbang And, well, now 4 players to find. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from APOC Dud. It does seem like they're having fun, and, well, maybe he knew this was coming. Soju with 1, looking for a second. It's a bit dicey, and actually it doesn't go his way. It's left all on to Zeph now. A 4th round looking likely, but there's the spray! What is that from Zeph? What a way to close out this match, and dear Lord, what a dominating performance from the side of Chiefs. That was far too easy for their own good.
Jesus, what was that at the end? That was absolutely filthy.
Wait. He's back from his nap. He's back from his nap. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Do you have a nice sleep? I know that wasn't the reason, but I also know that it probably triggers you far more than it triggers me that you disappeared randomly, so I might as well meme you for it.
Yeah, that was rough. 2 internet lines and they both crapped the bed. It is the way it is, online Counter-Strike and all of that. But you know what was crapping the bed? Also, the Mako Shark. They got completely reamed. That was a fresh shark fin soup right there for the boys from Chiefs. Jim?
It was. They definitely met their Makos in Chiefs.
Tom, you love that, don't you? Tom loves it. Tom loves that. This is terrible.
He does. We're gonna play off each other just fine, Tom, if you love it. But I mean, you looked at Chiefs, the way that they played, they were so confident. They were just contesting areas, and what they were doing was forcing Mako to use so much time and utility before they even got close to the site. So it was just easy then for Chiefs to ball up after they were done picking them apart in the main areas of the A site and, of course, the B stairs. But, you know, it was just... it was the Chiefs that were determined, but also, as you could see, confident. Vexard, I think, encapsulated that perfectly, just pushing forward, getting those 3 headshots on pistol, and just, you know, really enjoying himself. I think it's safe to say that Chiefs, his first hit out in an official competition of this caliber with this roster, they really did just punch down on Mako.
And I mean, Mitch, it's something we mentioned as well for Chiefs. Like what we were expecting from Chiefs was them just basically stomping Mako, which is exactly what we saw. However, from Mako's side, like Nuke, they put up a little bit of a fight. I felt like, even though it felt like a 4-1 conclusion that Chiefs are going to win it, but Vertigo, their map pick, it just felt like they really didn't know what to do to what Chiefs are throwing in their general direction.
Yeah, so the problem I wouldn't put down to the map at all. What I would really say is that we saw a lot of rounds where Mako, okay, the first 6 rounds or so were messy. Then they started to realize, okay, Chiefs are just pushing us. They're just playing this super aggressive style, like Vexside and Offnu constantly pushing forward on the ramp. So they hold for it. They get advantages, whether it was towards B stairs. There were like 2 rounds where they got the opening there. The rest of them were towards the A site that they would actually punish 1 or 2 kills. And then they just play super slow. End up running up into a stack because there's a bit of a push. They realize they're not coming B, rotate fully A. At that point, Mako run in and 1 at a time get picked off. They weren't playing off each other on those pushes. They didn't have the utility, or they didn't use it correctly when they were pushing in, depending on the round we're looking at. It felt like, you know, really what they need to do is go off and look at themselves as a team and how they play those situations, because when you're finding yourself in a 5v4 or a 5v3 situation, you should not be losing those rounds. At least, you know, 80% of the time, you should be closing them out. And from what we saw here, it was inverse.
But do you know what they need, Mitch? Do you know what they need? They need a complete makeover.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Damn it! Oh, it's too early. Tom, it's the first match.
I had to get out.
He sensed blood in the water and he had to go for it.
I don't want to be here anymore. Can I leave?
How am I going to deal with Mitch? Why are we dealing with this?
I don't know, Blood. Honestly, can we just let these two just go at it all day, and we'll just go take a nap
here's
again?
The thing. I'm terrified to see, like, I actually want to see Tom and Jim cast a game together. I think it might just break the internet. But very quickly, before we like wrap this one up, Tom, like if you look at the way Chiefs played Nuke, they were a little trepidant. They were giving a bit of respect to Mako. On Vertigo, they're just whooping them. Like, there's so much of aggression coming out from them. Sure, a couple of plays there. The final round, for example, I think it was Zeph who got the 1v3. A few rounds going their way, a little bit of luck, but apart from that, they were just being very aggressive, very in your face with against Mako. It's almost like they woke up, or they're more like, guys, this is kind of easy.
I think part of it was down to like in some of the earlier rounds of Nuke, they got shut down, for example, by like a UMP triple kill or something like that. So there was maybe a round that made them respect their opponent. Whereas in this match, there wasn't. Like there was like nothing that really sort of stopped them from just running over their opponent. Like as Mitch was saying, that if you are able to aggressively peek ramp and get a triple kill, why would you stop? Like you're just going to keep going. You're just going to keep like going for these aggressive, risky plays. So yeah, I rate it. Keep it up.
All right, and we do, of course, have the MVP of this particular matchup, and I wonder who it's going to be. I think everyone had a great time. They're often had a great time on map number 2.
Is it the man in our call at the moment, by any chance?
It could be.
Could it be?
I think it's. I think it might be Vexite, if I'm not very much mistaken here. The youngster,
no.
Having an opportunity. Is it? No, I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. That's the illusion of it. That's the magic of it. It is going to be Vexite.
It is Vexite, and no surprises, right? I mean, he didn't like top frag on Vertigo, but it's mainly because there were two. The rest of his teammates were basically just farming these frags, but everyone having a good time. But for Vexite, this is a player who we've been speaking about. Very young, just turned 16, if I'm not mistaken, and having an opportunity to kind of show what he's really made of and why Chiefs picked him up, and he's shown up here, Jim.
He certainly has, and I think it's been a long time coming for him. I know he's been sitting on the sidelines, chomping at the bit just to get amongst the action, having to sit out some fairly significant competitions for Chiefs. So I think, at least in his regard, it's a bit of vindication, should I say, for having to wait it out a little bit just to turn 16 to be able to play these competitions.
Sweet 16, and he of course has a pretty nice. I don't even know when his birthday is, but really showing up here. But any final thoughts? I'm going to give this one to you, Mitch. Like any final thoughts on this matchup? I guess it kind of played out the way we expected, right?
Yeah, it did, right? And I'm always going to be nervous when I see a team play the way like Offnu and Vexite did on ramp, just getting aggressive, peeking everything. But what I will say is in those first couple of rounds, the initial ones where they were putting out their feeler on what their opponents were doing, you saw that they have got the capability to play a tight version of Counter-Strike, to play properly, I guess. And then obviously at a point they just went, yeah, we're better than these guys. Let's just roll them. Like Offnu, yeah, let's push. You get 3 kills every round, go for it. And in a situation like that, I will elate what I'd usually say, which is like, oh, these guys, when they play against tactically deep teams, are they going to be able to adapt? Because you can't do that. Well, we already saw that from them.
All right, and we do, of course, have a winners interview coming up for you guys, and I wonder who it's going to be. I did see the Twitch chat, and they were spamming for Vexite, but I do believe we have someone else who's going to be joining us right now, and I do believe it should be APOC. And there we go, APOC joining us. Hello, congratulations. That's a great way to start off your campaign here.
Yeah, wasn't bad. Bit of fun.
Wasn't bad, but
not much more to say about it.
Okay, I actually have a question for you. Like, with Vexite coming in, it is kind of like a statement, right? For him personally, he did have a great showing. But as a team, like as an org, as a team, for you guys coming into this particular event, like, what are your expectations? You did come in third in the previous RMR. You have a number of points to work with, and I guess I wouldn't be surprised to say you guys are going for the win. But it's going to be kind of hard here. You do still have to face off against Renegades and Order potentially. But overall, like, what's your final goal coming into this event? I know it's a little early in the day, but still.
I mean, obviously a win is the kind of grand goal. But I think just kind of proving ourselves as well. I mean, this is the first tournament we've really been able to have our proper roster and have like at least a little bit of prac, even though things have been kind of a bit messy with, having to use a sub for the last tournament. But yeah, I think just kind of proving ourselves that we're able to contend with Order and Renegades. Obviously, Avant aren't here, but yeah, I think that's pretty much the main goal, and winning.
Do you expect with the likes of, for example, Mako, for them to put up a little bit more of a fight? Because let's be real, like especially in map number 2, it did just look like you guys were having fun with it, like maybe playing a bit more risky than you would normally. Did you expect more from them?
No. I mean,
no.
I don't know. It was. I think we were just having fun. We just had a lot of confidence, obviously, and kind of weren't really in any danger of losing that game, I'd say. And I think all in all, we were just the better team. And obviously, like, didn't want to show too much stuff, and just kept it kind of simple and yeah, just basically shot them, and yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I think you could say you kept it simple when it came down to like that. Probably from round 7 onwards, it seemed very two-dimensional the way you guys were just taking fights, right? Every fight goes your way. That's ideal.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
Pretty much everyone's it's just go kill people, you know?
exactly. Go kill. It's the best kind of calm. My matchmaking teammates always go with that. Always works. But obviously you guys have got a pretty tough game potentially coming up next. It's going to be the winner of Order and Paradox, and so you guys are playing Order next. When it comes down to that game, obviously there's a lot, because that's a proving ground for you, right? If you get to actually defeat Order, that already just legitimizes you guys as a lineup, shows you've got the potential. How do you guys feel about that matchup coming up? Like, is there anything in particular you kind of come into that hoping for, other than the win?
I mean, we haven't beat them in quite a while now, and we haven't beaten them in an official with this roster, obviously.
Yep.
Or with any of the subs we've had. So getting that victory against them would be really big, because right now we're kind of, top 4, but not proven top 4. And I think winning against Order would kind of cement that. I think like this team can 100% contend with Order and Avant, and potentially Renegades in the future. And beating them now would be, I mean, for one, just a good confidence boost that, we've done the right thing with this roster, waiting out the however many months with Vexite. And just like kind of rebuilding the whole roster. So that would, I think that win would be really important, like mentally. And yeah, I mean, obviously just for winning the game, and continuing into, not having the lower bracket run would be nice. So yeah.
Now, obviously, you've been in IGL for quite some time, and I think first and foremost, a bit of indication, as you said, waiting things out with Vexite. But are you finding, bringing in experienced heads like Ofnu and, of course, Yam in the coaching role, that you're finding things a little bit easier now with yourself? You're a little bit more comfortable playing your own game?
It's been very helpful for developing a game. I don't think it's necessarily easier for me, because there's almost more things that I have to be aware of now, like more things than I am aware of now, as to like how to play better CS. So I'm kind of actually focusing on more things, which, it's something I'm working on, because I'm kind of overthinking things a lot, and not focusing as much on my individual game. So it kind of had the opposite effect, but I think our overall strategical/tactical game is a lot better than it was prior to having them.
All right. Well, I'm not going to take much of your time, so good luck for your next game. You're probably going to need it as well, but yeah, I'll have to let you go at that. I'll catch you later. Congratulations once more.
Thanks very much. Have a good one.
All right, so we're just going to be talking a little bit more about, basically the final thoughts. Jim, like you're the one who's been keeping a close eye on this particular lineup for a while. So any final thoughts before we throw to a break, and then we talk about the next one?
Look, I think it's about time these guys started to show their wares. I think this is a good first showing from them. They got better as that series went on. I think they really got comfortable against their opponents. So this is going to be a case of them growing into this competition, but they've got to grow fast, because their next opposition could be Order. It might be Paradox if something completely haywire happens. Because
I lose my mind if that happened, honestly.
Yeah, look, there's a lot going on in terms of external factors as well. Potential for power
what if
outages
Ustillo
and
isn't
things
a
like
monster?
That. So,
Or
what
a
if he
lobster,
isn't?
for that matter.
What if he isn't? So, it could all go haywire. But that being said, though, they're going to have to grow quickly into this competition. It's a good first showing for them, and I think they'll be happy with their first outing.
Well, on that note, I'm probably going to throw to a break, because Tom, Mitch, and myself as well, no one wants to listen to us really talk about these teams, because we really don't know much, to be very honest. So we're going to be cutting to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the next game of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020, Day 1, Game 1 done and dusted. We have Game 2 coming up. And of course, my name is Blair, and I can't do this alone. I have three wonderful gentlemen to take all of us through what should be an interesting day of some pretty fun Counter-Strike action. Of course, we have Tom, we got Mitch, and of course, we have Jim down there. Gentlemen, hope you've had your a little bit of sips of coffee. I think you needed that after that particular matchup, Mitch.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be so active so early in the day, but you know, sometimes it's called for when other people are so tired. I mean, it was so early in the day for you. I'm glad you got your nap though. You're ready to go now.
I'm ready to go now. And you know what? I'm really ready to go with the next matchup because we have Order and we have Paradox playing. And Tom, we got a favorite player in the server. It's going to be Stillo. I do believe he is a lobster.
Yeah, definitely is a lobster. It's still one of those things. I have absolutely no idea how that was misheard or if it was just intentionally misheard. But yeah, I've seen signs of it. I've seen adverts of it. It was a beautiful moment. Thank you very much for that, Harry, for immortalizing my name in comparison with you, Stillo. And I think it's actually one of the reasons. Like, for a while, I genuinely had in my Twitter bio, like, I have been told that Ustillo is a monster. So,
I remember that.
Yeah, it is now gone because
why?
Well, I want to forget. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm hoping he'll be a monster today. He's someone I want to play well. He's someone I think that many within Australia and myself would like to succeed. Like, especially after his time in Renegades, I think he's someone who could definitely still move back up. You've got the likes of Ricky as well, who he said some interesting stuff on Twitter, but he seems to be a pretty decent player alongside him. And those are sort of the players, at least when I look back at some of the people we've seen within the Australian scene, they're the ones I sort of remember. And then they've mixed that with some young talent as well. So I think it's an exciting roster to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if you wind back a few years, Jim, like if you look at a player like Ustila, you're like, oh, he was kind of like the new kid on the block, right? A few years ago when he had the entire box 7 lineup and whatnot. But now he is kind of the veteran in this lineup alongside Ricky. But I just want to talk about the previous match which took place, where it was Chiefs just completely dismantling Mako Sharks. Getting into this matchup, now Order are the second favorites in this tournament, just behind Renegades. Do you think Paradox, again, comparatively an unknown lineup compared to an Order or an Avant or a Renegades, do you think they will be able to put up a little bit more of a fight compared to what Mako did earlier?
I think Paradox play a very unconventional style of Counter-Strike compared to a lot of teams in the region. I mean, the region is littered with unconventional Counter-Strike, but in terms of what Paradox are going to bring, I think they're going to be definitely ones with eyes on the prize in the form of a team like Order. And we can see as they line up here, the core of Herbs, Echo, and Bedonka have carried some success over from Paradox. So maybe, 3 or so months ago, you had the team that were challenging for that top 6 position. Nowadays, they're rebuilding somewhat, but they still pose a threat to a lot of these teams. The reason being is because a lot of these teams have played quite a bit of Counter-Strike recently, and they've showed their hand somewhat. So they are going to be familiar with some of the strategies. The question is, are we going to see Order take an approach like Chiefs and just take those aim jewels? No need to show anything that's sitting in the strat deck. Just take the jewels, play with confidence.
Take the duels, play with confidence. And Mitch, like looking at a team like Order, right? Like you obviously have the veterans in Estila and Ricky, but if you look at the some of the young stars coming out, you have Alistair, who's been around for a while actually, you have Valiant, you have Gyra. They have actually impressed quite a bit. And as a unit, they seem to kind of work well. You have the veterans who can also perform on on a decently good day, but you have these youngsters who seem to be kind of leading the charge for this particular lineup. Although, yes, they have consistently been struggling against the likes of an Avant or a Renegades, but overall, they should be dominating most of the teams playing in this tournament.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Avant is someone that's definitely challenging them, but not having them in this tournament really leaves Order open to genuinely potentially take down Renegades. Now, obviously, the games they've had recently against Renegades didn't go their way, but they were close. Like, they lost out by a couple of rounds here and there. So there's a real chance for them to actually steal away that spot. Now, for that to happen, they need to come through and play confident and play solid from start to finish. We need to really see something that we can believe in and invest ourselves in to take Renegades down. Now, when you look at the results recently, there have been some up and down things. Like, they obviously, as I mentioned earlier, they lost to Rooster, which isn't ideal. But outside of that, it's only been Avant and Renegades that have challenged them. So at the moment, I really don't see them struggling in these opening games at least. I feel like Chiefs could put up a bit of a roadblock for them, probably make it at least a close game, and that would be who they'd be playing if they win this. But Paradox, I really don't see it even going to a third map.
Okay, I mean that's a pretty impressive statement considering the fact that if you look at how it has been in the region for a while, most of these teams it is very topsy turvy, right? Any team can beat anyone on a given day. But apart from Rooster, like you said, Rooster are a team who seem to be kind of the only team compared to the top 3 teams of Avant, Order, and Renegades who seem to have kind of made an impact of late. They're the only teams who have actually managed to pull off some of these upsets, even placing second recently in the ANZ Championship Season 11, Tom. And I feel like for the rest of the other teams, like a Paradox, like a Mako, I guess the next step would be to at least get to a level of a Rooster right now.
Yeah, I think we sort of look at this match, though, as like you know when you have the sort of 2 bodyguards with like the nunchucks, and then the final boss standing behind them. That's what you have with like Avant and then Order. Like they're the 2 teams that are basically just like the bodyguards of Renegades. It's like, yeah, you have to get through us before you get to even look at them. Like I don't even know what you're doing.
It's Bebop.
Yeah,
and you're Rocksteady, and you've got Shredder standing behind them.
Exactly.
But I wonder how many people got that reference.
It's like what we saw like just a moment ago where we had the interview and it was like, oh, well, yeah, maybe if we beat someone like an Order, then we get a shot of Renegades. It was even the way that it was put in the interview is like, we know that we have to beat this team first before we even get to compete. So for a team like Paradox, it's a rough one because even if you just look at maps, like let's just take maps, like where can you realistically go with this? Maybe you can lean towards a Vertigo, but again, we're only really talking about Order losing that map to top opponents. It's not like they're losing it to some of the lesser teams. Then you look at the maps that are strong for them and you go, okay, Dust 2, or to play that. Mirage, or to play that. Inferno, or to play that. Nuke, or to play that. Train, well, you ain't picking Train. You have a 17% win rate. Like there's nowhere you can really go with this. So no matter what happens, Order are going to have 3 comfortable maps unless Vertigo comes up. And even then, when you look at some of the past results, sure, there's an odd upset. But throughout the last year of play, it's 11-2 with only maps being lost once in a series. So it's hard to really paint a pretty picture for Paradox, but at least you have to say, like, these matchups have been released for a while. They know who they've had to play. They've had the time to prep. So if there was ever a chance to beat an Order who are probably spent all of their time preparing for that final boss themselves, maybe this is it.
I mean, the one question here, I mean, we do have the map bans coming up very, very quickly, but Jim, the question goes for you over here. Overpass is a map where, well, Order usually permaban, but considering the fact that Paradox have only played it once in the past 3 months, do you think they're just maybe going to float it and just ban out Vertigo instead? We should have the Veto coming up. I just want to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I think that you can always try and work the Veto to your best advantage when you have some data like that. But yeah, I'm expecting it to be left in, knowing that both teams don't really play it. And it might be a second round of bans and a flow-on effect from that. But yeah, in terms of following on from what Tom had said, I think it's pretty safe to say that Order have got a lot of these bases covered already. So I think it's just a case of getting themselves comfortable in the matchup. We know that Paradox do have some sharpshooters amongst themselves. So maybe it is if it does get down to it and comes down to blow for blow, Paradox can actually match them in many instances there. But I mean, I've been liking Order of late, so they're looking like a team that's become more purposeful over the last 3 months. I know they've had a lot of online Counter-Strike to play. Whilst they don't like it, it's something that they've had to embrace.
All right, and let me talk a bit about maps. So we should have the map video coming up for you guys on screen. We actually have a few extra minutes to talk about these maps, and once we do have them here, there we go. Order going to be banning out Overpass. Well, they're going to go to safe route, and of course, it's going to be Train getting banned out by a Paradox. Now, it's the interesting thing here: Nuke getting picked by Order, and you know what, Mitch? I'm going to throw this one your way. Like this Inferno pick coming in from the guys from Paradox. That's a little surprising, right? We probably all of us expected them to go with Vertigo.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when it comes down to Vertigo, you got to look at their matchups, and the teams that they're playing over on the Paradox side really aren't that solid. When you look at them coming up against Renegades, obviously they got completely slapped out of it. So I think Inferno, look, it's a decent enough pick for them, but it's still going to rely on them really winning a lot of these aim duels, because it's the same thing, right? They've got a good win rate, but when they come up against decent teams, like I go all the way down through, okay, Rooster are still beating them, not necessarily destroying them. Chiefs 16-2 got wrecked by them. And even then, the wins that they've got aren't necessarily massively convincing. I do want to point out for Order, banning Overpass, I think, did make a bit of sense to me, because really they don't need to take any risks. And there's a point that you made, Blah, that these matchups have been up for a while, so Paradox knew they would play Order. And I think one way they could definitely get an advantage is if they put some time into Overpass, really practiced it, and if Order floated it through, then you could have that as a surprise pick, and all of a sudden from left field, Order are out of their comfort zone. And that's it's definitely the only place I think Order would have been caught off guard, potentially. So banning that outright means that they know they're not playing Train, obviously, because Paradox will ban that, and from there they literally only have comfortable maps. So it makes sense. Nuke coming out again, perfect sense.
Vertigo's interesting.
Vertigo as a decider is, yeah, definitely it's interesting, but as we said, the results for Order have been pretty solid. Up against Renegades, they were one round away from at least taking into overtime. They lost 16-14. So it's not necessarily down to just their win rate. Like, they've played Renegades and Rooster exclusively, and the results have been going from the latest to the most recent. Renegades 16-10 loss. Renegades overtime loss. Rooster, they beat 16-12, then they lost 16-11. And then they played Renegades again, 16-14 loss. So, like, you can look at that and say, well, they only win 1 in 5 games, but they're pretty damn solid at the map. It just happens that one round here or there has not gone their way.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, 20% win rate, but when you go deep into it, like look at the teams have actually played, yeah, they're a map. It's a map they're going to be very comfortable playing with. But Jim, like, any takeaways from this? Like, is it as you expected it to go? Do you think it's maybe a little bit too safe for Paradox? Maybe they needed to do something a little bit more, I don't know, something out of the left field to potentially take a map off order here?
I don't think there's a lot you can do against a team that has a deep map pool like Order. I think, the fact that Paradox barely have played Overpass, but also keep in mind that Order quite clearly steer clear of it. Having stronger teams in this region on Overpass, they just don't want to float it at all. I think they've taken that right out of play there, and I think the way that it's played out is probably what I would have expected. Though I wouldn't have expected to see Paradox maybe ban out Dust 2. I think maybe if it got to that third map, Vertigo, I don't know, it's a little bit harder to force a result on Vertigo against a team like Order than, say, maybe Dust 2.
And that's a surprising thing. That's one thing I want to touch upon, Tom, as well. Like, if you're a team like Paradox, when you're like, okay, tactically, when it comes to some of these maps like a Vertigo, a Nuke, maybe even an Overpass, maybe not going to really stand a chance against a team like Order. Wouldn't you want to play Dust 2? I know you personally hate Dust 2, but wouldn't you want to play Dust 2 if you're Paradox?
I guess, but it depends if you're thinking that you can beat them even on an individual level, because as we've sort of said, like, we know that in terms of a tier of teams, like, you've got the mix of experience and young talent being thrown together in like what looks like a pretty solid roster. So I guess like maybe Vertigo was one that they sort of had in the back of their minds that could be a pocket pick anyway. If you're going to prepare a map, I think Vertigo is definitely up there. The thing that's more surprising for me is not necessarily the like Order are bad at Vertigo, but the fact that they let it through when, well, you've already banned Overpass, every other map that you play well. The only thing I can say is that I guess Mirage is the one that a lot of the time it's teams picking against them. So to get that out of the mix, having a bit of a poor performance recently versus Avant in Cologne might have been that deciding factor for them. But yeah, I guess that this map pool definitely leaves a few things open, but realistically, Vertigo is one of those maps where if you gain confidence, you gain momentum, you take map control, we can see it basically happen like what we just had with Chiefs, where it gets wildly out of control.
Okay, Vertigo, I'll be real here. I don't expect to see map number 3 coming out, to be very honest, but we're going to be asking predictions here real quickly. Mitch, let's go with you.
2-0 Order.
Okay, clean and easy. Jim?
Yeah, I think the smart money is on Order in that one, 2-0.
2-0. All right, Tom, I think the answer is pretty much clear that
yeah.
2-0. So, yeah, Mitch, you can go take your nap. I know you've been begging for that. Tom, you can sit back, be fresh, relax, have a salad. I don't know. Do what you want to do. It's going to be Jim and myself bringing you guys the action for this particular matchup. And Jim, I'm looking forward to this one. I think the last time we casted was, I don't remember. I think it's been years.
Yeah,
it was a long time ago.
It has been a while, and I think I'm looking forward to this as much as Tom's looking forward to that salad. So I'm ready. I'm ready for a bit of nuke as well. And I think Order starting off on the T side, expect for them to really take up the ante, take this to their opposition. Paradox, I mean, let's just see how they settle into this.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Order starting on the T side, because obviously they're map pick. And Luke, aka Ekel, I think that's how I pronounce his name, will get Ekel. It's triple peaked. I like what I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. It was trying to be cheeky. They're trying to step out, side of the smoke from the T's. But Order more than ready for it. It's going to be hit coming in towards the lower bombs. And in danger, well, he is going to be in quite a bit of a pickle. He's got backup arriving there. 2 CDs dropping down towards ramp. So he has a pretty decent crossfire ready. And Order, they're not quite striking yet. They're going to be utilizing the utility first. They're just going to spot a player up, but Jyra ready and waiting. Finds a kill. And with that, smart call from Order. They're going to head up straight. And despite Bedonka taking on Jyra, the round should be Order's, because the bomb's going to get planted. It's a 4v3, but the post plants should be good.
They've been absolutely hoodwinked in this round, and I think it's safe to say that that outside presence really did draw Paradox into the lower bomb site. And you can see now they're forced to take that retake. Ustillo just, again, they're all facing here from Order. And, well, I think it's safe to say that Bedonka Dizzle, as good as he is, might not be able to overcome 3 members of Order. They just need to play the timer from here on out. And you can see Ali doing the damage, but Ricker just finishes that off. And a very solid round from Order. Interesting for me will be what Paradox's response is. Are they just going to eco this one out? It looks like there is some investment coming through from Paradox. But yeah, that's how things kicked off. And the problem with stepping on a smoke like that is it's been thrown from quite some distance back. You're not going to catch anyone off guard stepping out of a smoke like that, unfortunately. Not a team like Order, but just from start to finish, you can see Order are very regimented in what their game plan is.
Yeah, you can clearly see it, and it's kind of a little reminiscent of how Chiefs are playing their nuke as well, where they were so very, not I wouldn't say trepidant, but more like very calm and composed way they're approaching things. And once they won that first game, they just became unhinged. I think would be the right word to use on Vertigo. But here we go. It is going to be the investment coming in from the side of Paradox. We do have a couple of Deeks, actually no, 4 Deeks, and Herbs with a CZ. I would have called him RBZ if not for you, Jim. So thank you for that.
And just going off old aliases. But, but Donker Dizzle, Valiant's a free haircut. Not that he needed it, but they can just trade into that lower bomb site. They should be able to get the bomb plant here unless Danger can make the numbers a little bit thinner. Alas, he cannot. As well, I think it's probably best, given the investment here, for Paradox to perhaps look for some exits, but they are, by the looks of it, just attempting to push up, close the distance somewhat, and let those pistols do the work. I think Versa's been able to get away with an AK, so it'd be good for him to potentially save. And I think RBZ is just going to be that secondary bodyguard with the nunchucks at the ready.
I like the analogy, but at the same time, considering the bodyguards have been trying to take down renegades, are they really bodyguards? Like, you know.
They have their own plans.
Well, like you said, a couple of casualties, but well, I shouldn't be too worried about that. I think they lost the AK, and I do believe they had an SMG. I could be mistaken. Anyway, they will win the round. For Paradox, it should be an eco here. Maybe the pistol getting dropped towards Echo. And there we go. The Deagle will be dropped towards him. Herbs with the CZ, P250, and the AK-47 in the hands of Versa. They got a couple of players with Kevlar. I like to see them kind of like force matters here. You know, just try and maybe pincer towards the upper bomb site. And Alistair, interesting. He's gone for just the Deagle investment, saving money.
Certainly has, but expect him to be somewhat of a point man as that push coming through ramps. Here we go. The Galil just winding up again. Valiant's able to just quell any issues they were having in that region, but now we do see somewhat of a turtled up approach coming out from Order. Now they just need to regroup, make sure that there are no other flanks coming in from elsewhere on the map that push from ramps. I do think they also have some presence outside as well, just on the silo. So they're just waiting and essentially allowing Paradox to come straight into their waiting arms.
Yeah, I like how Valens are just using that Galil as bait. Just like, all right, there's a free gun here. You guys can go for it. That was I like that though from Paradox. They went aggressive. Danger gets the first kill, but Versa, he needed that trade. He needed to establish a man advantage. But good reply coming in from Valiant. Has picked up 3 for himself, and with Echo left alone in a 1v4, I don't really fancy his chances. I'm surprised Alistair hasn't gone back towards ramp to retrieve that Galil, because he didn't buy any weapon. But maybe they're okay letting a Galil go, Jim. Maybe they just want the AK-47s, the AWPs perhaps, and that's a slap.
Yeah, I think it was just essentially the cheese in the mousetrap, hoping that they could entice Echo to come about and see what he can get. But they are going to now buy into this Echo picking up the AWP for Paradox. I'm not going to fall into the trap of calling an operator. I haven't touched any Valorant. I've remained pure throughout this time. So I'm very proud of that fact.
Just call the op. It sounds the same thing, right?
Yeah. I don't know why they're going and making their own jobs harder in that regard, but interesting that they've now shown a bit more presence towards ramps here. I think Danger is going to have somewhat of a fight on his hands. You can see Order just taking up position in radio room. So a nice pop flash here might actually expose Danger unless he finds an angle quickly.
He does have backup in the form of Echo if needs be, but Herb's going to be caught out. And
I was going to say, I am actually very interested to see how many teams adopt the Galil, because it was a recent patch, has made it in some instances almost as good as an M4. I'm going to say partway between the FAMAS and the M4, so it can do a lot of damage. I'm just keen to see which teams actually adopt it and just try and hold on to it for as long as possible into the gun rounds. And it looks like Order are doing so, but here they are going to make their way onto this top site, straight into the vent, though. That bomb is still yet to make its way anywhere, though, so it is just a case of making the trades here. Valiance does make things more difficult, and there's a thorn in the side of Paradox as they do try and get that rotation happening. The bomb is still yet to make it anywhere, though, so this is all in vain here for Order as they do make their way down the vent, passing like ships in the night. And there will be a plant here in the lower bomb site.
I have no idea how Steele managed to steal that bomb away. It's dropped there. He just runs on up, takes a couple of bullets, and somehow pulls it back. And now, Alistair, he's low on health. He's going to come down to Mr. Steeler, who's already done quite a bit of work getting that bomb down. And now, AW in the hands of Ekel. You have the health to work with. Alistair is taking the dual spots, at least a couple of players out, but his position has been compromised. He needs to reposition himself. And that's a kill the Steeler needed to land. The bomb is planned for Alistair, but considering how low he is on health, I don't think it's going to work out in his favor here. And it's going to be a nice round, all things considered, by Paradox. They're going to keep 3 alive. They're going to retreat the AWP as well. And a triple kill for Versa. And they're going to be happy with that one. They don't... Oh, that got really close. That got too close. I thought it was done, but Paradox, one more second there. Oh, that could have gone the way of Order, but Paradox, they hold on. And that was, all things considered, a pretty good hold. Although, I gotta say, it was a little chaotic towards the squeaky area.
Yeah, I think Order just lost way too many trying to get down that vent. They took control of the vent quite early on, but they just couldn't get the bomb into the lower bomb side. It was just sitting around in T-mid. So unfortunately, they had their plans somewhat delayed. Now that allowed Paradox to get back into the round. And, well, you can see, though, there hasn't, as a result of those second round buys, been too much investment needed from Order to get themselves relatively... Well, it was a full buy in that instance, but you can see they're opting for a more mobile setup. Those 5 AKs, not necessarily putting either of their capable players on the AWP just yet. They found success with the rifles, so why not continue there? And they've placed Alistair in a great position. He's been able to just get some more information, as Ekel there does take some damage, but it's forced that rotation into the lower bomb site, as Ali's just searching for a pick here, and he may be able to find one if he just bides his time somewhat.
Badonka. He's in a rough spot, so to speak. But Versa, that's a huge triple kill.
Wow.
Just holds down the left click and just shuts it down. 3 frags with the man, survives on 12 points of health, but has done his job. That is just massive from him. No backup, all by his lonesome. And now Alistair. Can Ricky do something? He's going to find one. The trade does come in. Badonka, that position of his, finally gets taken over Alistair, but the trade is quick from Herbs. And that was a brilliant hold from Versa. We didn't see it from his POV. Hopefully, it should be coming up here on the replay. But my word, 3K, you can see 3 bodies just lying there right in front of him. And how could not a single player get a kill on him or a trade? I
mean, I can only hypothesize until I see that replay. You can see that they did have guns out. It wasn't a case of utility going into hut. And, well, he made his position and presence very known. And there's not a lot that Ustilo could do after taking the first 2 scalps. So you could see there at the end, it was just a trade-out match between the last remaining players. And Paradox find their way into this next map, or this next round, should I say. I love this AR drone, by the way, but Badonka Dizzle obviously impressing enough to get himself on the radar there. But, I mean, from Order's perspective... That's the first time we've seen them show a lot of presence towards the outside bomb site with only a single player, though. They only sent Alistair. They didn't send numbers. They didn't send particularly convincing numbers through the ghetto stairs, as I show my age there by calling them ghetto. But, I mean, from Paradox's perspective now, they just need to roll with the punches. They've got utility, and that's the most important part of CT side on a map like Nuke is maintaining that bank of utility, because it's very, very key to stopping and limiting the options Order have in any given round.
That's exactly what we're going to do here. Going forward, but utility money a little sparse for Order. I clearly see with the buy they have 3 AK-47s, a Galil for Ricky, and Valiance with the Desert Eagle. But this time around, they're opting to send 4 men down towards Secret. They haven't made a single footstep yet. Meaning the player right above them, I do believe that is Badonka, hasn't heard anything out. And Herbs is going to be ready for this. Smoke and Bloom. They're going to be forcing their way down in his direction. He finds just the one kill. Gyro survives on 31 HP and is going to continue to push on ahead, trying to get the player out in danger. Just runs out in the open, not expecting this pace from Order. And it's going to be suddenly a 2v4 as Rick is going to find another kill, and this has just all gone wrong. Paradox.
Certainly has.
A round they should have won, Jim. I mean, they had everything going for them. Order just had, like, they had, sure, 3 AKs, but one player was just on a deagle. Heckle just gets destroyed by Gyra. 3k for him. That was just a raw display of power from Order.
It certainly was. It was just a death ball, essentially, is what they have taken to the outside area of this map. They recognize that Paradox didn't actually have eyes on the outside of the map, so they've just got their way into a very compromising position early on, and there's not a lot you can do. I actually expected Herbs to do a little bit more from his position, but he was simply overwhelmed. Wasn't expecting the numbers, and Danger thought he may be able to just stop them getting onto that bomb site, but he was just squashed.
Squashed were Paradox, and with that, the money has been a bit squashed as well. MP9, Deagle, couple of M4s, a scout for Heckle. And this position from Danger, I mean, sure, he can get one, but there's no one nearby to trade. And considering it's Order he's going to be playing against, you know, that position, he's going to get flashed. He's definitely going to get flashed, or at least made to feel very uncomfortable with a little bit of utility. Smoke's going to be used. He's playing anti-flash, waiting to strike. And Order, they're not biting yet. They're just taking their sweet time. They know that the money is not that great for Paradox. They know it's potentially a force buy. Just trying to, like, kind of draw the utility, try to figure out what the setup is going to be. And after a little bit of a lull, looks like all 4 members are going to be heading out towards the outer bomb site. But Donka is waiting with the Deagle.
It's got some position as well, so they need to be sure that they don't allow him to do too much damage, as they're going to come around. He might be good for one here. He's showing a bit of trigger discipline. Not like this. I think he's let the moment go by. No, he's taken one. Not to find the second, though, and this is what Order need to deal with. They've just chosen to ignore him, hoping he will go away. They will take position here on the bomb site, but they need to be careful. Herbs thought he had struck gold, but was quickly dealt with there by Alistair, and now this is where Danger can play that gimmicky off angle, picks up 2, and now Ali, he's only got that AWP. We've seen him work magic, but not in the space of 10 seconds with no bombs, so this is going to be a case of him just trying to hold on to it for dear life. And I don't think Paradox are pushing just yet, but this is Danger once that timer goes down. It's just a high-stakes game of hide-and-go-seek.
It's a game of inches. It's a game of inches and milliseconds, and that particular round was a game of Order not checking a corner. Like, you have no one playing towards outer, there's no one spotting there. And even if you had players spotting outside, like, I mean, you have no information if the CDs are pushed on close. They assumed that the CDs wouldn't be aggressive, and especially in a round where you know that that the weaponry or maybe the utility is not that great for the CDs, you should be aware of that. You should be wary of that, which they were towards lobby. But yeah, that was just a big mistake from Order, if you ask me, Jim, and, well, getting fittingly punished for doing that.
Yeah, it was interesting that they just chose to take position outside instead of turn around and fight and try and make that trade. They just opted to leave Alistair to his own devices and hope that he would be able to deal with the one remaining Paradox player outside. So now we do see a round where there isn't a huge amount of investment on the CT side. They don't have the money to make it seem as though they've got full utility, but Ricky there does manage to work the other side of the map. They're just going for that push-pull effect, showing presence outside, hoping Rick can just slip the net somewhat, push and get a peek at ramps. What they've allowed here is Paradox to actually take control of T lobby. So this could be danger, but I think Rick is actually very aware to that fact.
He is, but I do like what Paradox are doing here. You know, they do have Ricky just, like, trapped towards a trophy room. They get the kill. Sure, you know, you've given up quite a bit of map control, but even if Order get the bomb down, 2v4, that's an opportunity you're going to take, as Rick is going to get taken down. And now, Danger. Madonka's nearby. Glass getting broken. That's going to be a tell. They know where they're going to be coming in from. Badonka just pushing on in through the flames, leaving it all in the hands of Valiant. It's going to get nothing done. Badonka Medizzle with the ace. He gets the ace with that spanking fedora as well on top of his head.
There you go. It's certainly been tipped well into that round. As Paradox find themselves at 4th. Very important for them too, is that most importantly gets Order on the back foot in terms of the T economy. So they needed a plant in that round at the very least. They weren't able to get it, and that just means that they are going to go with some minimal investment. Just, I believe it's Ali there upgrading somewhat, but interesting now to see the approach that they will take, because they don't have the options of utility. They just have to take duels, hoping that maybe this death ball can work some results here at ramps. But I think Danger's actually, yeah, Danger's got some helping hand here. Badonka and their anti-flash, they've got this one worked out.
Danger waiting for the crouch peek angle, but it's going to be Alistair just walking on out. Danger, he wants to just drop one down, but then he realizes his teammate's there, and he wants to ensure that even if Badonka does get taken down, at least a trade does take place, as Alistair replies with just the one frag. But in all the chaos, the Steeler snuck his way in down vents. Now there is a man ready and waiting with the AK-47 towards Decon, and Steeler doesn't have the bomb though, so there's not much he can do. And the moment he opens the door or he breaks that window, the jig's going to be up.
His options are somewhat limited. He's just hoping to see if he can find a way to slip the net, as you do when you're potentially trapped there. Versa does take a lot of damage for his trouble. There's Alistair now. Again, options very, very limited in this instance. So you may be able to just land that single bullet there onto Versa, take that AK, go on to do some more damage. And now this could be trouble actually for Paradox, but they have to make all the mistakes because they have control of the bomb. So I think Ali's just been sent to do as much damage to that CT economy as possible now with the remaining 11 seconds. And he's not going to get anywhere. Danger covering that quite well as Paradox find their 5th. So this has been a real shift in momentum, Blair. We've seen Paradox really start to just tighten their grip a little bit on these key control points on the map. They've been quite keen actually to play off angles, get those trades, and it's working for them.
It is. And if you look at the Paradox players, 4 of the players combined total of 17 frags, and Badonka has 14. That's just been a hell of a start for him. While on the other side for Order, I don't think a single player's hit double digits yet. And I gotta say, this is already looking like a much more closely contested matchup compared to what we saw earlier between Mako and Badonka. I felt like it potentially got a collateral there, but at least the trade does take place. Maybe a little bit of over-eagerness, but at least he gets a kill. And it's a little bit of information gleaned as well, but still very early days. Order. I won't lie, I've been a little surprised with Order's T side so far. Sure, I mean, they seem to know what they're doing here, but haven't really seen much, right? They've apart from the smoke wall towards outside, just going for the contact plays. A death ball round we saw earlier with where they had those 3 rifles, kind of like a half buy sort of thing. Apart from that, I haven't really seen upper execute. I haven't really seen like a proper, a ramp take for that matter. It's been kind of just looks like they're just going for duels and hoping to out-aim the Paradox, which is a little surprising if you ask me.
I think it's just a case of Order wanting to go through some options before they have to actually dig into the strap ball to see what they can get away with in the first instance. They do take control of ramp, so there is some progression there. We will see Alistair now spring into action, get down those vents, and he will be... Oh, I thought he was going to be followed there, but it was actually just the body of Ustillo. Didn't quite get through that smoke. There's now Paradox. They've got the number advantage. They still got control of upper side, but it's not going to be of any use to them as we do see Danger there. He's actually taken down Valiance over the smoke. Presence of mind there to just make sure that Danger wasn't actually lurking in that bomb site, as he has on so many rounds.
Oh, Ricky is waiting so patiently towards up while he finally finds Versa, and now Herbs and Echo. This is not really a winnable one. They do have the kits, they have a utility, but an AWP is going to really minimize their opportunities with time ticking away. There you have it, Order striking back. But again, I'm just still not convinced, right? They really like contesting vents and the squeaky area, dropping down and trying to make it work. But like you said, yeah, maybe they're just trying to like figure out what's working and what's not. And to be honest, like 5-5 is still... I'm going to say it's going to favor Order a little bit, considering it's their map pick, it's nuke, it's a T site. And for Paradox, well, money is still looking a little iffy here, as we do have a little bit of a comparison. Badonka versus Ricky, and Badonka is looking pretty crazy with that. That's an impressive amount of damage.
Yeah, those are some impressive stats, given obviously the caliber of his opposition as well. So, I mean, the scores at the moment looked at 5 apiece, and we will see full investment coming out from both these two teams. Yeah, interesting though. I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen any accompanying flashes with those squeaky hits. Nothing coming through the vents or the top of the glass or anything to just ensure that they get through unscathed. There hasn't been anything like that from Order just yet, but we do see Ricky taken out of action quite early, as Order are just trying to work the picks. They're not trying to do anything fancy just yet. We might see a few more of those smokes and different arrays of strategy come out as we find, I guess they find the limit of what they're able to get away with.
Oh, I feel like Jara got saved by that flash from the CTs. But Versa's going to find Alistair. Still no trades yet. They're going to be going for the contact play. And it's going to be Badonka, but Steel is going to drop him. It's an upper hit. There's one player playing towards Hut. He's just holding the line. It's going to be Versa. He's got a lot of angles to clear. He's ensured that at least Hut for now is in his control. Steel's going to be sneaking his way up towards Heavens. He's always lonesome though, so he's got a lot of work to do. There's no teammate nearby to flash his way up towards Heavens. It's going to be Ekel. It's going to find Jyra. And now 2v4. Ekel's position compromised. Bounce is going to be waiting for him, and he reads it perfectly. Ekel getting a little too over-aggressive. In danger? He knows danger's nearby.
Certainly does, but that frag actually allows him into the round somewhat. Ustillo is just looking for something danger. Alert to the fact that Ustillo was there. The footstep made earlier certainly gave away his position, so the smoke was dropped immediately. But it's all on the shoulders of Valiant. So we've seen him pull off some fairly heroic clutches before. I don't know if this is going to be anything in the order of that. He does have some time. That Molotov does go down, and he almost has to immediately stick to plant. Danger is all over it. And that is another round for Paradox. So they are looking to gain a lot of momentum out of this. It's very dangerous when the underdog starts to gain some confidence and momentum.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Like when you look at Order, like you said, just working the picks, looking to win these individual duels. But to be honest, Paradox, they're winning the deals as well. Badonk especially has been an absolute monster. Versa has been a beast. He's been an absolute beast in that hut area, that upper bomb site. And of course you have Herbs, Ekel. Ekel's been comparatively a little quiet, especially with AWP. But apart from that, everyone has really been looking pretty solid for Paradox. And I won't lie, I'm slightly impressed right now. It's still early days, and like you said, Jim, I mean, sure, Order might not be looking to like reveal all their whatever they have in their hands, but I mean, it doesn't have to be something very elaborate, which they might have planned for someone like Renegades or maybe Avant in some other event. But I'd like to see, like, you know, a standard upper take, you know, with a few flashbangs, a couple of Molotovs for the hut area, for the bomb site, you know, a couple of smokes for Mini, just some basic stuff, you know, and maybe that could just kind of break Paradox.
Exactly. It doesn't need to be the kickflip twist into the 900. You're going to go for Tony Hawk references. But, I mean, in terms of what we've got for Paradox, is they're not really having to deal with any flashes somewhat. Yeah, the standard anti-flash positions are working for them. And we do see Danger just starting to cop some damage. But, I mean, Order really aren't finding too much success with their early expeditions looking for a pick. And I think that's what's probably frustrating them somewhat, is the fact that Paradox are doing a good job of consolidating these bomb sites and not allowing these duels to occur. And, oh, Danger, as he's completely unaware of the fact that Ustillo was there. See the 4x3 or left-handed models that have let him down there. As Valiance now is going to flood into that lower bomb site. But Donkadizzle hasn't been cleared out of window as he remains strong. Alistair, they're now starting to pick at the rotations from Paradox, and this is where things get really dangerous, is because you don't know where you can safely rotate.
Yeah, this has just gone wrong, hasn't it? But still, an opportunity. Herbs. He's got the rifle. There's a player in the smoke, Ricky, and I don't think Ekel's going to be expecting this, and he's going to be expecting the player inside of the door. The Molotov is going to be a problem. He's going to tap it, but he gets the kill. Finds Alistair, but now Ricky running around the smoke, and he's going to not get the kill. Oh, the no-scope through the edge of the silo. Does he have the time? Of course he does. He's got a kid as well. That is a huge round from Ekel. It felt like Order had just stolen it away. That would have been a disaster of a round, considering the money was looking pretty grim for a majority of players as well. I want to see that final shot from the POV of Ekel, because that was just filth.
That looked nasty. That's the kind that would leave a scar. And I think the fact that they've implemented the the conditions of the kill into the kill feed. As Ustillo there, he does take one, but you could see this was looking really dangerous in terms of being an order win until the heroics of this man Eckel. It was, I think, that one was being notched up in our books in Order's favour, as we do see now. Again, they're just going to try and get themselves out. Event persistence, I think, is their approach at the moment.
They're running out of rounds, though. They just have like 3 more rounds remaining in this half, and yeah, I did touch upon. I did mention how Eckel has had a very quiet game, but this time it's gonna work out. It's gonna work out, Jim. Just gonna walk on out towards the upper bomb side, and they're gonna find 2 kills. 1 kill towards outer, now Versa. He has been an absolute rock. But I love what Rick has done here. He's got the kill. He's fallen back. He's gonna ensure there's no trade taking place immediately, and now for Paradox, they need to kind of push the extremities of the map to try and find some map control, some information as to what Odo might be up to. Dangerous push top, as Alice is going to find Versa. That's the upper bomb side compromises. No one else there. Bedonka towards lower, and Odo going to realize it, and this is going to be round number 6 for Odo. Again, it's almost like you mentioned, you're just going for the deals. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but they're not really attempting anything even halfway elaborate. It's just going for the duels, and sometimes it works out.
This is sandbagging at its finest from Order, in the sense that they are just making Paradox play. They're not doing anything particularly special. They're just working the extremities of the map, and it's usually Rick, the one that they're just I guess he's their splinter cell. He's the one that he's just been tasked with getting in under the guise of distraction and just trying to do some damage. And it's having some results. Wouldn't say it's been super successful, because they still are dropping rounds to Paradox, but it's nothing more than that. Showing presence in one area of the map, hoping to cause enough of a rotation distraction, become the thorn in the side, and just work that pick. Now, Jyra is surprisingly a young IGL, but has garnered a lot of experience in the last 12 months. So his first venture into, I guess, more of a serious Counter-Strike role was through Avant. Now, they qualified for the major qualifiers and were sent to Poland to boot camp. So he's gained a lot out of that. And since then, he's gone from strength to strength. Obviously, he's moved on into a team like Order, and having some veterans around you, particularly those that are experienced like Rick and, of course, Ustillo. And Alistair's no slouch either. He's been around for forever in my eyes. But that is going to motivate you as a player to put in the hours. And he's been one of those few players that have come through and dedicated themselves to being an IGL, a career IGL. You don't see that too often. It's usually just gifted to players who have been, perhaps the more experienced. And I think he's got a tough task ahead of him, given how strong Renegades have been at home. But we see Versa here, he might be able to catch 1 or 2 out here. But I think the fact that they're turtled up means that there should be a swift trade. But there's always that danger.
There's that danger. And the danger... Ooh. This is nerve-wracking, as Eckel's going to find Jyra. That's a time for Versa to strike, but it's going to be Steeler who's going to take him down, unfortunately. And Bedonka and Danger, the only 2 players with the weaponry to work off. And I feel like Danger has been just wielding an MP9 the entirety of this half. I don't even think I've seen him with a rifle at all.
He's the money man. He's the Zanil.
He's a Zanil.
Okay. Dedicated himself to the FAMAS only for the benefit of his team. Maybe he's taking that money man approach, but RBZ here can't get anything done with that CZ. And Order will just force their way into this lower bomb site. Bedonka, he does have M4 in his hands, and actually does slip the number over 2 of Order, and this has given some life to this retake.
This is very doable. They have a kit as well. Oh, but they have to first pass on through Valiance, and it's going to shut it down. Makes it look so easy as well. And that is going to be the scores tied up. Now, you look at the scoreline, you're like, you know what? Paradox haven't really done a bad job, and I won't lie, they haven't really done a bad job, considering if you go back to the death segment where all of us were like, yeah, this should be a 2 over Order. It has been pretty even, but again, we're just gonna keep on touching upon the fact that Order haven't really tried anything special. The thing is, when you switch over to the CT side, is that is that when they're going to just shut things down and just close it out, you know, without allowing Paradox to even get maybe more than 2 or 3 rounds? But it remains to be seen, obviously. And Echo not expecting a player to be crossing on over that quickly. That was so scary. That was so scary. And I feel like he got saved mainly because his teammate kind of sacrificed his life for him. But then he manages to kind of make up for it. 2 quick kills. As Danger's going to walk up towards Ram and gets a kill on a Gyra. This guy just loves his MP9 and is going to get another kill. And somehow Alice is going to be left alone in a 1v4. No saving here because it is the final round of this first half.
That is daylight robbery. That is daylight robbery. He's just dropped the smoke, pushed straight through it, masked his footsteps somewhat. As well, now Ali,
Well,
he can only go down, and well, Paradox, you can see that they did actually start to string some rounds together on that CT side, and that's very difficult to do against a team like Order. And the fact that they were able to keep their economy in check also gave themselves the best fighting chance. They didn't do anything silly. They didn't force into rounds that they didn't have to. So whilst it is 8-7 to Paradox, Order, as we said, they really didn't show a lot on that T side. So we're just seeing this last round here. Echo, he does actually find that second frag as well. And this is... It's nothing. There's nothing more frustrating than finding frags or coming into frags like that, losing players to an MP9 in the last round of the half as you're trying to resettle yourselves into the new half. I mean, Order are a very experienced lineup. I don't think that's going to dwell longer than it has to. But from Paradox, they can take confidence from this first half. They can take a lot of confidence. The question is, can they convert that confidence into a pistol round?
well, remains to be seen here. But I gotta say, like for Paradox, at least with Bedonka and Versa especially, I mean, he doesn't have the 18 kills that Bedonka has, but he's been really instrumental in just shutting down upper bomb site. As I do have Mr. Droney McDroneface coming in. We've been trying to find a good nickname for the drone, but I haven't really found a good one.
It's to help us drone on about players in the
God
interim.
damn it, Jim. God damn it. Oh, all right, we got Valiance. He is the op trainee. He's got the majority of his kills from the AK-47. I just want to point out, though, for Oda, they seem to have had a kind of a cold start individually as well. Sure, you've had some moments of brilliance. You know, we saw Alistair was still even, you know, Ricky with a couple of good kills, but they were losing duels like that. I think the final round is a very good example, right? Like the way Danger got 2 kills, not getting traded at all. Like this seemed to be maybe a little overconfident, maybe not. What is Bedonka doing? What is he
He's
doing?
just showing that Bedonka towards ramps. It's not going to be of any use whatsoever. There is
Style
presence. Style points. But that is it. As Order take a convincing pistol round.
Replay, please.
Or
I get
I
it.
mean-
I get it. He was trying to do like a a reverse bunny hop anti-flash sort of play, but I don't know. I don't think that was the round to do it in. Maybe in a matchmaking game, Jim.
perhaps. And I if you're trying to upset the aim of some of these players on the Order, I don't think you're going to have a great day. But I mean, I do rate the attempt. It was something a little bit different. But the problem is now that they've got themselves off on the wrong foot here, as we do see fast presence towards outside. Order, I mean, this is a fairly standard get out from them. We do like to see them buy in with the SMGs trying to farm some money, particularly on a map like Nuke. You can really just hold down choke points probably a little bit better than you can on some other maps, particularly on the CT side. Here is Ali, just trying to play as deep as possible. If he does go down with that M4, at least it's potentially going to be in a retrievable position. So Paradox hoping to just catch out members here and there. Versa was collateral in that instance, wasn't he? As they're trying to work that pick for Echo, he can't find anything with that Deagle just yet. And I don't know, this one's just petering out for me. They're trying to posture to do some damage to the CT side, but they're being picked apart themselves.
Yeah, the only investment being the Deagle from what I can see here, so I'm not too worried for Paradox. It should be, like you mentioned, a farm round as Stillo.
There we go.
Ooh, just the one kill though, so a little bit of a reply from Herbs. Maybe looking for more with the Deagle, but this should be an Alistair. It got a little scary, but there we go. A couple of kills for Stillo, a couple of kills for Alistair, and of course Valens to close it out. So a little bit extra money in the bank for Stillo. So despite getting taken down, he will have that money to go for a rifle buy if needs be. And instead, did he get dropped for Master? Looked like it did. But there we go. M4's coming out. M4 from Mass and Jara are going to be sticking around with the MP9. And now, the buy from Paradox. The AK-47. They have shown that they had something on the CD side. But now's the real test. Rifles versus the rifles. And if you look at the guns, Paradox actually have the better weaponry, at least for this round.
Certainly do. Rick just tries to get a little bit slippery. And this is...
Okay.
Oh, that's one play to make with that MP9. He is traded out. So he does go the 1-for-1, and that's done damage to Danger's economy. But problem is now it does thin the numbers somewhat for the CT side. Oh, Badonka, he did spot out the push, but his drop means that he is put to rest by Ali. And I don't know, you don't often get a second shot at Ali. If you miss it, that's it.
That's just so unfortunate.
Be spurred into that top side. You still are playing on top of Hut. If you're from the old school, you would have called that the Blizzard spot on top of Hut. Certainly did like that spot, but Order, solid hold from them in the end. You can just see Jara just pushing for that info, trying to upset the balance somewhat. He did a good job. Got that first kill. That's going to frustrate Danger somewhat. More importantly now, frustrate him because he's got to think about it whilst on a light buy coming through with just the pistols and some armor for Paradox.
Is that Blizzard from Mouse Sports?
Mouse Sports, yeah, the original.
Yeah, there we go. That's a name I haven't heard in quite a while. God, we're old.
If you wanted confirmation, this is it. That is a great grenade, though.
Oh.
Crunching bones.
1 HP.
Down to 1.
Experience from Ricket. Gets the first kill. Doesn't stick around. Gives no opportunities for them to maybe get a frag. And Alistair, he's hungry. He gets 3. And it's Badonka Dizzle with his Fedora left in a 1v5. And they take not a single point of damage. Flawless round coming out for Order. And for Alistair, just a little bit of patting the stats a little bit. As this seems a little bit more like the Order we were expecting on the T side. They seem much more convincing, much more assertive in the way they're taking the map control, like we saw earlier with the MP9 just pushed up in the hands of Jyra towards outer yard. So, can he continue to do the same is the question here. They have an AUG out, no AWP out yet for any of the players for Order, and for the side of Paradox, Echo. He had his moments. He was kind of quiet, I won't lie, with the AWP, but he had his moments towards the latter half of that of the first 15 rounds. So let's see what he can do here. Can he get the opening kill? And that is a pretty good angle for him to win against Jyra, who has the AUG.
Interesting that they've put Jyra outside with that AUG. But, I mean, Echo is just going to be taken out like that. Ali just peeking up those stairs. He's completely unbeknownst to the fact that he has just lost his head. Now, Ali's just going to try and see if he can get anything more than that, but he is harassed, pushed away, as Order are doing now. You're right. It's a much more comfortable performance from Order. They don't have to do anything. They just have to sit in the bomb sites and let Paradox effectively come to them. But they're just doing these little pushes, trying to upset the balance somewhat. A team like Paradox, it's tough for them to establish control on a map like this when you've got your opposition pushing and it's working. So they're just going to continue doing that, trying to upset the balance somewhat. Never allow Paradox to feel confident in these rounds. On the flip side of that, Paradox have got to be the ones to make Order respect them somewhat. Here's the push into the upper bomb site. You still are completely blinded by that flash. They're going to trade their way in, but not good enough. That AUG stands strong. Ali just pushing through the smoke there to take the final player from Paradox. And we do see a convincing round from Order. Yes, things came to an action point in that top bomb site, but aside from Ustillo going down, Jyra was actually very, very solid in the way that they worked that. So you can see Order are very comfortable holding the sites once they've made those initial information pushes.
Yeah, I love that smoke as well being tossed in by Valiants. Just playing around it, Alsa coming up from behind, so the trades are always going to be good for Order. And more importantly, Badonka's gone for the Hero AK-47. Fair enough. The rest of them, some Deagles and Kevlar, kind of a light purchase, not a full investment coming out from the side of Paradox. But what's worrying here for me, for Paradox, is the fact that Order, through the players, the money's looking good. Alistair's on 13,000. Look at the aggression from Alistair. He's gonna make his escape. He's still looking for the duel. He still wants that kill. The Molotov is going to keep the player at bay. That's versus burning alive. 5 HP. Somehow he's pulled off a Houdini. He's going to make his escape. In the meantime, Ricket is going to face some action. Tapping away, not expecting so many players nearby, and he's going to get completely bamboozled. Doesn't get a single kill, gets taken down. An AK-47 picked up.
Yeah, Slick
maybe
Rick
not.
couldn't make that AK stick. And, well, he's still alive. They still have relatively healthy position here, Order. So it's not danger signs just yet. I was amazed that Ali had the confidence to take that duel, particularly given that he had good weaponry as well. Not necessarily supported either, but here we see they are just being picked apart. And it is just aim map now in this top side. The Donkadizzle, I think they were waiting for him to make a move, but that is such a cheeky spot from Jara.
It's getting dicked on, unfortunate. But, well, you know what? It wasn't a full investment. It's okay. Paradox still have money to work with here, but like I said, the worrying factor for Order is the money spiraling out of control. Alistair with 16,000, Valiant's on almost 9k. The Steeler Ricka an average about 4k. This is after the buy, of course, so things are looking grim. And I just have a bad feeling, especially if you're a Paradox fan, that Order just might run away with this, despite being a very close first half.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them if they don't start winning rounds, because that T economy, yeah, they're going to continue to be able to buy into rounds if they keep getting plants as well. But, I mean, in terms of the CT economy, it's going to be a long time before they break it.
Why is it Dak out in this position?
This is classic Rick play. Why respect your opponent unless they make you respect them? This is something that, Old Immunity were good at with Ustillo, with Rick. They made teams respect them. They just kept running the same things over and over again, or doing the gimmicky things because they could get away with it. And unless the team was coping with it, they didn't stop.
Sometimes you just have to make them respect you, and it's going to be Paradox is going to force them to respect them. But it's still out, holding the line. He is a lobster and he is a monster. He gets 3 kills, and suddenly the tables have turned, and Herbs is going to be left alone in a 1v1 as Danger burns Jara alive from beyond the grave. The problem here is the man alive. The man alive is Alistair. He's on 100 HP, and Herbs, I think he's aware of his position, but 19 HP. If he crosses over towards events, he's done for now. So waiting patiently, and he's going to get spotted out, but doesn't matter. Herbs, he spots him out earlier, but Alistair doesn't care. He just rips his head clean off his shoulders, picks up the Dak, and is going to tossing it over towards his teammate. 14-8 for Order.
That is a very clinical 1v1 from Ali. Just the patience. He didn't need to move. He didn't need to move and go anywhere. It was Herbs that had to do all the clearing of the rounds, but you can see Ustillo. He's just comfortable holding topside there. They're not really dealing with him immediately, and you need to do that against players of this caliber from Order. They are just going to go on to get multiple frags in rounds. So this is a tough first map here from Paradox. They're not out of it yet, but all signs point towards Order taking this one comfortably. We see Paradox actually Rick giving away his position through that smoke. He does some damage for it, but he is swiftly dealt with. So the numbers actually are back to 4 apiece as Paradox, they're being made to work for these rounds.
Oh no, Danger knew exactly where Alistair was, and he's like, wait, he hasn't spotted me. It's a perfect opportunity for me to sneak into Mini, but then Alistair just peeks around the corner, boom. Is there nothing this guy can't do? He can opt, he can rifle, he can clutch. He is just so very good. And yeah, they lost Rick earlier, who's been having a rough time towards that ramp area, but the rest of his teammates have just been unstoppable by the looks of things.
Look, I'm having a hard time. I've always had a hard time distinguishing what is smoother, his hair or his gameplay, Ali. I've always had that
He's got beautiful
question
hair.
to be pondered. Exactly. Lovely long locks, and certainly does like to lock down the bomb sites here. Jara, we traded out. It's more important information than anything else. Is Ali again pops his head up, and they know exactly where Badonka is. So this is going to be tough for him here. The Tech 9 is going to be asked to do work, but unfortunately it is unable to be effective at that range. Order bring up match point. Now, this is the Order we were expecting. They've been far more comfortable on that CT side. They just had to get their way through T side with enough rounds and not showing too much of their hand.
Well, when we saw them get 7 rounds on the T side, I was like, is it going to be enough? And now we look at it, it feels like 7 rounds was overkill. This has just been a complete, utter shutdown. And Paradox, sure, they showed signs of life on the CD side. We had some great rounds coming out from Bedonka and especially from Versa. But now it's a Hail Mary play. MP7 just runs on out. It's going to be Valiant's blinded. He doesn't care. He's going to get the kill. Quick kills coming in and mostly going the way of Order. However, Danger does reply back and he knows that Steel is hiding in the smoke. And Danger, he doesn't know exactly where he is. He's like a wraith in the smoke. Steel walks out straight from the smoke. And with that, he finishes it off. Okay. Whew. All right.
Executioner style at the end of that round. He went from lobster to mobster in roughly 0.3 seconds.
Tom, save me. Is he there, Tom?
Yeah,
Tom,
I'm
Mitch?
here.
Yeah. All right, he's there.
Shut your
Okay.
mouth.
What do you? Okay, let's talk a little bit about a game before two. If you just make me lose my mind, but what do you say about that? First half, you're like, okay, Order's they're kind of quiet, they're kind of slow, but then they woke up. That CD side was complete demolition, Tom.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time we saw like Ricky taking some fairly big risks when it came to the T side. I think that's part of the plan in a lot of these rounds, but because of that, it gave opportunities for players like Bedonka to basically get individual jewels. And when they were pushing into him, he did a very good job. Same for Versa. They were able to just make these big plays, which I think, if anything, made the game look slightly closer than it actually was. I think that's the one problem, is plays like this made things look almost misleading in a round where, say he gets one, maybe it slips the other way. And obviously getting 7 rounds on the T side is still pretty good, especially considering how things went. Then we got to the CT side, and obviously at that point, you don't have your opponent pushing into you anymore. You don't have these risky 1v1s anymore. It's like calm and collected plays, and you get more styling out of the AWP. It just looked rough on the T side. And of course, that's been a prominent thing for years. I think we've been almost fed some lies over the past few months because teams have got better at playing the T side of Nuke. And if it's a map that you're not particularly good on, the T side is still a death sentence, as we saw. This round annoyed me. I won't lie. Why does he look away? I don't understand. Like, that's the one bit I'm just like, what happened?
If you can't see me, or if I can't see you, you can't see me.
That's it.
Well,
it's all about honor, right? You can't shoot someone in the back. They've got to be facing you. It's like the law of the samurai. So if he just turns around, it's like, whoa, 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 you wouldn't shoot an unarmed man.
I remember that bit with the samurais where they go, you're not allowed to shoot me in the back.
Well, in fairness, that is how the samurais ended, was with shooting, but well, they weren't the ones shooting.
Bedonka had a great start to the map. I think it was like, what, 15 kills to 16, and then kind of slowed things down a little bit. And of course, helped out with that ace.
Bit of a Bedonka fizzle in the end.
Okay.
Less fizzle, more fizzle.
But we did see Alistair and Australia really wake up. Actually, I think everyone had a great time. Rika, like you mentioned, Tom, he was going for some massively risky plays. But then again, I think that's kind of like the role he's kind of assigned himself in his team, at least in this particular matchup. But yeah, Mitch, like anything else that stood out for you when it comes to Order?
Well, look, they just performed as we'd expect from them, really, didn't they? Like, the reality is this series was never under massive question as to who was going to be the favorite. I think especially with that first half, they got off to a good start in the pistol round, building up their 3 rounds. From there, if you're trading back and forth with the CT side, that's fine. It's all you need to do on the attack, especially on a map like Nuke. The reality is this map was always going to go to them from the start. Now, I'm wondering Inferno, right? There's some changes. This map, I think, is going to provide a little bit more comfort for Paradox. Obviously, they picked it, so I'd really hope so. But I do feel like we need to see someone step it up. Like, you can't have Bedonka doing all that work and no one else really delivering any kind of performance. Because then, imagine how the CT side's going to look on Inferno. You got long rotates, pretty much Bedonka's A, go B, or vice versa. You're going to need the rest of the team to step it up alongside him.
All right, and Tom, when it comes to like for Order, they didn't really show much, did they? They didn't have to do much. It just like held on their angle, just mowed them down.
Yeah, we saw a couple of like a deep smoke takes outside when things got a little bit rougher, which actually brought them a couple of rounds. I think that they showed that they definitely do have the depth if they need it. So like it was a lot of the time I said just those brute force rounds, but towards the end of the half they had some nice outer takes and they made it look relatively easy when they needed to. The real worry for me is not only do you have Alistair performing to like a really high standard, like he was fantastic in that map, but Ustilo was a rock. And I think that's what we expect from more experienced players. Like when rounds go wrong or when things go a little bit off, if you have someone who's just going to be that calm within the storm, who can just basically ruin rounds for the opposition, it's going to become super painful. And the worry for me is you now go onto a map like Inferno where if you have that rock player, if you have that person who can basically just sit within a site, hold it down and keep something on lock, you're screwed. Like there's nothing you can really do. Like I just don't think they're going to be able to break him. So I'm a bit worried about this.
So, Tom, clarify, is he a rock or a lobster or a rock lobster?
For God's sake. I don't know. He's got snappy aim, that's for sure.
God damn it. Okay, final. My final takeaway from this one would be, I'm just looking at the stats here. Order had 10 opening duels won, while Paradox had 14, Jim. Yet they lost 16-8. Like something went wrong there.
Certainly did, and I think that just shows the experience of Order in those late round situations. So it's hard to look past players that have been around the block a couple of times or maybe more. And I think as we go deeper into the bracket, those players again are going to be called on time and time again to deliver in those sort of situations. So I think this is just an early showing from Order. Obviously, we've still got another map to play in this series. Going on to Inferno, I think it's very important that Paradox do try and search for some positives in amongst that, but also be realistic. What worked, what didn't, what were Order doing, what are we likely to expect here? Are we going to just see some more aggressive plays that are going to continue all the way through until we deal with them?
All right, and speaking of performances, I do believe we have our MVP for you guys. And surprise, surprise, Tom, it is going to be the Lobster himself. It is going to be Stiller, who was an absolute rock indeed. 23 kills for the man. No opening kills, so it doesn't really matter. 8 multi-kill rounds.
He's the rock.
99.71 ADR. He is a rock. He's a rock. He's a lobster. He's a monster. I mean, at this point, we're running out of words here, Mitch.
Yeah, you look at the opening kills being 0, but that doesn't mean he wasn't involved in early fights. I mean, if you just look at the last 4 or 5 rounds, how many times do we see an opening duel go towards the likes of Badonka or BZ, and then the Steel comes out with 3 kills? Like, he just runs out and trades them like an absolute madman. And the position that he's consistently in, of finding those pullbacks into the round, is really why, and I think 90% of the time it was him that brought them from having a man disadvantage on the CT side to all of a sudden being in a 4 versus 2 or 4v3 that they were just easily able to control from that point. So he definitely deserves that MVP, because within the last 5 rounds, I think he single-handedly won 3 of them for his team.
Very much, especially up a bomb side hole where it looked like you said, the entire samurai, honor, loyalty, whatever, coming in. But before we do head into map number 2, it's going to be an Inferno. I mean, we've spoken a little bit about what we expect to see, but do you expect to see maybe, Tom, like from your perspective, like you saw that Paradox do have something to show here. Like the new CD side, there was some glimmers of some promise at the very least, especially a couple of the players. Coming to Inferno, what do they need to potentially switch up if they want to take this map and maybe push it to Vertigo?
I think, like, really they need to get off to a hot start, especially because obviously this being their map choice, chances are they're going to be starting on the T side, which is where they had a lot of their problems on Nuke. The thing is, with the T side of Inferno, opening duels are actually very important because of how the rotations work on this map. Like, it takes a long time. You have to gamble a lot of utility. So if he can make that work on Banana, get them some openings into the B site, and get things rolling, like remove some of the utility and some of the pieces that Order desperately need to hold them back, I think they have a real chance. The problem is if they have that same slow start to their T side that we saw in the second half of that map, they're done out here.
They're done out here. Well, we're going to be finding out if that's going to be the case. Are we going to be seeing Vertigo, or is it all going to end on Inferno? We're going to be finding out, but after a very, very quick break. Welcome back, everyone. And of course, it is going to be. Oh, hi. Mitch is looking a little shell shocked. It's like, all right.
Let there be light.
He's got no headphones on. He can't hear us. What an idiot.
Let's make light of this situation.
Hi, Mitch. It is. All right, Tom. Mitch, you can leave now. You said hi and he said bye. But on that note, yeah, map number 2 going live very, very quickly. It's gonna be Inferno, and we've heard the thoughts coming in from Tom, like how it should still go the way of Order, but I don't know. I feel like Paradox do have something potentially in store for us here, and it is their map pick, and it is Inferno, a map where, let's be real, almost every team in Counter-Strike knows how to play that map to a certain degree at the very least.
Well, that's the problem. Every team in Counter-Strike knows how to play that map, especially Order as well. So I think if you look at Order's aspirations beyond the shores of Australia and New Zealand, if you want to branch into Asia, you need to be good on Inferno. And these players are fairly comfortable with the map, I dare say. Paradox, you're right. They're needing to bring something different to the table. And I think it's going to be a tough ask for them here as we do insert ourselves into the map, Blair. But I mean, For Paradox, they're going to need to be firing on all cylinders. It can't just be Bedunker. I think we need to reiterate that as the fact that there needs to be some more feathers in their cap.
I want Ekel to really step up a little bit more. He had his moments of brilliance, that clutch, especially the no-scope shot to win that 1v2. But I feel like he needs to be a little bit more impactful if they do manage to find enough money to get him an AWP. But I just want to talk a little bit about how picturesque this looks like. This is my favorite insertion into a map. Like, it's got flowers, it's got it's got the nice Italian vibe.
It is. It's very alfresco. It's alfresco casting, if we want to call it that. I'm more than happy to call it that. But in terms of the map, Inferno, obviously, it's similar in a lot of instances to Nuke. Tight choke points, utility, super important to be able to get yourself going into any sort of round. And I mean, it is almost, in some instances, just as important for the CTs and the Ts equally to have good utility all the way through. Obviously, things can slip a little bit more easily on that CT side, but I think what we saw from Paradox in Nuke was the ability to control that economy. Often we see teams against more favored opposition sometimes just start to bleed out rounds that they shouldn't because they couldn't control that economy. That's a positive for Paradox. When the pressure's on, they know how to handle themselves. Also, the fact that they are now on the T side as well, they should be able to try and get themselves off to the best start possible. The pressure is on Order to maintain the equilibrium and keep Inferno CT sided.
I don't expect to see Bedonka go for the reverse money hop in this round. It's going to be Versa leading the way, and it's a 3-man setup towards top of mid. Make that a 4-man, actually. They're getting slaughtered here. He's still with a quick double. He's going to find all 3. He's going to shut it down. He's going to get the quad kill. We didn't even see for his POV. Doesn't really matter now, does it? The replay should be coming up right there. And wow. Okay.
There's only one way to describe that round, and that is Cirque du Soleil. That is some acrobatics. Ustilo has just gone to town. You can't do that.
Oh my god.
You can't allow him to go unchecked. And, well, that is vintage Ustilo. He is the point-and-click man and has been for quite some time. Now, this is what I'm expecting to see from Order in this instance is heavy aggression, upping the ante, no respect. That's the way that they're going to play against their opposition. They're taking control, choke points early on. You saw the early nade aggression from top mid, from Banana. They just want to mince Paradox.
And that's exactly what we want to see. And that's the thing with Inferno, right? As the T, if you kind of get like pincered towards this, like the mid, maybe towards the T-slope area and start getting pressured and not able to answer back. I know it's an eco round right now. They just have the Glocks and just one couple of P250s being invested. But I like this early statement coming out from Order. Like they had a 4-man stack towards the top of mid, the brackets area earlier. Now Valiant, he can hear all these players running up. He's going to try and time it. This could be a free number of frags for him, but you're just gonna hold the line, just waiting here. And if you look at the remaining 3 CTs on a minimap, if you look at them, they're all playing on the bomb side, primarily because Alta's down to just 23 points of health, and it looks like the hit is going to be coming in towards a bomb side.
And more importantly, is the utility left on the CT side here, so they are just going to point and click for the remainder. Jaro might be able to get a lineup. But it's going to be all on him. There is no crossfire. They are going to be dismantled as they make their way through to this bomb site, though. As Justillo again just locks things down. He does have Alistair in tow, and they make things look easy for Order on the A bomb site. Positives for them too is the fact that they only lost an MP9 in the hands of Jara. He should be able to receive a free upgrade, and he does. So they are going to continue to try and build some economy. They're going to hold on to those SMGs. And Paradox, on the other hand, are going to go for that mobile AK setup. Decent spread of utility as well. As we said, very important to establish that control early on. I want to see how they butt heads, though. It's always tempting to take banana control early on.
It is. And for Alistair, he's just jumping around, trying to, like, just bait out a shot, gather some information. Look at the amount of flames. There's a banana area, and look at the aggression as well coming out from, I do believe that is Gyro. And he's going to get caught out. Versa being very patient. Find the kill. This is kind of like the bonus round, right, for Order. They have the 2 SMGs, 3 SMGs, in fact. But, like you said, this map, it's all about some of these choke points. And these MP9s, in the right hands, they can kind of potentially reign supreme.
Yeah, the temptation, obviously, for Gyro was too much. He didn't really need to push that far, given that he had an MP9. He's not going to be able to take long-range duels. Just maybe set an off angle there, catch 1 or 2 in carpet. But they're just being picked apart here at the moment. Order taking duels and peeking angles that they don't need to. In fact, that is an M4 down, one of the few that they did have in this round. And it's just Valiant and Rick. Maybe they can find something on the exits here, take it into the next round. But I'm not looking too hopeful. Unless, you know, stranger things have happened. But you can see Paradox at the moment. They've got a pretty good spread of position, and those post plants are going to be rock solid.
Yeah, I really like how they're not overextending here. There's no need to hunt. 5 AK-47s, all the 5 rifles. Valiant's just waiting patiently for Member to maybe push ahead. It's going to get spotted out. And potentially win his duel, but no, it's going to be Herbs is going to win that one. And it's going to be a pretty clean round for Paradox. And like you said, Order, they were trying to aggress, trying to take advantage of the fact that they have the MP9s, trying to kind of force matters, but doesn't work out. But that's going to actually hurt their economy. They don't really have the money to really go for a buy, because they did lose a couple of players, mind you, in the first 2 rounds they won. So Paradox, they do strike back immediately.
Yeah, the fact that Stillo obviously had that M4 was both a blessing and a burden, in the sense that he only got a minimum kill bonus in those rounds that he was able to multi-frag. So it's only left him with 1,500 because he did lose it quite dramatically at the top of mid, 2 through smoke. So that's not going to bode too well for him. But you can see both these 2 teams very keen on exchanging utility for map control early on. And in this instance, Paradox have been able to work themselves what is some pseudo-control of Banana. They've been able to push the CTs back somewhat, but again, just a very slow approach from both these 2 teams. And even Versa now is cotton on to the fact that they do like to play in apartments. Order do like to show presence everywhere, and couple that with the fact that they are on an eco. They're going to take their time and ball up here, Paradox. They're not going to take too many risks.
Alistair, position compromised, and yeah, they're going to. It's going to be an easy kill for Badonka. But yeah, I don't really see Order expecting much here. And it's pretty much a throwaway around, but I just want to talk a little bit about some of the other, you know, the matches we have later on. Like, you have Order, you have Renegades, obviously you have Ground Zero and Chiefs as well, right? And Chiefs, they've looked good. Renegades facing against Rooster later on. That is the matchup that I've actually been keeping an eye on. Like, Rooster are a team who have surprised a lot of players, surprised a lot of observers of the Australian scene. They have had a couple of wins over the likes of you know, Avant and Order as well. Albeit, I do believe a couple of those matchups did have stand-ins for those teams, but can't take it away from them. They have surprised quite a lot of people. The question is, how much can it push a team like Renegades?
Well, that's it. I mean, Renegades have shown that they've got some solid fundamentals. In the last 5 competitions, they've been able to take out convincingly. They've prior to that, they actually showed some weakness coming out of the player break. I think they lost a 2-0 situation to a team called Truckers with Attitude, and that really is what spurred them into action. That we need to, you know, pull up our socks and get ourselves back in form, because everybody is posturing for Renegade's position. Given that they could have, you know, at that point in time, it looked like you were going to be in Australia for quite some time. There was no prospects of going overseas. So that was when everybody sensed some blood in the water. Everybody sensed that they might have been vulnerable. They've been able to lift their game to another level and just make sure that they are a tier above a lot of the teams here in Australia. So, yeah, Rooster provides some interesting opposition, but that's only because Rooster tend to throw some unknowns in here and there. And when I say unknowns, it's usually the playstyle of players like Chelios, as we do see Jara just up the ante. It's Valiant that actually takes 2. I thought that was some sort of insane MP5 spray transfer, but it wasn't.
Especially at that range, I would have lost it if he actually did get the 2K, but
that was flashbacks to the old ump.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. It wasn't as bad as a Krieg, if you ask me, but still. Danger, though, he was very, very quiet, and also on map 1, also kind of being the sacrificial lamb, I feel like, for the team. And now Ricky, the one that I thought spots one player out. Ooh, a lot of damage, but Donka down to 4 HP. They don't expect a second player, Alistair, with the op. That's a very, very snappy shot indeed. Let's go for the wall bang. The Molotov's going to prevent the bomb from getting planted immediately. Vedonka has to reposition himself. He's going to try to get the bomb down. No spray coming in through the smoke. 2v3. Versa, it's going to all come down to it. The flashbang is good, but they're not going to take advantage of it. He's going to go for the spray anyway, and he's going to get taken down. The second flash is perfection, and it is going to be the round going the way of order. Keep 3 alive. But the money is still looking a little grim for the CD side. For Paradox, though, the 2 rounds they won back-to-back were very convincing rounds, and that means they have money for days. An average of about $7,000 to $8,000 in each and every one of these players means they can go for any buy they want, and even if they lose this one, they can buy up again.
It's a very dangerous prospect for the next couple rounds, so Auto need to make sure they keep their money in check. Those money problems started in the 3rd round, and it's just bled out a little bit for them, and even though they won last round, you're right. They're definitely not out of the woods just yet, as the coffers run deep for Paradox. So, Echo, just going to up the ante here. I do like the prospect of this duel head-to-head. Alistair, not shy on confidence, that's for sure. And he will rise to those challenges. I think that's the thing that you need to be wary of, is the fact that if he misses a shot like that, he's going to find another angle. He's going to search for another duel. And a lot of players have met their end unawares of that.
Indeed. And Echo, I still feel he's like an unknown quantity for me personally, at least based off just that one map we saw Nuke, right? Like, oh, what's he doing? Waiting for the flash. Flash gonna pop. Timing is perfection, but Danger's ready and waiting. That is so well played by Paradox. They were waiting for that, and now Alistair just peeking on out. That is so ballsy from him. He's gonna be forced to run back. There is still a player at the back of the bombs. It's gonna be Ricky, the veteran. Waiting patiently. I think he's been spotted out, but he's going to go for the white swing. Find Herbs, looking for more bomb drop. Alex is going to find Bedonka, and Ricky just making them look like fools. Eccles going to be left alone in a 1v3, op in hand. He's got the time, he knows where the bomb is, but this is looking rough as he does land the tag with the wall bang. But Alistair just plays peekaboo. I see you and you're dead.
That was very patient play also from Auto. Having that, I mean, it was an uncharacteristic miss from Alistair in the arch, but if anything, it just pushed them into that A bomb site B bomb site straight into the hands of Rick as well. So, I mean, whilst Rick has carved a name for himself with that AWP, he's still a very solid rifler. In fact, I think it was, at his peak when he did have the AWP, it was more often than not his pistol play that bailed him out. So he is quite solid in the aim department, and you place him on a bomb site like that with some moving targets, and he's just going to go to town. And this is another round, one of those rounds for Paradox. This is the danger round for them, though. They need to win this. They need to at least get a plant in it. That money bonus is only just starting to tick over for them, but they are going to rely on that utility doing work for them, just pushing Order back into the bomb sites. They've been able to do that. They've been able to push Alistair out of a comfortable position. That's the first thing that you need to do if you're going to take map control against a team like Order.
Indeed, is slowing things down a bit in this A bomb site. Like I said, Paradox, they had the money for the second buy. The thing is, if they can somehow win this, they're going to still manage to kind of break the economy for Order. So it's still a very crucial round here for the underdogs, Alistair. You're playing from the smoke. That's the question. He's still going to be playing. Not scoped in. Looking for this fast Flicks, nice flashbang though. Now it's going to do the smart thing. Falls on back. Safety. So spotting out, waiting. Badonka. He's going to be playing behind the flames. No, he's going to be walking on in. And Alistair, he's aware of this. He is so aware. Scoped in. Badonka knows where he is. And that's such a nice, quick little flick there. And Alistair's playing so very well. As he gets the first kill. Indeed. And also now the man advantage, as they're going to be walking straight into the waiting arms of Valiants, who will not get anything done. But Ricky is still waiting above. As Alistair gets another kill onto Herbs. And this is just all gone wrong.
Oh my, that is just completely dismantled. Versa, they don't know where he is. That'll work in his favor. And ooh, will he take one with him? No, he will not. Paradox, that is going to be a frustrating round for them. They do have Versa with that AK, but of course, no money left in the coffers for him. And, well, I mean, Order, they really haven't been troubled thus far. Alistair, some smart play around Arch as well, just hearing the sound tick from that Molotov. Obviously, teammate called in that they have got control of library, so just watch your back. And that is rewarded in some good play from Alistair. Now, you can see again, just utility damage coming out from... Well, it actually didn't come out at all, but they're keen on getting that damage on into the choke points. This is not the first time we've seen Order send multiple grenades down into those choke points here. As Ustillo gets a frag, just pushing through into carpet. So, I mean, despite the fact that they know what's going on, sometimes Paradox, they just can't stop it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a kill through the wall and the smoke.
You hate to see it.
If you're a
you
Paradox
love to
fan.
see it.
Yeah, exactly. Alistair just being everywhere, and I love this sort of like, not necessarily combat style opping, but just being this floating off on the CD side, being unpredictable, just being everywhere, just being so quick and mobile on his feet. And now he's gonna have a very comfortable time. The Versus, lucky to stay alive, gets tagged on 11 HP, and Alistair is just ready. He's ready to get... Oh, he gets a tag! He gets a collateral tag, but no one dies! No one dies! How is that possible? Look at the health!
That is heartache for Alistair, but there's still a chance here for Paradox, particularly with that MVP in the hands of Herbs. Now, Jara cleaning up with the 3 in the end, but I'll tell you what, Alistair has been impactful. Even though he might not have got the frags in that instance, he was still able to set up his teammates for success. It was just a simple cleanup there for Jara, playing this smart angle in the bomb site, but you've got to feel for players like this. You still...
He just
that is just that's retaliation through the smoke and wall. Jara there, just
Jara with
clinical.
4K. I feel bad for Alistair. He's got 6 kills and 6 assists. That's just unfortunate.
Team player. As long as he doesn't go for the triple-double, which is, of course, double-digit deaths.
He's just everywhere, isn't he? Like,
He is.
Arch, Banana, like, apps. Love it.
It's just, they auto-play it well. They play a case of hide the AWP. And they keep teams guessing where it's going to be. Now, Alistair again, he's just a floating presence. You're right. He's now holding down A from pit. So that's a complete shift from where he was playing earlier, and now you're still at. He's going to look for one. Cannot find it. Has to be careful though, because he's going to overextend himself here, particularly without head armor. He does do the smart thing and opt to back off.
Yeah, I got a little scary. Ricky as well was just on 34 points of health, so even if he still got taken down, Ricky, there was a possibility that he wouldn't have been... Oh! Okay, that was Gyra, but Alistair... Did he get a tag? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Alistair just taking everyone down. He's furious, Jim. He's angry. And now the duel. The glass cannon versus Alistair's AWP and Eccles. He's trapped. 25 seconds on the clock bomb. Right in front of him. But he's getting hunted down from all angles. They know exactly where he is. And look at Order. Oh. Jesus.
They keep trying to force the issue onto Diggity, and that is right up Order's alley.
But
That's
the
the
thing
response
is,
I wanted.
Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. Completely ignore that. But the thing is, where did it go? Like, you know what I would like to see right now from Paradox is maybe a little bit of a later app stake. You know, keep a guide there, but then again, you have to steal just wall banging people, so that's hard as well. It's almost like there's no any easy avenue. You have to fight for everything. It's gonna be the B hit coming out, and it might work out here at Valiance. Falls, but Rick is there holding the line, going for the full spray, running out of bullets, switching over to the USP, but teammates nearby, and it's gonna be Gyra, but Versa finding Alistair. Suddenly, things are looking promising for Paradox. Gyra waiting patiently, but Herbs reads it to perfection. He tried to bait them out with the smoke, but not having it, and now still is going to be left in a 1v3, and for the first time in quite a while, it feels like Paradox going to be finding some success based off what some might say was a little bit of over-aggression coming out from Old.
And that Molotov's going to give away his position as well, so he needs to be aware of the fact that he could be flanked here, and I don't think he's actually going to be wise to the fact that Versa is in CT spawn with the ADVP. He was able to pick up out of the hands of Ali, making a nuisance of himself in Boiler Room. But that is a much needed round for Paradox. They get themselves on the board, they get some weaponry in their hands for free, most importantly. And that helps supplement their income somewhat. And from Order's perspective, this is a danger round. This is a round where their economy sits on the precipice. They've had to reinvest almost entirely. They have. And that has not left a lot of money left in the bank at all. As Ali does have a full complement here. He's going to up the ante again, take that jewel down mid, but he is actually, taking the jewel in Banana. So good to see him still continuing to move around, but the problem was he was met with stiff resistance here from Paradox, and in fact, Paradox have actually been able to wrestle control of Banana, but they are keeping 3 on this B bomb site.
Switching things up a little bit, maybe expecting an early push coming out from Paradox. And suddenly, Order. Maybe a little bit over aggression previous round. This time, they're giving a lot of respect, a lot of real estate just being handed over to their opponents here. Still a minute on the clock, but just looking at the way Order are posturing at the moment, it looks like they're going to be heading for this B bomb site. All 5 members gathering up. Valiance just trying to shoulder peek, spotting someone out. He's got Incendiary ready. They're going to just smoking their way and just forcing their way through as Rick is going to find a kill through the smoke. Valiance peeking around the corner. They're waiting patiently for him. The nade's going to do quite a bit of damage. Not good enough for a kill, though. And Versa's going to maul him alive. Rick with a quick trade, but Versa with the double, making it a 3v3. However, a couple of the players are pretty low right now for the side of Paradox.
Just going to force their way onto this bomb site. Alistair, the timing works out, but he doesn't find the frag again, doing so much damage. Not converting that into a kill. However, Order in great position here for the retake. They still have 30 seconds to work with, and they are going to regroup. The problem is they don't have too much in terms of other utility. They've got the flashes. They're going to go on the back of those. They're going to come in with the late boost here. This is smart from Order. And the HP of Paradox is going to be an issue. The trade is good, though. Ooh. And Echo rounds that one out. They all play together quite smartly. And I tell you what, that was going to go quickly pear-shaped for Paradox in my mind, but they hold on.
That was all Versa. That was all Versa. He gets the first 2 kills, despite Order doing a pretty good job holding them back. This is the second kill was really nice as well, just spinning around. And then, of course, these 2 kills. Look at how low he is. 13 HP, the 1 kill, the second with the spray transfer, and, of course, Echo to close it out. And they've broken the money for Order. They've forced him to go for a 4-spy. Deagles out, a couple of 5-7s, a bit of utility as well to work with. And somehow, score was 7-2. And now, this is looking much more feasible for Paradox.
Fragile CT Eco. That's the issue we're dealing with here. Again, Ucillo opting to take that jewel. He has been forced out this time, though. So Paradox are now opting for some earlier control of carpets. But again, they need to deal with that man there, Ucillo, the one that's been causing quite a bit of trouble for any CT side. He's been, as we said, that rock, that multi-fragging prowess, and danger. They're going to send him in with the Mac 10. Send in the Hounds as he is traded out, but he's got some valuable information here. The rest of the team are going to flood right through. Alistair, he's making a nuisance of himself again here in this A-bomb site. He's just going to play himself around the pole here. They haven't cleared the bomb site. It is not Ali free at the moment, but Alistair is well aware of the fact that they have inserted a Donker into graveyard, so he's holding strong. This is a really awkward standoff. It's like a first date almost, but Rick is now left in a 1 versus 3, and he misses his chance there to thin the herd somewhat. And I think they're going to play this one with quite a bit of respect here. They know that a single bullet could spell the end of any member of Paradox. As Rick, he's just looking for something to perhaps supplement his mission. Can't find any weaponry. So I think at this stage, he's just resigned himself to being able to perhaps take an exit frag here, Blair. That was danger signs for Paradox, but they managed to wrestle their way out of it.
Yeah, that looked a little scary. And they were giving so much respect to Alistair in their bomb site, right? And I think it was it Badonka? I think it was Badonka who was hiding inside the graveyard, just not budging at all. So Paradox, they get to 5. Ricky picks up an AK. That's not too shabby, but it was a forced investment. Meaning, for Order right now, they just had the pistols to work. A few nades being purchased, perhaps. I'm not too. Siding a little bit with the way of Order, and they were 7-2 up, and now all of a sudden there's a very real chance, there's a very real opportunity for Paradox to potentially go into the second half with the lead, which it did have a nuke earlier.
Now that's interesting that they just sent Rick straight into apartments here, but danger again, just doing damage with that Mac 10. As Paradox, they realized that Order were definitely going to be on a double eco. Just, well, there's not really much on offer for Order, but I think this is a real danger for Order. The Paradox can perhaps even take charge of this half if they're not careful. There's a very fragile city economy on the other end of this round, so if they do manage to take it, it's going to be a very tough road home for Order. And I'm not really surprised to see it, to be honest. I mean, if you're confident enough to pick a map like Inferno against Order, you've got to back yourself on it, and it's good to see that they've upped the ante somewhat after a very, no doubt, frustrating run on Nuke. Jara, he's just going to be able to take away an AK. That's about it. That's about Order. All Order are going to be able to get out of the round. In fact, he's not even going to try and consolidate it with his teammate. No time. Because Paradox, they take a 7-6 scoreline. Now, Blair, Order have got to get these last 2 rounds. They surely don't want to be knocked back like this. It needs to be a 9-6 half. Otherwise, surely they're going to be holding themselves to a much higher standard than this.
Yeah, and especially if I go back to that T-side of Nuke, obviously T-side of Nuke is way more harder and way more complicated than what you can do on Inferno, but there are a lot of similarities, right? It's about it's about drawing out the utility from the CDs, trying to work some of those key choke points. And I was not really impressed with what I saw on the T-side from Order on Nuke, which was their map pick. Now heading in Inferno, which I'm not saying they can't play Inferno, of course they can, but I expected more of a showing from the CD side. I expected a little bit more convincing showing here. Maybe like a 10-5 or 11-4 scoreline. But yeah, like you said, if it's not 9-6, even if it's 9-6, if I'm Order, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'm going to be like, I could have done better there.
No doubt. And I think it just shows too that CT sides are still on a knife's edge. They were up 7-2. It was commanding. It looked like they were having a good time, and they were still taking some losses in some rounds. And I think that was just enough hope for Paradox to latch onto and then just roll with. We see Ustilla here, super aggressive position, but he has support this time. And it's important to note that Alistair, again, being able to just lock down things from the top of mid. Playing it off angle here, Ustilla, again, cheeky pick. This is what they're good at, Order, and they have now got Paradox in the back foot.
They do 5v2. Don't really see a world where Danger or Rek'Al are going to be able to dig their way out of this one. It should be 8-6. Of course, they have money for days and just one more round remaining, so I'm going to be too worried economy-wise. But they'll be looking to try and, make their lives a little easier going to the final round of this first half, right? If we can take away a couple of guns, make force Order to repurchase into the final round. That could make the life a little bit easier. And it's going to be Gyro's going to find danger, and it's not looking likely. Eccle's going to get taken down. A flawless round coming out from Order, not even taking a single point of damage. It's going to be 86.
That was a situation for Paradox where anything was gold then. Any frag that they took off Order was going to be gold, because that meant that they might have had to have gone without utility in some of these rounds. And we can see here, they weren't super aggressive in this round, but they just took the picks from what was very stationary, very set back positions. They didn't necessarily go for the early picks, and this is going to be good. Cross from mid, this is barely noticed by Paradox at all. The boost cross mid as Alistair is looking to get himself an early pick. This is such an aggressive line, but this is Alistair to a T.
Love it.
And Ustillo is rock solid again at top mid. Doesn't even need the support. Gyro comes through late, but RBZ is just going to try and get something out of it, and he will.
He will, but yeah, you can see the hunt, it's already on. Alistair just waiting around the corner. Eagle gets spotted out. Ooh, Alistair with a miss. We don't really see that often, and Eccle's going to come out on top. That's brilliant from him. Punishes Alistair for the miss, but now the bomb dropped at the feet of the two CTs and Herbs. He needs to make something work here, but look at the position of Ricky. Ricky is all the way at T-slope with an AWP trained up the top of mid. There is a chance. There is a small little window of opportunity, Jim, for them to try and steal this one away from Order, but it is looking very unlikely.
Well, they're caught between the rock and the hard place, right? Ricky being the hard place, and obviously Ustillo. Rocky's no longer in the round, but this is tough for Paradox utility-wise. They've got to make that one flash each work, and they haven't done anything just yet. Now it's all on the shoulders of Echo here. He's been clutch before, but he hasn't got a lot of time to work with. And Order can try and drag this out as long as possible. Any second, here is gold. He no-scope again. Oh, he can't find the second. And, well, that is the half for Order. 9-6. They managed to reel things back. It seemed as though things might have been getting away from them there towards the end of that half. But Blair, they have done themselves a solid and found the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, they did it pretty convincingly as well. Just a little surprising. I'm still want to see what they have in store for us here on the T side, but 2 players who were very, very quiet, uncharacteristically. Number 1 being Mr. Bedonka. Just 3 kills in that half, despite his team getting 6 rounds. I see a world where he performed the way he did on Nuke, and maybe Paradox won that half. Maybe they're in 9 rounds. Maybe they're in 10 rounds, right? He had a very quiet game, and he's got a dualies out. I love it. Let's go.
Let's see how this one works out for him. I mean, Nuke is a different kettle of fish to Inferno, but it's certainly one you can make those 2 pistols start working for you, Akimbo style. There's Echo, going to up the ante, take the pick. Doesn't find anything, so Order just grouping up in second mid. Nothing on offer early on for either of these 2 teams. Danger, that is nasty. That is a Dennis-esque flick.
Dennis-esque flick indeed. Danger is solo holding. At this point, I'm not looking for the duels. I'm just playing a little bit more safe. As Ricky is going to find Versa, and here he comes charging out. No, he spots a player out, and that's smart from Ricky. He's not going to continue to just face. Knows where Echo is. Are they going to be heading back towards B is the question. I like this re-aggression from Paradox, though. Pushing up towards brackets, clearing it out. And he get a kill. He's going to clear the corner. He's not, an Alistair spots him out. That's going to scare him back. As Rick is going to find danger as well. That's the bomb side. The B bomb side compromise is going to force out a rotation. And that means Order can go wherever they want. They have the man advantage as well. As this duel is, this is insane. If Echo can pull this off, the timing on this would be nuts. He's coming in from behind. He spots a player out. He hears him while charging in, but he doesn't have the opportunity to strike yet. But a 1 kill, that's all he needs. Patiently, Snipes is still looking for more, tapping away, looking for the duel, runs out of bullets. But he's done his job as RBZ is going to strike onto Ricky.
The entourage roll into this A bomb site here. Ali looking for 1, 2, and Valiance rounds that out. But my, oh my, Blair, that round had everything. It had drama, it had suspense, it had a conclusion that probably didn't leave us as satisfied as it should have. But nonetheless, Order get themselves a pistol round. I thought for sure there Echo may have been able to do more damage. I think he might have gone a little bit early here, but this flick here from Danger,
That's tasty.
that kicked things off for Paradox, got them back into the round. But I tell you what, Echo will watch the replay of that round, and it's one of those rounds that you've just got to, get on with, because things could have gone very differently. And as I said, the way it played out was probably not the way he would have wanted, but Alistair now, again, just making a nuisance of himself. They've taken control of carpets. They've taken that away from the CT side. They've pushed and condensed them back into this A bomb site, and they've got them exactly where they want them. But the bomb is very far committed up these halls, and that could be a sign of things to come. We do see Justillo just blocking things down a banana, but Ricker has been spurred into action. Here he goes. He does find the second again. It's the AK doing the bulk of the damage. It's Alistair just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the bomb site. That would have been the wildest flick of all time if Badonka pulled that off.
This round is just weird.
My, oh my. This, yeah, as I said, this round is just a continuation from Pistol. It's had a flow-on effect. We've taken the weird route in terms of butterfly effect.
I am getting glimpses, or rather flashbacks, PTSD, of some of the Asian games I casted over the summer. Because that round is very reminiscent of that. Like, everyone just going for duels, Alistair just running around, just jumping without even his gun out, when he knows for a fact that someone could be nearby. It's just madness. But Order, despite all the madness, is still up, leading by 5 rounds. And it is still going to be an eco for Paradox. They did go for the force investment. And such is the way the CT economy flows. And for Order, it's a time for them to potentially go for some farm. And I think Gyra is going to be the man. Valiant has had a very quiet game as well. I was looking at Badonka, but he's just still sitting on 3 kills, which is very surprising.
I think the thing is too, in a match like this, there's only so many frags on offer. So Valiant has been solid in clutch situations, typically, but he hasn't been left in those sort of situations. Order are just fragging out. They're leaving numbers alive. It hasn't really come down to 1vx style situations. They've had at least 2 to 3 members alive in a lot of these rounds against Paradox. So, yeah, there's only so much you can do when there's all 5 frags being taken by your teammate. So I think from his perspective, at least, he'll be just happy to be contributing in some way. But from Paradox's perspective, you're right. They have been a little bit quiet. Badonka not hitting the heights that we saw on Nuke, but that is a cheeky smoked angle. Just trying to work the one way in his favor. Let's take some damage for it, but on the other side of the map, they are going to find another frag, as this is just a turtled approach from Order, and it's going to work in their favor if they can continue to just force their way onto this B-bomb site.
I was not a fan of Herbs kind of like, I wouldn't say exposing himself, but being in a position where he can potentially get spammed. He was so very low. I think just a random bullet through the smoke which got him and took him down. And with that, Ricket is going to come marching up. Easy frags. It is kind of a throwaway around here, as Valiant's going to find Pickle. Danger has a Mac 10 though, and he's got Kevlar, so you could try and... Never mind.
He has been swiftly deleted.
His sentence has been cut short. Oh, yes. Yes, Versa. Do it. But no one's going to come his way.
If it wasn't for the fact that he had a Mac 10 behind him and the kill bonus is nil, nada for... okay. No kit, though. Could have made for an interesting end to the round, but they are just going to leave him to his own devices. Gyra comes back. He wants that stat. He'll be able to get away quite comfortably, too. So, Order have put Paradox in a situation where they are going to have to ride this one out on the CT side with some very tight economic management here. We see Versa highlighted. He's been a player that has been quietly going about his way, and I think he's one of those players that we asked a little bit more of to beat a team like Order. So he's going to have to continue to improve on these stats round after round if Paradox are going to fight their way back into this match.
Yeah, I feel like of all the players on this Paradox lineup, versus impressed me the most. Sure, he wasn't top fragging earlier, but on mute, but he did his job. You know what I mean? Kind of like a role player, sort of thing. As just pushing on in, but two players ready and waiting. Is Bedonka just dizzling on everyone over here? Still holding the line. 33 HP. Bedonka with the 3K. Got an ace on nuke. He got an ace on nuke. Maybe he's looking for more. But Alistair looking to reply back. That's a pretty good hole, I won't lie. Considering he lost a player early on, but good work from Bedonka, especially just playing around that smoke. Just putting in all the work, and with that, 3 kills. Forcing last two members of Order to walk straight in the crosshair of Ekel, and you cannot afford to miss those shots. You just can't miss those shots.
That's bread and butter.
Oh no, not like this.
Valiant just pushing his way onto this A bomb site. He's been able to open the can a little bit as Paradox now back in this 2 versus 2. They're aware to the fact that they might actually be already encroaching on Diggity, and in fact this utility is going to give them away. They're going to go and opt to take it together. Now that smoke is going to give Valiant somewhat of an advantage, but he needs to be mindful of his back, and I think that might actually be his undoing here. This Danger is going to try and head things up as they break their way into this A bomb site. That smoke is actually perfect to hide Order in this bomb site. Bedonka knows where Ali is, but unbeknownst to where Valiant's laying the wait, that is the round for Order.
That smoke, it feel like it was unintentional because it bounced off the Molotov, but it just worked perfectly, I feel like. And this is just heartbreak, man. Like, Bedonka, quiet game so far, picks up a triple kill. He's like, guys, it's a 4v2, we got this, and Ekel just misses a sitter. Like, that was... You're not going to get shots easier than that, especially if you want to play at a higher level of Counter-Strike. And
no, they're also the shots that rock your confidence as an AWPer as well. And you need to have a confident AWPer in this matchup. So that's not going to go too well for Ekel. You don't want to miss those because that makes you want to not pick up the AWP.
I've been there. I've been there, Jim. Oh no!
I'm still there. That is nasty.
He doesn't allow him to run away.
He's renovating
second kill?
carpets.
No, I think the early one was Ricky. I don't know. I don't remember. Okay.
Ooh.
Ekel makes up for it. At least he can hit shots with the Deagle, which is the harder weapon.
It is. It's significantly harder these days to just yield results, as these Deagles from Paradox may cause Order some issues. As well, Ustillo again, he's
just wallbanging everyone.
He's just been ever present in second mid. That's his realm. He sent people to the Shadow Realm in carpet, and also lays as the guardian of the Shadow Realm.
Well, right now, even the gods of the Shadow Realm are smiling down on Order because they're walking into an empty bomb site. Paradox have opted to go for the full stack towards B, and I can't really blame them. You know, you just have these pistols, you want to maximize your chances. Then you hear the utility being deployed towards A, and now they know, well, jig is up. They're going to be walking to the stack, but at least they can stay alive, not take any damage, just keep those Kevlars. They can just won't have to spend too much money investing in the helmets, right? So they can at least manage to get a better buyout if they can survive. If they can survive this round without losing any members, and that should be the case here. I don't expect Order to really go on the hunt. Their money still isn't that great. Bear in mind, a couple of those rounds came down to the wire. The previous one, for example, was a 2v2 in the end. So Order have hemorrhaged quite a number of players, so the money's not that great. So yeah, not going to go for the hunt. But 14-6. It's looking like the writing's on the wall.
I think so too. And yeah, there's absolutely no reason to hunt. You're right. And they're not taking weapons out of the CT economy. And if anything, they're going to be gifting them. So they are just going to be saving a pit with high HP on pretty much all members of Order. They bring up 14-6. So it is going to be the hard road back, as this is peak Ustillo.
1 HP. 1 HP. Wants to escape. Jesus.
It's frustrating to fall to frags like that as well, more than anything, because there's nothing you can do about it. You were invisible by all means here, and we've seen Order go for this style of pick with a little bit more success. Echo again, he's been shattered by Ali.
I feel bad for him, dude.
He has not had a good run in the later rounds here on Inferno, that is for sure. And when you need an AWPer to step up, unfortunately, he has been on the receiving end of some wicked luck and some wicked shots coming out. So he'll be beside himself. It all starts with a missed shot for an AWPer, I feel. And I don't know, Paradox on the back foot very quickly in this round.
I mean, we all remember that no-scope clutch you pull off in Nuke, right? But these sort of shots, that's your bread and butter. These are the shots you should be hitting like 9 out of 10 times, right? You need to win these opening deals. That's why you're a primary AWPer. And look, again, I don't want to just like crap all over the guy, but let's assume you want to like elevate your team standings, right? What is not even the best team in Australia? You still have Renegades to play against. If you're going to miss those shots, you're never really going to go anywhere, you know, as a team or even as a player. And I think that is a worrying factor as Alistair's going to find Badonka. But this aggression from Herb's always been spotted out. The jig is up. And look at the wrap around. You can wrap straight into B. This has just gone wrong. And Herb's, well, he has been kind of quiet so far, Jim, but he has a lot of work to do here.
He certainly does. This was just a foot race into B. That is not the way you want to go down either. That smoke actually gave his position away, unfortunately, here in Versa. He might actually be caught out in the rotate here. I think he's well aware of the fact that Gyro lay in wait, and he's just going to continue to burn time.
No, don't. God. They're dead, man. There's no need to like just shank them in the back.
I think everybody gets a little bit excited when they see that opportunity come their way, though. But that's been Eccles' day on Inferno. We saw some great highs from him, but on the later stages of Inferno, it's just Order upping the ante. They put a lot of pressure on him to perform, and unfortunately, he hasn't been able to hit those shots that we saw him hitting. Arguably the more difficult ones. This is something different though from Paradox. They just want to end it here, maybe.
Well, they are trying to do so. As Badonka from above. Oh, come on! Oh, he gets a spray. Took almost 30 bullets, but he finds the kill and is still up. Unfortunately, he is kind of trapped. And Valiant's on the hunt, but the timing works out for Badonka. He's going to be pushing on in. He's completely blinded though, and that's going to be a free fry for Valiant. Ekel and Herbs left in a 2v3. Make that a 1v3 for Herbs. He's got an AK-47, Kevlar, and a prayer on his lips.
And we know that, well, the odds are certainly not stacked in his favor. I don't know about that aggression, though. We might have wanted to have seen that a little bit earlier on than the last round from Paradox, but it is 16-6. It has been a convincing second map performance from Order, Blair. And, I mean, this one played out how we thought it would. A 2-0 to Order. They were slated as the better team coming into this, and I think they've shown that they've got a long way to go in this competition.
Yeah, Order just... And that's the thing with Order. They didn't try anything crazy, right? It was just them out-dueling, out-playing. Nothing elaborate from them. Tom, Mitch, I hope you guys enjoyed that one, because that was a impressive showing coming out from Order. At the same time, for Paradox, I think it's kind of the same old tale. Nuke initially looked kind of promising, and then it kind of fell flat. They have a good first half, a decent first half, and nowhere to be found in the second half.
Who's taking it? Go on, Mitch. Go on, you go. I believe in you.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Go, Mitch.
And Tom's usually the alpha. He jumps in there. He likes to get involved.
Well, he is on top of you, so yeah.
Always. So yeah, right there, Order pretty much. Ooh, what are you doing, Tom? You. Yeah. So
Quit
look,
clowning around, guys.
there is no. Hey. So there is no mystery behind this one, really, is there? It's what we expected coming through. Paradox couldn't really deliver when it came down to it, and you don't expect them to. Up against Order, one of the best teams in the region, this is the kind of performance that we expect. If anything, I think honestly dropping a map for Order in this situation would have just been an embarrassment. It's not something that they should be doing any given day, and at the moment, they're showing that, yeah, okay, that they're coming in, they're giving the performance that we want to see from them. I would argue even over on Nuke, that first half, like 8-round CT side, that's pretty bad. You want to be doing a whole lot better. And since then, they've pretty much just looked flat.
look, this paints a good picture for what we could see later on, the hyped fight of Order versus Renegades, but even more so, the fight of Order versus Chiefs, because that ain't going to be an easy game, right? We saw Chiefs earlier. They were looking good, but both of these teams had very similar games in that we didn't really see them play. Like, we saw them come in, show their individual skill, play as a unit, but not really open that strap book.
Tom, like anything that stood out for you apart from Silo being an absolute monster?
Lobster?
Yeah, no, the man was unstoppable again in that map. So I can't really take too much away. I think Alistair as well. Like, that seems to be the deadly duo. The thing that worried me, if anything, was how much that Ricky was actually able to get away with, especially on that B site. Like, you look over at Valiant, who had a pretty poor first half. I don't think it's unfair to say that that wasn't one of his best performances. But there were still rounds where Ricky was getting multi-frags, that they were unable to clear him. It gave time for rotations. And I think if that was a game where you did have Valiance playing at his top level, that was their only safe haven. Like, the B site was the only place they got absolutely anything done, because the A site was on lock. And that's unusual. Like, normally you talk about the B site, the site where you're able to stack it up a little bit easier. But in this case, they never really did it.
It really did it. And Jim, like, I don't know, like, this is me talking about the two teams we've seen lose today, right? Like, if you look at Paradox and then you go back early to Mako Shark, like, they're going to be facing against each other, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they will be playing against each other later on tomorrow. I don't know what to really make of this. I feel like Paradox, they showed more promising signs for me personally compared to what we saw from Mako, but at the same time, there's so many holes to be exposed. So, like, if you stack up Mako against Paradox right now, who would you like rate a little bit higher?
Having seen a little bit more of Mako, I'm still fairly confident in backing Paradox in this instance, just because I know that the players on Paradox, to me, they're known quantities. I know, quite well the history of two of the players on Mako as opposed to the majority of the players on Paradox, and we know that they've been a roster that has been working their way into those top 6 positions. They haven't been able to convert, as I said, but they're looking more dangerous as they go. And it's a tough ask to come up against a team like Order. Order are certainly more well drilled. They've got a deeper map pool, and they've got some very experienced players, particularly when things break down to those 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 late round situations. So I think it's safe to say that head to head, Paradox are probably looking better in that matchup than what I've seen from Mako, but there's still time to surprise.
And what was not a surprise for all of us today was the MVP of this matchup. It's going to be, of course, Mr. Alistair, who was, in my opinion, fantastic. I mean, Mitch, this guy was everywhere. He was getting all the kills. He was just being like Jim mentioned. He was kind of like being this mobile opera, just running around, just being unplayable at times, and just hitting almost everything by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, he really gave off the Aladdin vibes, right? The Prince Ali coming in, just dominating, owning this place. I think the backdrop definitely suits. It's got that kind of a nice aesthetic to it. Recently watched the movie, really good. Will Smith's quite good in it, gotta say. Thought the Blue Genie be weird, but what definitely wasn't weird was the blue side of Order. Their defense was good, their offense second half dominant, and really, if it wasn't for Ali coming in and just dominating in those early duels, I don't think they'd have the same. But I feel like Ricky has kind of been an unsung hero in a way. Like, he's been involved on both maps very early on and getting them advantages. We saw a couple times that he was able to pull back, when they would lose 1 or 2 duels, that he was stepping up when Ustilo wasn't able to snap back and find those kills. And realistically, with so much depth to the Order lineup and we're not really seeing their cards being revealed, I'd be quite scared about what they can offer in the lineup or in the game next that they've got against Chiefs. That's going to be a really challenging game for the Chiefs. And I agree definitely with the point you were making earlier as well about the Paradox versus Mako. Like, Paradox have to be favored, not really. Even though obviously the game didn't exactly look a lot better, I feel like their opponents were definitely much stronger, and they've probably got that little more to offer as individuals than what we saw from Mako, who were pretty flat all around.
All right, and speaking of Prince Ali, we do have Alistair joining us for a very quick winners interview, and maybe you could probably sing a song for him, Mitch. But Alistair, welcome to the interview. Congratulations again. That was a pretty convincing win, all things considered, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, everything went to plan, so it was just a smooth sail, really.
Okay, I have a quick question. Like when it comes to, we discussed this quite a bit when we were casting the game. I'm struggling with English today. But when it comes down to your approach, especially in the Nuke T side, that's one thing we noticed. You weren't trying anything too elaborate or anything too special. You're just going for the duel, just trying to force your opponents to kind of walk into your crosshairs. Was that the game plan? Were you not looking to try anything, like not even like a set take, so to speak, of the upper bomb side?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of gimmicks and early round fights that I can use, but I felt really it wasn't necessary. I didn't really have to give him the opportunity to get into the round, so I was sort of just playing very passive, very calm CS, and just sort of, playing around the team a lot more than going for these early duels and stuff.
So when it comes to an event like this, obviously the goal is only to win. I feel like that's all you can really hope for when it comes to like getting to the major, etc. Do you come in just really preparing for a team like Renegades, obviously the favorite, or are you still looking at some of maybe the other teams that you have to beat along the way?
Yeah, I think obviously, Renegades is sort of our main focus, being like the strongest team in the region right now. But you can't really slack off against these underdog teams like Paradox and especially Chiefs. They're like barely an underdog team. So we do have our eyes set on Renegades, but we also have to take it game by game and, not underestimate our opponent on the day.
That makes a lot of sense, right? You're coming up against Chiefs next. So what's your feeler on that? Have you guys been, it's almost a curiosity for me coming into these tournaments. Have you been practicing against these guys much? Do you have a read on how they play?
Yeah, no, we do. We've actually only been able to practice against these guys amongst the top teams in Australia. Renegades and Avant, it's very hard with so many competitions being on. We can't, afford to practice against these teams, and they don't want to practice against us, which is fair enough. So Chiefs have sort of been our scrim partners for a little bit recently, so we have a good grasp on how they play. And it's just going to come down to the day how we, set up our game plans and how we want to play against them.
Hey, we've got a lot of competitions. I feel like we're in the middle of a big run of online competition here in Australia. I mean, in terms of where you guys sit, do you feel as though you've still got more to offer? Is there any tricks up your sleeve coming into this this bracket against some of these known quantities?
I think we're going to be playing a little bit of a different CS, I guess. These last few tournaments have taught us a lot because before these last few tournaments, obviously we didn't get to play Renegades and Avant a whole lot because of the play break and etc. So like now that we've had those games under our belt, I think we learned a lot leading up to this because this is sort of like the real big one for us. So I'm glad that we got to play them so much recently, and hopefully we can put that into effect to how we want to play them coming up.
All right, I have a final question from my side. I mean, with Renegades kind of being this unbeatable team by the looks of it, right? They've won 5 events back to back. Like, is there kind of like, is there a moment where some sort of frustration kind of seeps into, it could be even for Avant, it could be even for you guys, where you're like, what's going on? Like, why can't we beat these guys? Like, has it ever kind of like hit you guys?
Yeah, a little bit, because we look at them and they are a very good team, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're this, star-studded, unstoppable force. Like, we have a very close series with them. Sometimes we don't even win a map, but the maps are so brawly and so tight every time. So I do think, like, there are times coming where we're just going to have to take it to them, and hopefully we can do exactly what we did last RMR, but at least not give it away like we did on that final map.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you, but you do have a day off tomorrow, and of course you have a game coming up against Chiefs on Friday, so good luck for that, and I'll catch you guys later.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we do have the brackets up for you guys right now. We do have a little bit of an update coming up with the brackets. The big ass bracket, guys. And Jim, maybe you want to talk about this. Like, it's an old school double elim 8-team bracket, and the way it's playing out right now, you have Chiefs and Order facing off against each other later on. You have Mako, and Paradox in the lower brackets here.
Well, I mean, I always feel as though the BO3 double elim is one of the best tells of finding out who truly is the better team out of all these teams that are clustered together. So I think this is the right format, and you've got to lose 2 BO3s to be placed out of the competition, and you're never truly out of it until then. So I think for a lot of these teams that are in the upper bracket, they've got 2 bites of the cherry, at least in their eyes, to make it through. So I think at the end of this, you'll get a pretty good indication of who sits where in the region. And for me, I mean, my eyes obviously are steadily focused on the Renegades Rooster match, because I feel as though obviously Renegades, they've got some good form behind them. Rooster, they're always a bit of an unknown quantity. I'm always excited to see them play. More importantly, I'm keen to see how they have adapted their individual game styles, whether or not they've bonded together and put some strategy on the board to be able to take down the likes of Renegades, because you're going to need to bring a structured approach to bring down Renegades in any instance.
Well, on that note, speaking of the next matchup coming up, I'm just going to touch upon it real quickly before we go for a break here. And Tom, I want to hear your thoughts on this one. If you look at all the opening matchups, as we spoke about earlier, it is kind of one-sided, right? You expect your ground zeros, everyone else to win. This Rooster team, like we've discussed quite often, they have that potential. They have the potential upset, but is it good enough for Renegades, who are just, like I said earlier, the kings of the hill?
I think maybe every once in a while your first match of the tournament might be a little bit weaker. The problem that we're seeing though is that although we're getting better and better underdogs, we're also getting better and better opponents. Like we started off with the Chiefs, we've now moved on to Order, and then we get that again, the final boss that is Renegade. So for Rooster, this is a match which I think if they're even competitive, like they get 10, 12 rounds on a map, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what they can do further in the tournament, maybe get back in and have another go at them. But going straight in as one of your like first proper matches against them in this tournament, I can't see it going any other way than 2-0, especially with how deep the map pool is for Renegades, how deep their talent pool is in comparison to other teams. And basically, if you're on this Rooster roster, probably most of the players' goal is to end up on Renegade. So it's a weird one to sort of match up against, but realistically, they're going to have to pull something out of the bag to even get a map.
Rooster roster, I like that. Mitch, are you going to agree with Tom on this?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I got to go in on that. I think that Rooster've got a lot of potential. They probably do feel like they've drawn the short straw. I guess anybody against Renegades would, but I think they probably had a decent chance of bringing a fight to Chiefs. Order, probably not so much, but like if they were up against Ground Zero as well, that's probably the semifinals spot going their way. So I'm actually a little bit gutted that this is their first match, but hey, lower bracket runs are always fun, right?
Are they? I don't know, but we're going to be finding out later on. Right now, they're going to go to a very quick break, but you guys can grab something to eat, something to drink. Because coming up is a match you don't want to miss. It's going to be Renegades facing off against the Rooster roster.
Coming up next.
counting.
You give me love.
Gear up. We're going
Do
in.
I want to know? I know it's getting me by, but I don't want that this time. Not just your touch. I feel the space in between. You're drifting further from me. Boy, that sucks. Round and round we go. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, 'cause it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020. My name is Blair. I'm going to bring you the rest of the action for the day. We have one more matchup coming up here, and it's going to be a banger of a game. It's going to be Renegades facing up against Rooster. Before I do that, I'm going to introduce my long-suffering compatriots. We, of course, have Mitch. We have Tom, and of course we have Jim as well, who's going to be joining me in taking you guys through the rest of the action. Tom, let's start off with the team that everyone's been speaking of, the team who hasn't lost a map in the past 11 maps I've played so far. Renegades. The
Let's
Renegados.
not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it? Okay. All right, wrap it up. Let's not talk about it. But all right, in all seriousness though, like these guys have looked absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, as we pretty much said, they are the team to beat throughout this tournament. There's nobody really on the ticket at the moment who's been able to take them down, and definitely not in a consistent fashion. So, yeah, Rooster have definitely got an uphill battle. I wouldn't like to be the person in their shoes at the moment. And it's a scary prospect because like you look at the roster as a whole, and I don't think there's many, if any, weak spots, at least when you come up against the current opposition that they're playing against. I think that they're in a pretty awkward position where they're almost like that big fish in a small pond. And realistically, the who knows, maybe they could kind of like get out there and actually do some damage elsewhere. But instead, they're currently stuck within a region. I think one of the true sufferers of the sort of lockdown stage, because they've looked really good and we want to see them at more international events. And unfortunately, they aren't any, not that they can attend at least.
Which is such a trapped... Free Willy. All right. But I'm just going to give this one to you, Mitch. Like when it comes to like international performances, like Tom mentioned, the last time they played outside on land was I think Leipzig, where they came second, mind you. This was on land against some pretty solid competition. So for them, like how do you maintain that mentality, that hunger, that edge to kind of like buy your time, waiting for the time this entire Corona thing kind of blows away for them to get back into international competition? How do you maintain that hunger, that drive, when it's just basically just crapping on everyone in the domestic circuit?
But you know, the problem I see with it is like, how do you maintain practice and maintain that level of play when you don't have that level of opponent to practice against? Because it can now be very easy for them, I'm sure, when they're scrimming. And you heard right, they're not practicing against Ordered, as Ali said. So they're going to be playing, obviously, not against Avant, I would presume, as well. So they're playing in practices against much lower level opponents that they can probably just breeze through and sort of go on 1%. Just dominate them individually, which is really dangerous, because if they get in the habit of playing that kind of way, that's where the likes of Order, who are hungry, who are motivated to get up there to the top, can start to overthrow them, as well as obviously being stuck in this region and being forced to consistently play against other teams in this region. That's going to, again, give those players that are very motivated to beat them and learn everything they've got to offer the time and the data to really practice and maybe get to that level. So honestly, it's kind of dangerous for them. I'm sure they're still practicing a lot. I'm sure they're still keeping that mentality up, that they want to be like one of the best teams in the world and compete on the international stage. But it is hard if you're just stuck practicing with your countrymen and you're now the big fish in the little pond.
And Jim, I mean, this one is a question. I mean, it's a problem that's been the case for most of the Aussie teams for since the inception of Counter-Strike. If you think about it, let's just talk about CS:GO. You remember like Sponge and his Vox 7 lineup? That was the same problem they had. Although back then they didn't really have the opportunities which are available right now in the past 2 or 3 years for the Aussie teams. But it is kind of reminiscent of that particular issue they had, right?
Yeah, I've got a smile on my face because I know a little bit of a deeper context there. The fact that they got it invited to practically everything, where there were no qualifiers hosted in these sort of instances. But to be fair, they were a better team than a lot of other teams in the region at the time. But it is very reminiscent of that. However, I think there's some context that also needs to be brought in, that a lot of these teams at the moment, and particularly Renegades, are affected by this, is the fact that they have a team house. It is located in Melbourne. Melbourne is completely in lockdown right now. In fact, if you are located in Melbourne, you're not allowed to leave. There's a curfew in place. A lot of these guys are struggling with motivation as well. On top of that, the fact that they're living these completely, lockdown lives. Not all the teams located in the house either, so they're a little bit split. Some of them are, located in different locations. However, they've still been able to maintain focus, and I think that just speaks to the overall goals of this team. They are on the same page. They are still looking forward, eyes forward on the future, that they want to perform overseas. However, at what point does that become very difficult to maintain? Because who knows how long that they might be in this stasis that they're in, trapped in this smaller pond.
True. And speaking of the other team they're going to be facing up against, it's going to be Rooster, Tom, and they face each other a couple of times, and both the times Renegades have come out on top. But Rooster showed that they can take a map off them. They didn't manage to take a map off them, I believe. I think in one of the DreamHack Open Summer, where they took one map off Renegades, right? But I want to talk a little bit about the map vetoes here. Obviously, Renegades have not just the deeper map pool compared to Rooster, but probably the deepest map pool in the entirety of the Oceanic region. So I just want to I want you to kind of take me through what you think the map's going to be like, because I feel that's going to play a very key role for Rooster to even maybe have a tiny chance of taking a map off the Renegados.
Well, that's the tough thing. Again, it's similar to the last, where you kind of go, okay, where are you taking this? It's not going to be Train. Neither of the teams want to be playing that. So even if you get a bit of a spicier veto where you do have the Renegades banning out Train, the only other map they don't really play is Overpass. They have one map recorded on it. Now, Blair, can you guess the team that they beat the one time that they played it? Because it kind of paints a bit of a bleak picture, because it is Rooster. So it takes you to a point where you go, okay, you can pick that map, but you lost 16-10. You could pick Nuke. You beat them 16-9 on it once, but the last time you played it, you lost 16-9. So it's an impossible scenario. You're going to look to their weaknesses, and a lot of the time the weaknesses of Rooster are actually very, very similar, but to a worse extent, because they're much more of a mix-based team. Then you look towards the more mix-based team maps. You go for a Mirage, for example, a map they played 18 times. Renegades have a 100% win rate on Mirage. There is no safe space, I guess you could say, for the side of Rooster. So from what I want to see, really, I want to see them go for their stronger picks. Go for a Nuke. 82% win rate. You've played it 11 times. That's a strong map for you. You beat them on it in the past. I want to see them lean towards something like that, rather than going for maybe a risky pick, because at this point, the risky pick's only risky for you.
True, but I would like to maybe I don't know, maybe see this Overpass coming out. I know Renegades have beaten them on it, right? But Mitch, I'm going to throw this one to you. We should have the map video coming up right now, but I just want to maybe take me through what you think Roos is going to do. Are they going to throw a curveball, try and catch Renegades off guard, or are Renegades going to kind of flex a little bit and maybe even potentially ban out a map which they're not going to be very comfortable with? But it looks like it's going to be pretty standard if you look at it, Mitch.
I'm sort of surprised, to be honest. I thought that we would probably see an Overpass come through as a pick. It was a relatively close one, as Tom said, with 16-10. So I thought Rooster could maybe try to catch them off guard there, because look, it's going to be the least practiced map when it comes to Renegades. Now, who knows? Maybe these teams have been scrimming against each other as well. I think this is probably roughly the level of team that Renegades would be targeting to scrim versus. So there's a decent chance that there's more going on there behind the scenes. And when it comes to picking Inferno, again, it makes perfect sense. You've got a very comfortable map. I probably would have maybe preferred a Mirage, just because the results. So we mentioned 100% win rate, right? And that sounds good in and of itself. But then you look at the fact that 4 of those games were versus Avant, 1 was versus Order, and 1 was versus Rooster. So of those 7, 6 have been against either high-level teams or this team, which is pretty damn good. And Renegade has always just been solid on Mirage. So I would have liked that to be their map pick. I think Inferno probably provides a little bit more room for the likes of Rooster to come into it, but I definitely still wouldn't see that as a positive. I mean, they've played it 2 times in a row. The last 2 Inferno plays for Renegades were 16-5 and 16-7 win over Rooster. So they're obviously have the experience there.
And Jim, very quickly, like my little surprise there is Mirage not getting banned out in the second phase by Rooster. Maybe a Vertigo. They could have maybe stood a chance there, but I'm hearing that the game's about to go live. So very quickly, gentlemen, predictions. Jim, let's go with you.
I think it's hard to shy away from Renegades here, so I'm just going to lock them in for that 2-0.
Mitch, I guess you're going to go with Rooster, right?
Yeah. What? No. Whoa.
He got you.
I heard it, yeah,
Got you.
I'm going to go with Renegades, surprisingly. I can see Rooster making it close, but yeah, I think 2-0.
2-0. All right. On that note, gentlemen, I shall catch you guys later on. And Tom, it's just you and me to bring you guys the action. And I guess you're going to go with Renegades as well, because I'm going to have to side with Dexter and the boys here. Clean sweep. All right.
It's silly not to, isn't it? Like, there's a few like risky picks that I'm sure maybe we'll have some differences on in the lower bracket, for example, but anybody betting against Renegades when they've won however many maps it is in a row, like it's not even like, say you look at other teams where, okay, maybe like a G2 where they lose maps here and there, but they're still a solid pick. You're literally looking at a team that hasn't lost a single map, and a lot of them haven't been close. Especially going into Inferno, as Mitch said, 16-5, 16-7, the last 2 times they played it, and both against Rooster. So, yeah, we'd be mad to say anything other than this is going to be a Renegades victory.
Well, aggression coming out early on here from the CTs. And I don't think Renegades are aware of the position from ADK. He's pushing it pretty deep towards mid. And his position hasn't been compromised yet, but now they're going to be rotating back, and it's going to be the duel taking place down bottom mid, and it's going to be, well, surprise, surprise, the Renegades coming out on top here.
Sicko got his name as SSSS.
I'm trying to figure that out. I think is that Sicko?
I think it is. He's got a kill, and it was with a P250. So I've used my deduction skills.
You're a genius, Tom.
To work that one out. But yeah, Sicko, change your damn name, man. Change your name if you can. I don't know what we're playing this on. It might not allow you to. Either way, we are going to see some trades back from the CT side. A better position to be in, and actually both players sort of stuck to the pool, but they're going to try and back away and actually just walk straight into habits. The thing is, though, that's not so much of a problem for them, as it has traded evenly. Sicko looking to try and end this round. He's actually just trying to take the fight, not even bothering with the bomb anymore. Just wants that individual battle. Something we mentioned about the Renegades is going into this, they're going to be feeling confident, and the fight is so damn awkward. He doesn't even have a gun. He's just looking to try and find a pistol. 20 seconds left. The chance to rotate has gone away, and well, it's gone from wanting that kill to needing it.
He still has time to get the bomb down, and also these names are just throwing me off. Like, I don't know who's getting who, but, well, Sicko, he's going to get the bomb down. 5 seconds on the clock. He will have ample time to put in the numbers. Netic, he's got a kit. He's down to 57 HP, but at this range, this is when the Glock can really shine. But Sicko is going to go for the duel. Yes, he is indeed, but that's a huge clutch coming out as Netic is going to shine, and that is going to be the pistol round going the way of Rooster.
Yeah, the thing that worries me, though, with the amount of kills that came in, plus the bomb plant, really? Really? We're going through this? I haven't had to go through someone, like, fake defusing the bomb in ages. Even in matchmaking, that's become, like, a taboo of just, like, oh, I can't even be bothered to waste my own time by doing that. But, hey, you know, some people, right? Some people. You got to take the small victories, right, Blair?
Well... You know what? You know what I love right now? If everyone got their goddamn names right. What are these names? What's that? Plug.hub gangster? What?
I would assume that's Danny, right?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to assume. Like, this is taking me back to 2014 online Asian Counter-Strike, where all the names used to be some random characters just thrown in, and I'm like just lost wondering who's who. But at least the HUD is correct, which has been beautiful. The PGL HUD has definitely been something that I have really grown to love. It's clean, crisp, a little bit of a retro vibe as well. I like that.
They have forced into this one. They're going all in, and while your boy Maxi Bound, also known as Ins, has... Oh, this is horrible. Why are you doing this to us, Renegades? Why? Having some fun within their names, I guess. They are going to be already looking very, very good in this round. A lot of damage being done to the remaining players, but the problem is losing personnel. Danny in a good position here, but he's instantly domed by Hats. That's the B site firmly under the control. And while Blair, no point, right? Just save.
Yeah, and especially when you don't really know for sure how low the players are, it's really not worth going for it, right? You have the Stufa Masters, you have the Kevlar, you have a little bit of utility as well. Yeah, just go for the save, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Shout out to Malta and Hats for actually using their nicknames.
My favorite of the Renegades players from this point onwards.
Absolutely. I don't even know who these other players are, like Ins, Sicko.
Relationship
server
with Dexter over. Actually, I don't know if Dexter has his correct name.
Because he hasn't got a kill yet.
We'll see. Maybe. Like, to be honest, like I've always really enjoyed watching Dexter play. Dexy. Close enough. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I can work that one out without having to think, which is nice. But yeah, he's one of the players, especially on this map, like I can be quite almost reminiscent of, because the way he plays this is, let's put it this way. There are a few players on Inferno I would least like to play against. One of them is JW, the other one is Dexter. And for very similar reasons. They play this map. It's unfair. They just get aggressive. They don't allow you to set anything up. They play irritating on that CT side. And the worst thing is as well, similarly to Art, Dexter is very, very good at getting away with it. And that annoys me, but at the same time, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's almost unfair, like you said, right? They go for these plays and they just get away with it, which just seems illegal. As Chelios, a legend in the local scene, it's gonna open things up. He was kind of like the hard carry for this team initially, right, when they were like starting off. But then it's good to see his teammates kind of step up as well and kind of like ease the load on his shoulders. And well, opening kill going the way of Mr. Chelios. As Dexter looking to get something here. Not finding anything. A very, very passive setup from the side of Rooster. But I like this. I like the little bit of re-aggression coming in towards brackets, and that's going to allow Chelios to head over towards his B bomb side. But the hit, Tom, it's coming in towards A.
Oh,
wait,
no.
Did he not? Did he see him?
It couldn't be worse. I think ASAP might be in a position to maybe catch them. It's all going to come down to timing. He's still going back in the other direction. He's completely unaware. This leaves this defense in such an awkward position. Even Eddie K is completely facing the wrong direction as they walk in. He's got into the corner. I don't know if that was some sort of sixth sense, but he didn't seem to find any information. And there's the clean kill.
No way.
That's easy entry. Netic, well, he's finally going to be cleared out. And while he gets one, but Malta quickly able to trade himself. And now the remaining players are just going to have to walk back in. I'm not sure what was the reason for them wanting to rotate that heavily, but I am not a fan.
Jim did mention how they can be unpredictable, but that is a textbook. Like, you could literally make a chapter of how not to play Counter-Strike with how that round played out. You're a 5v4, you're a man advantage. Fine, you send one player out, but you have no information. There's no need to go for the stack, and especially with the fact is, even the two players on the A bomb side, one player just tucked in the corner of the bomb side, and one player with a deagle towards apartments area. Like, there's no way for a trade. You have no eyes at all. And Renegades are just going to be wondering, like, what the hell was that round? Like, because we're surprised. Renegades are definitely going to be surprised. And Rooster, what the hell are you doing? That round made no sense.
I think in some cases, you almost have to give some props to Renegades as well, just for actually clearing some of those angles. Because I think it's very, very easy, especially that back right corner of the site, to just go, oh, there's no one here. And then just like carry on and start planting the bomb. Somebody dies. And Brewster managed to get away with that round. Instead, though, methodical. And it's what we've come to expect from this squad. They're the reason they're the favorites. They're the reason they're the best in the region at the moment. And we are going to see still the scout and the smaller amount of weaponry kept forward into this round. It's not going to be particularly pretty, but I do like the fact that they've gone for a little bit more of an aggressive stack in towards Banana. Hats, though, just playing that solo entry role, taking some risks. He's got teammates to support him, and now left alone is ASAP. The rotation's coming, but, well, the rotation doesn't have much weaponry, so it's mainly onto him.
Chelios with a scout still could, you know, get a couple of tags in, then you can have ADK with the P250, maybe trying to finish it off. Of course, I'm being very, very optimistic here. His ADK is far, far away from the action, and Shows escapes with an M4. That's very, very lucky. Very, very fortunate.
Oh, that made me feel so uncomfortable. He's just picking up the rifle as the smoke is disappearing, and just luckily there's no one on the other side. It makes your cheeks clench, that's for sure. I'm sort of caught within two minds of what Renegades are actually going to do here. They've faded away from their more aggressive positions on Banana, and now they're just going to go for the classic setup. Again, unfortunately for the CT side, their gamble rotation was completely wrong, and it looks like Malta has just caught them on the other side, and that's actually going to force them to go back towards the A site instead. So another easy round for the Renegades, and although FAMAS isn't ideal going into the next, I really wouldn't mind seeing it saved.
Yep, so, can he... Well, it's not bad, but there is a player right next to ASAP. And yeah, Sicko, he doesn't miss those. Renegades, it's calm, it's methodical, it's nothing too crazy, and it's looking good so far. Rooster, though, they're going to finally go for the buy. AWP coming up from his Chelios. He is, of course, naked. Nothing else apart from the AWP. No Kevlar, no armor, no utility, nothing to speak of. That is unfortunate. It's completely blinded when he got the kill, but yeah, that is the way the cookie does crumble sometimes. But now, the first real test for Renegades, if you ask me, is going to be against the proper buy.
I am interested to see how Rooster are actually going to play Inferno, because it seems like one of the maps. So as said, I watched a little bit of them play yesterday. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but versus Mako, it was really their T side that impressed me, because, well, it seems like the calls are good, and when they actually group up as a unit, I think they do quite well. CT side, very much based on individual plays. Wasn't really a fan of it at all. In fact, they lost their CT side of Overpass versus Mako, so I'm worried for them here, because this is where we're going to see the class of Renegades in comparison. You can't take these guys on individual duels, so you have to beat them in team play, and I'll be honest, I don't have much faith in that player.
Oh, ye of little faith. Well, I don't really blame you, honestly. But they are a team who, this is my first time having an opportunity to cast these guys, but having, you know, just following the Australian scene, just speaking to Elfish Guy and Pilsky and all these guys, right? They've always said good things about this team. They don't overstate it. They're not like, oh, it's a second coming of Renegades, or like they're like an Order or Avant. No, they have the upset potential, but they are kind of these plucky upstarts who have managed to surprise quite a few people, but it's going to be, well, I thought the entry would actually go the way of Hats. The flashbang was actually kind of good, but Netic's going to come out on top. But they're all kind of caught inside of that bomb side, but somehow they're winning the duels. Our Rooster. Now it's a 3v5, and 20 seconds on the clock. Time is running out for Renegades.
They have to get going, and it might be too little too late. Nexter can't do anything, and it's all on to Sicko. 12 seconds. Push coming in from the remaining players to try and support. He hits the no-scope onto the first. The second is actually close within the site, and I think that was Danny hitting the shot through the wall as well. So, hey, that works out for him. Rooster managed to hold on to that round, and, well, it was a good idea from Renegades, but just the execution of it didn't quite go to plan. I think, as you said, the flashbang looked like it would set them up, but I think it actually blinded two players of the T side as well, so there was no real chance of the trade as they looked to come back in, and from then on, fighting with a man disadvantage, rotations coming in thick and fast, they just never really got to do anything.
For Renegades, almost like, hey guys, remember when we walked into the bomb site in a 5v4 and we still got a free bomb site? so maybe it's a 5,000 IQ play by Rooster, just throwing that round away just to lull Renegades into a false sense of, you know, security. Doesn't matter, Hats gets a kill. Chelios is gone.
Not the start that they were looking for, and he was probably the main culprit on their CT side of over-aggression. Like, he definitely did make some pretty tasty plays on Overpass, but there were rounds where he would, like, wide peek long all the way out into playground with an AWP on his own, and not the biggest fan, I'll be honest. So he's been caught off here. Not really anything crazy aggressive, but it's enough to hand Renegades an initial frag. Now, their money itself is not in the best of states.
Right, very early on in the game, where it's like just 5 rounds.
Hello?
Peter.
Okay, I lagged quite hard there, so I'm gonna
all right.
I'm gonna shoot
Nothing
that as just me.
but a trade did take place. Yeah, just you. It's fine. I've been there, Tom. But a great hole coming out from JHD Rock, but Malta through the smoke. He gets a kill, gets another one on the Gangster. Gangster's done, and Netic's gonna be left alone in 1v2. This is still winnable though. Malta's down to 8 points of health, but there is a man still alive. It is the man himself. It's Dexter, sitting right next to the bomb.
An opportunity for Netic here with Malta so desperately low, but that hasn't stopped him with the players before, and it won't stop him here. 4-2 for Renegades. Another man steps up to the plate. And Rooster, unfortunately, they've got nothing left to dine with.
And that is... I still don't know how Malta just got those kills. Okay, great shot. Okay, unreasonable.
What?
Jumps up, spotted the third one as well. That's some neat shots coming from Malta. And if you look at this lineup, right, even when they had like Dick Stacy and when they had Urcast, like Malta was one player everyone's like, he doesn't really fit in this lineup. He's not like a top frag or whatever. But over the years, like he's kind of the role player. He's not the guy who's going to be top fragging. You have players like Dexter. You have like these players like Sicko and Hats, who are the new stars of the team, so to speak. But Malta has been quietly the clutch player, if you know what I mean. He's a guy who just steps up when needs be. And aside from that, he just does his job. He doesn't do anything too crazy. But I think that's the difference between Renegades and a lot of the other teams in the Australian region, is the fact that when the going gets tough, any one of these 5 players can just step up.
Well, yeah, I think it's depth in roster and depth in map pool, which is a scary prospect. Like, obviously, when you get to the tier 1 scene, it's a lot harder to sort of talk about depth in map pool because, for example, if they're banging out every team in the region on Mirage and then go off and face against like maybe an Inform Mouse Sports or a FaZe or someone like that, it's going to be a very different game. Like, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as easy, or even take a Na'Vi and put them in that mix. I think you're going to have a rough time. So I'm interested to see how they convert it over to playing against like teams when they can get back to it. But yeah, in these sort of matches, as said, that to find a weakness for Renegades is very, very difficult. And I think you more have to look towards the strength of some of your players. Like maybe if Chelios can start winning some of those battles versus Sicko, who knows, maybe the game can change a little bit. But from the standpoint so far, I think the first thing they need to do is stop Hats getting away with so much on the entry.
True. That has been a problem so far. And also just to touch upon, like, I think you mentioned how, these overextensions, like Chelios especially, how he likes to be a little bit more flamboyant and going for these wide swings, which you're not a big fan of. I think it goes to show with the caliber of opponents these two teams play, right? Rooster have played more games, way more maps and way more games than Renegades have if you look at HLTV history. But the majority of these games are against some of the tier 2 opposition, while if you look at Renegades, lesser games, but against Avant, Order, Chiefs. So you do start to build up some of these bad habits as...
Hello?
make a small mistake. He's going to win those.
Oh, no. It's happened again. It looks like I'm all alone. Well, it seems to be a recurring issue. Hopefully, it will get sorted in just a moment. There's going to be the T's playing almost a little bit of a bonus round here. The problem is their finances aren't in the best of states, that they have been losing players over the last few rounds, and DK about to come under pressure. Dexter, just sheer aggression out towards this site, and while ASAP now trying to cover off the angle. He's the only player here. There is no one else left on this A site. He is the one defender, but luckily for him, it looks like Renegades are going to opt to take this one just a little bit slower. Rotations come in somewhat from Chelios. Again, he doesn't have any utility, so he can't really help out his teammate too much. It looks like it is going to be all on to Mr. ASAP.
Mr. ASAP. Well, got a lot of work to do. All alone. And got Chelios. Okay, that's a good one. There's a little bit of gap in the smoke. He's going to make it work. But it still has a lot of work to do. The bombs, just over the head there. But I do believe there's a box in the way, so I don't think we would have got the kill anyway. But 4v3, bomb down. Yeah, this is nigh unwinnable, especially when the other two teammates haven't really moved from the B bomb site. And there you have it, Renegades. They just, yeah, painful to play against.
I think that round's a little bit of bad luck, but it's also just the case of, again, similarly to what we saw from Mako earlier in the day, where I said I don't think they have too many particularly good default setups. I am starting to question whether or not Rooster fall within that bracket as well, where it's like you can already see them starting to try and make gambles, which is something we see quite regularly, for sure. I don't think that's too much of a problem to take risks and send players over early. But you then have to have the correct player in space to actually cover that off. So, for example, the fact that they lose a player within a matter of seconds, like, that's not good enough. Like, if you're going to be playing an aggressive angle, do it in a round where if you die, it's not the end of the world. Like, you have other teammates to support you. Like, for example, if they're aggressive on Banana and they lose a player there, 2 more players on Banana, that's fine. You lose a player in Apps, and you could see how awkward the rest of their defense became just because of that one kill. And the problem with that is, so far, Renegades have got most, if not maybe even all, of the opening duels. So if that's going to be the case, you have to be very careful that your setup isn't a one and done.
Oh, indeed. And I feel like that's very telling, right? Like, when you play at a decently high level, you obviously have a game plan based around a 5v5. And you see this with a lot of amateur teams, right? Some of the newer teams just trying to make a mark, playing some ESEA Opens and whatnot, where they have a lot of set strats and setups based on all 5 players being alive. But suddenly you're a man down, you're 2 men down. How do you adapt? How do you make it work? How do you reclaim some map control? How do you convert that round? That is something I feel like many of the tier 3, tier 4, amateur teams struggle with. And for Rooster, yeah, they are making a name for themselves right now in the region, but still, they have a lot of work to do. Because for Renegades, that's the thing. They get a man advantage. They're not going to allow you to kind of grind back into the round. They're going to make sure they're going to be waiting for that aggression on an extremity of the map. But here we go, though. 6-2, 45 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a full-fledged B hit by the looks of things, and they might be walking into a stack. So this is a good opportunity for Rooster to try and steal a round away from Renegades.
Oh, double spray down from Danny. Not bad start. And actually, Netic alongside him as well. This hold is looking much better on the B side, but the problem is, with every head you cut off, there seems to be another that grows back. There's still 2 players standing. So they haven't been able to get the bomb plant down just yet. Smoke will at least give them that opportunity. Not the safest of plants in the world, but Mortar does get it down, and Sicko has finally been found. It took ASAP a bit of time, but now it's left all onto Mortar. You mentioned him as the clutch king. The first will go his way, but ADK is not going to allow for anything more. It will be a 3rd round on the board for Rooster, but again, it's a costly one.
It is. And for Renegades, they still have money in the bank. Malta's at 8k. Hats is the only one that's sitting on 2,300. Everyone's above 4,000 and above, like 6k, 7k, and a couple of these players as well. But a good hold coming from Danny here. Helped out ably by Netic. But yeah, for Renegades, they're going to have no trouble buying up. A gun will be dropped by Malta over towards his teammate. And that means Rooster, it's punishing, isn't it, this economy? Like, you win a round, and now you're just ready to almost get reset. They have everything to work with, though. 4 sets of kits. They have a lot of utility. AWP in the hands of Chelios, and they even have an AK-47 for ASAP. But now, Sicko, the top of his own. Can he find an opening? And like you mentioned earlier, Tom, they've been winning a lot of their opening duels.
I did like this approach, though, from Rooster. Trying to be a bit more proactive. They've taken the apartment's control. They've switched up how they played. At least how does Malta get away with these sort of pushes though? And what? That's lucky from ADK. It almost seemed like he round the corner not even knowing that there was a player there. The problem is, again though, they've been exposed. What their idea was at least has been shown very early in the round, and because of that, Blair, again, it's on to one man.
One man and one man alone position compromise. There's nothing he can do. Just get the hell out of there. Gonna flash himself off down to 10 HP. If they're gonna like get some lucky wall bang or a kill through the smoke, fine. Try and attempt it, but this is where you just fall back. Yeah, that's not worth it. You have nothing in that war chest of yours. You want to save these 3 guns. Still, it's going to be a rough buy for Danny and ASAP. They're going to be maybe... I don't even think they'll be able to be dropped. Maybe ADK can drop a FAMAS over towards ASAP, perhaps. Danny can maybe buy a pistol for himself, but this is rough, man. You win around and immediately just force a save because you don't have the money to risk going for this retake. That's just the way it is in this current Counter-Strike economy.
I think the big problem as well is the fact that on the other side of wherever they seem to take their risk, they've been losing an entry. So that's now 2 rounds where one round they stack banana and they lose an entry instantly on A. The next round, they try and go for an aggressive apps plant or position. And obviously they lose a man on A as well. But the bigger problem is the B site entry that came in. I think it was Sickle in the AWP. The second you lose that, and they've spotted players aggressive in apartments, it's very easy for Renegades to make the read. And I'll be honest, like, they seem to be very good at making the reads anyway. If you're giving them extra info, then that's a bit more of an issue.
Actually, money actually wasn't that bad. They do have enough to eke out that buy. A couple of guns being dropped. They need to somehow convert this one, Tom. Renegades 7-3 up. It is starting to look a little grim at the moment. And like you mentioned earlier, like Malta, some of the kills is getting towards apps under the lurk. It's just unreasonable, and that nade is unreasonable as well. Netting down at 33 points of health. They're just gonna have to fall back. Nothing they can do. ASAP stuck, can't do anything. At least a trade does come in. ADK finding Malta. Look at Dexter's reaction to that. This is so smart from Dexter. There's no way they're gonna be expecting his position so very deep. Oh, this could be brutal. You can hear him running as well. You can hear the rotation. They have no idea. It's such a big hole in the defense. And now Dexter, he's going to get a free kill. Now they know there's just one more player on the A bomb site, one player towards B. Which way they're going to go doesn't matter. They all die.
Oh my god.
What is that? Oh.
This is the thing though. It's something I mentioned of his, like, there are players that you watch that just seem to be cerebral when it comes to Counter-Strike. Like, the reaction of him there is not the reaction you would get from a lot of other players that might be more passive or more calm. The second he realizes there's space, he exploits it. And same we talk about art. Like, there's a method to the madness, and it seems aggressive, but there was never really any risk in that round for Dexter. I think the only thing that could have caught him is if they rotated 2 players from the B side, which, let's be real, that there's no reason for them to do that. So it's hard to play against. They're already having real troubles just with, again, a lot of these entry frags, and now add into the mix some economy problems and what looks to be maybe a flawless round. Yep, it's not getting any better for Rooster. This is the Renegades we wanted to see. This is the Renegades we expected to see, and unfortunately, well, Rooster are almost just looking to try and break their record of rounds at this point. We've seen 5 rounds, we've seen 7 rounds. Maybe they can get to 9.
High hopes, Tom. High hopes.
Maybe they can get past 3.
Yeah. No. 12 rounds in. We have 3 more rounds remaining to be played. And looking at the money for Renegades, they're not going to be feeling any pinch money-wise at all for the remainder of this half. For Rooster, though, listen, man, even to get the 6 rounds, which I kind of doubt. They might get a 4 or 5, maybe, but winning the last 3, it just looks unlikely. Because there's so many holes in the defense, and Renegades just have such a good read on them. Chelios at the edge. Oh, there's a missed shot. There were 3 people, but Walter's gonna get a kill onto a player. Hats finds one more. Netic, at least with a trade, is trying his best to stay alive here, but he's burning alive. The Molotov just forcing his position back, and Sicko is just going for the wall bangs. They're just deathmatching, Tom.
Yeah, they're having fun. You can see it, and I think they need to do that in some of these matches, because as we sort of mentioned, motivation might be a little bit down at times. Oh no! That probably would have been a kill. It's going from bad to worse as the remaining players of Renegades look to try and corner in. His teammates have just given up. They've gone, yeah, you know, I'm low. If you get a kill or two, I'll start rotating. Well, slaughter, absolute slaughter every single time. And although it wasn't a big factor in this round, I want to point out the same thing happened again, where they go for a 3-man banana stack. Absolutely fine with that. But Blair, where was the first man to die? It was on A. Like if you're stacking somewhere, your A site players can't be the attackers. They can't be the aggressors. They have to be more defensive. Like, I understand you want to go for information plays, but if you end up within like 10, 15 seconds of the round with 1 man on a bomb site and 3 on the other, something's gone wrong. Something's gone badly wrong. And that's now, what, 3, maybe even 4 rounds where I can say that that's happened for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. And even if you look at where he died towards quads, towards short, just holding an angle. And that's the thing, Renegades, they're just the sharper aimers, right? They're gonna win those duels. You want to play a little bit more passively, turtle up, maybe play towards the apps area. And completely agree with you over there. And again, Renegades, man, the way they're just toying with the food, it feels like at times, just hyper aggression, and that's a scary thing if you're a Rooster. Like early on, like sure, you showed some glimpses of life. You were able to kind of win some close duels, force Renegades to go for some clutch plays. But right now, they're winning it at will. As a nice tag from Chelios, but doesn't get the kill. Hats down at just 13 points of health. And now look at the pace. Look at the pace, though. 2 kills for Chelios and 80k combined. And ASAP's going to find a kill. That's a huge mistake from Renegades. And suddenly, it's all on Sicko. That just fell apart quite miserably for the Renegados. Maybe getting a little ahead of themselves.
They just Molotov their own player out of apartments. Well, maybe a small mistake, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scale of things. This is the first time we've seen the aggressive plays of Rooster actually pay off, though. Like, the success of their individuals has finally pulled them off around. Sicko, of course, so much money. He's just going to try and do a little bit of extra damage, force them to potentially rebuy a gun or two, maybe take an AK out of action, maybe even get rid of the AWP. That's all he really needs to try for. In the end, just going to end up falling. So 10-4, Rooster at least get themselves a little bit further up. 80k going to celebrate his single round. But, you know, hey, it's something. It can at least maybe get some wind in the sails, which is something I would like to see at least.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds. That's something to work with. You know, you win the pistol, you play the anti-ecos right, and suddenly it's like a 10-7, 10-8. That's something which is way more reasonable, at least mentally, right? Like 10-8, that's not bad at all. 10-7, we can come back from that. But it's 11-4. It's a little bit harder, right? It's small. There's 1-2 rounds of a difference. It doesn't really make much of a difference if you look at the overall scoreline, but it's about that mental barrier. And right now, Rooster not just facing off against a better team, they're also fighting their mental block where they're like, come on, guys, like, I know we're kind of like the better teams out of all the new up-and-coming ones, but we're facing off the kings of OCEANIA Counter-Strike right now. A team who have won 11 maps in a row, haven't dropped a map ever since they came up from the player break, and also who have won 5 events back-to-back. That is just ludicrous.
Yeah, they're making stacks. You got to rate it. I'm sure that they can't go anywhere to spend the money, but no. I'm sure they're having some pretty good food while they're at home. Ooh, what? Okay. A nade kill and an AWP through smoke and wall. That might be something to finally bring them a 5th round. Chelios, that is a big play that was well needed, but it doesn't stop anything. Dexter actually playing the SG, and the only players I've really seen playing the Krieg at this point are AWPers who can't afford an AWP. I think that's about it. There haven't really been anybody actually choosing to buy it. So, hey, maybe Dexter is doing it for style points, or maybe he still feels like the gun is viable.
Well, it still has the best first bullet accuracy in the game. And, yeah, if you're just going to tap heads...
You haven't seen me with a revolver, so, you know.
All right.
I have to wind it up first.
I wish they fix the R8, though. Like, just make it like a deagle, you know? It's fine. Netic, life is getting a little hot and heavy here, and he's going to spot a first player. Oh, nice little wild spray there. Malta gets taken, a little unfortunate if you ask me. And Dexter's not going to waste any time. I like it from Dexter. Okay! All right, Chelios. There's nothing you can do there. Netic trying to be cheeky on top of the smoke, but Sicko replies back, and Sicko almost gets taken down by ASAP. ASAP has everything to work with here, Tom, but he has 2 players to find. He knows where Sicko was. That should be it. And Sicko just runs out and goes for the quick kill. He does a bit of damage, and it's gonna be the huge clutch coming in from ASAP. That's a round they desperately needed. And I'm actually genuinely surprised Dexter didn't get a trade there. But Rooster, they get to 5 rounds. And what a weird round that one was.
I reckon if he had an AK, he gets that trade. I genuinely believe that. I think that just when you miss that first shot, as you said, it's very accurate. But if you miss it, the rest is not so accurate. So, it's something for Rooster. I guess the last couple of rounds as well came off some big individual plays. I think that could at least give them a bit of a confidence booster going forward. And as said, from the match I watched yesterday versus obviously a lesser opponent, they look good on the T side. Like, they seem to play well as a unit. It seems like the calling's decent as well. It just seems like their CT side is too based off individual aggressions and solo plays that save them through, rather than maybe a little bit more depth, which might come with some more time. But now, though, they've got to try and break the CT side of the Renegades. And, well, I guess you could say not be broken by the CT side of the Renegades. Because when this man is about, you got to watch out.
Need to do with Dexter. Oh, I love this. They're just complete avoiding him. They're like, yeah, it's fine. Let him be there. It's not... Wait, you knew he was there. What are you doing, Chelios? As Dexter now trapped alone. He's waiting for backup, and they've arrived, but he doesn't need any backup as Mr. Dexter, and the map is his laboratory. As the remaining members just charging in, just mowing them down as Dexter finds 3. 1 man remains in Netic in a 1v3. This is winnable. The bomb is planted, but they have a kit in the hands of Sicko, but he's trapped inside the library. If he gets taken down, which he will, now it's getting a little bit rough. They're going to try and stick it. Netic finds another kill. The 1v3. Can he pull this one back? Malta. He's going to run out, take the duel, takes his head off. He's got time to pick up the kit, and he will get the defuse as well, and that is going to be the round. Oh, man. Dexter is... he's something.
I can only assume that somehow he managed to thread the needle there, that they didn't see him. I don't know how, but he did. And that's the problem. Like, this is the space that he gathers for your team. This is the plays that he makes for the squad. And the terrifying thing as well is, like, this is the person you look towards to in-game lead. Like, that's someone who's basically consistently finding information because he's the first man in. And a lot of the time, he's the last one out as well. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it works for them.
He is the best player currently residing in Australia. I think we can all agree on that, as Netic will be burnt alive. And helps out with the MP9. It's an AK-47 retrieved, as Dexter's going to find Danny as well. This was a forced investment, and they're just getting slaughtered. Dexter's going to find a couple of his own, and things are looking grim in the Rooster side. 80k does reply back, so at least a trade does take place.
Well, there's going to be a push through, a bit of teamwork to make the dream work, and it will be 12-5 in favor of Renegades. Yeah, I think it's hard to disagree with your point, though. Either you would consider him the best or at least your favorite to watch. I don't think that's arguable. Like, if you don't enjoy watching Dexter play Counter-Strike, then he's probably, like, I don't know, stolen your girlfriend or something. Like, he must have done something to Mr. Steal Your Girl. Like, if you don't enjoy watching him play, then there must be some, like, bad blood where you're like, ah, damn, Dexter. Maybe if you're a fan of Rooster, that might do it to you. So, no, I hate watching him play.
I think you can, apart from, let's say, JKS, I guess you can give an argument that he is the best player from Down Under right now, at least in the past 1 year, if you ask me. And I might even say, considering the JKS and teammates that he has to work with, and how long he's been outside, Dexter, majority of his time, has been playing these domestic events, and he's somehow managed to kind of shine, so to speak. But is this going to be a round where Dexter finds multi-kill? No, it's not. He does so much damage, though, and there we go. It's just... strikes like a madman. He finds 2 kills, 3 kills make that, and leaves it down to 1v2. Kind of doable for Netic. He's got a Deagle, he's got Kevlar. Let's pick up the bomb, but Malta's there and waiting. Okay,
I think that's the problem with a lot of these rounds, is the kind of doable seems to be the phrase that we're using a lot. Like, every single situation that they get in that's even possible still ends up, well, with something like this.
Yeah. Again, helped out by Dexter, mind you. I had my alarm set, I don't know why, for 2:10 in the afternoon, Tom.
That's the
I
time
don't know if you heard that.
That's the
I don't
time
know
you're
why.
supposed to give Rooster some hope.
It's kind of like the alarm bells popping up. Guys, got to do something here.
Ooh, okay.
That is something. That's something.
I feel like Chelios has definitely been one of the players where you can see the glimmers of like the individual prowess at least. We saw the round where he manages to get the wall bang alongside a nade kill. Actually, Danny G's come up alongside him. The problem is these rounds always seem to swing back. Is that Molotov going to spread? He somehow managed to survive in the corner. Oh, it's awkward, but he just about gets away with it. The rest of the team are going to go rotating. Now, what they might not realize is they're actually going to go rotating into a player still here. Hats is actually waiting, so this could be the surprise factor, especially if he can find this first duel, but, well, it doesn't quite work out with the FAMAS. And Rooster are pretty much guaranteed this round. The main question, Blair, is whether or not Sicko gets to keep this all.
Yeah, Charlie is still looking around like a hunter. I was so sure that whoever the player was that Chelios took down, he would have heard him.
We should have heard the burn. Like, he was tagged by the Molotov. So, yeah, there's not really an excuse for not knowing he's there. Unless he expected him to run the other way through the Molotov. So then he could have been maybe back down Banana or even in CT.
Or maybe teammates were yelling in the mic. That's why you keep this comms clear, boys and girls. It happens to me all the time, dude. Like, just like trying to save my gun. My teammate's like, dude, he's coming to get you.
Well, you know, when you're trying to cast a match and somebody's alarm goes off.
That could be the case, or someone's trying to drill into my ceiling.
That one's probably a little bit worse. I'll be honest. I will say that there seems to be someone who lives above me who must just like craft stuff out of wood or something, because they drill like 4 or 5 days a week, and I don't know what you could be drilling at that point. Either that, or he just hears me shouting and goes, you know what, for revenge, I'm just going to leave a drill on all day. But that's very much possible, and in which case, I think I'm still louder, so fair enough.
He just doesn't like you, Tom.
Who does?
Fair. Your girlfriend.
Yeah, sometimes.
Very reasonable, as Sicko gets the opening kill. That's the AWP saved. And Malta, oh, he gets a tag on a Danny. And they're going to come pushing on in. I like that. They just hold W, speed up the pace a little bit. But the Deagle is going to do damage.
Oh, no!
Malta finds 2, actually finds just a 1. But Netic helping out Malta with a TK. And suddenly, it's a 4v2. How has this all gone wrong, Tom?
Well, as the Chuckle Brothers would say, oh dear, oh dear. This is starting to completely fall apart, but they have managed to get this into a workable position. You've got Sicko still on the AWP, but everybody else is remaining on pistols. Kevlar is available to them, but they haven't managed to retrieve any of the weaponry as of yet. They've got a kit, so they can just get moving into this site, but the kills come in quick for the remaining side of Rooster. And for Sicko, once again, unfortunately, it's looking like he just has to go for the save. They've made this one costly, but at the same time, money's not going to be in the best of states. Is he going to get both? He is! He cleans up the remaining players. Huge amounts of damage coming in for the side of Renegades. But as said, they don't really have the money to go for this. However, there may be a temptation, Blair.
I wouldn't go for it if I was them. And Dexter, he's got a very stable mind on his shoulders. So, yeah, there you go. That's a safe call. I mean, you did quite a bit of damage with that buy, and now, you know, you've hurt the economy. There's no need for you to hurt your own economy. Just work around the AWP of Sicko, try and get some opening picks. You have those Deagles, you have a couple of P250s, you can still do a bit of damage, and you're going to be aggressing with Sicko. Again, the opening kill. He has been so consistent with his CD side opening picks, and now Dexter's just pushing on in. He's going to find one. He picks up the AWP, and he's going to get another kill. This is ludicrous, and it's a player trapped. And Dex is calling for backup. He's calling them out. He's like, there's a player trapped in Banana. Let's find him. And look at Dexter. The guy, how is he walking with balls that big? I don't know. But now it's a 2v5. And it's all gone wrong again for Rooster. But this time around, I don't see them kind of digging their way out of this. Or maybe they will. Maybe they will.
ASAP has other ideas. And some of the remaining players are only left with pistols. This is looking good. Malta has managed to at least retrieve a rifle, but his teammate in hats has absolutely nothing, just a USP, although that would be enough to kill off ASAP and at least give the 1v1. Look at the bomb, though. They don't have control of it. Unfortunately, the CTs are unaware of this, so it is just going to be left down all the way by the nice little scooter.
The Vespa.
Probably had more bombs planted on it than the site.
Okay, 80k drops down. That's a big kill. And now he's gonna clear the side out. Malta spots a player out. They both see each other, and that's a bomb heading towards B straight away. 100%. There we go. Again, scary rounds, man. 2v4, 2v5. Somehow Rooster are able to bring it back. But that's going to hurt their economy. So despite them winning a couple of rounds back-to-back, 3 rounds, in fact, back-to-back now, they don't really have much money to show for it.
Yeah, they need to keep at least 2 alive here. Like, ASAP so low that even getting out of the site might be difficult. And Malta, although this seems done, still has a very good chance, especially if they peek him together. There's a chance they even line up, but he pulls out a nade. 80k will get the trade almost instantly. And they are slowly grinding these rounds out. But as you said, there's pretty much a chance now that this buy round is won by Renegades, and that's it. Like, that's the money as bad as it can be. You've wiped out all of your loss bonus. You're not making any cash. And, well, if it wasn't for the fact that ASAP actually played a very, very good round here, killing players while behind him and teaming up with ADK to sort of turn things back, they would have been already out of this match.
A little bit of mistake from Renegades as well. It's like a 5v2. That's where you all peak together, right? That's when all of you guys just peak bottom mid, top mid together. Instead, it just went in 1 by 1. But again, taking nothing away from ASAP. That was some great work with him alongside ADK. And finally, opening kill going the way of Rooster. That's big. Extra though, he's ready and waiting, but Danny just jumps up the drive-by with the MAC-10, and suddenly, signs of life, Tom. Signs of life for the Rooster roster.
Yeah, this is the classic. Like, struggle in the rounds where your opponents don't have anything. Smoke push is risky, but Malta's unable to do anything. And then they're doing fantastically well in what is the buy round. It seems like momentum's now up for the side of Rooster, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. Some individual plays, bringing them through, some good positioning when they come to the banana take, trading effectively. This is much better from them. And sure, it took some sort of questionable rounds just moments ago, but now the Renegades are actually starting to fall a little bit flat.
Yeah, they had 3 players with the B bomb site and just got completely mowed down. Dexter not even getting a single kill. I do believe he didn't have any helmet there. Maybe that's why the MAC-10 came out on top there. But Rooster just kind of fighting fire with fire. Got to give him credit for it. Good damage with the nade as well. Oh, the MAC-10 through the smoke as well. It took down Malta just to like 14 points of health. Although that wouldn't really have mattered. Chelio's getting a little bit of overkill with the headshot over there. But 13-9. This is looking very, very solid. And again, I want to go back to the first half, Tom. Imagine a world where they won 6 rounds. 7 rounds, maybe. Potentially. This would be neck to neck.
Well, especially considering that a lot of the rounds in the early stages, at least, were actually relatively close. Like, there were a few where it kind of could have gone either way, and there were like triple spray downs, or we saw them come up trumps with the pistols a couple of times. And again, like, there's that round from Inns where he manages to bring it back. So they had aspects to, yeah, pretty much put themselves in a good position here. The problem I'm seeing, though, is that, okay, so we haven't had many buy rounds. Like, the last 3 rounds, only one of them was a buy round, and it didn't go well for Renegades, granted, but they took a very aggressive stance. I still have to feel like there is another level to their game, another little bit of depth that will just make this tougher for the Roosters. But as said, it's good signs, especially coming up against opponents later in the tournament. If they can go this close versus Renegades, chances are they can beat most other teams.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you know, you look at other teams, like you have the invited teams, right? You have Chiefs, you have Ground Zero. Suddenly, and again, Rooster have beaten teams like Avant and even Order, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, they're a team to not really be trifled with. And again, remember, this is not the map pick from Rooster. This is Renegade's map pick. You know, already putting up a pretty decent fight. And if they can make this round clean, they can build up a little bit of a cushion when it comes to the economy as well. And suddenly, this game might actually be on. Like, as unlikely as it was earlier, I see a world where they make this close.
Yeah, I think a few individual plays that maybe shouldn't have been needed, but end up actually pumping you up as a squad. Like, it sounds silly, but it's like, when you're, it doesn't matter if you're against pistols and when you're up against renegades or someone like that. If you go into a 2v4 and then you win that 2v4, you're celebrating it like you just won like a convincing round. Like, that's a big victory for you. So I think that the manner of the way Rooster actually won a few rounds and then getting a couple of clean ones back to back could actually be better than if they just had like a few clean ones in a row, because it's put them in a position where you can tell the blood is pumping. You can tell individually we're starting to see the likes of ASAP start to perform. Chelios had a couple of entry kills. Netic seems to be doing quite well as well. So, and now we're looking at Renegades going, okay, now it's your turn. Now it's your turn to show the depth of this squad. Sicko's had a few missed shots over the last few rounds, which was something that within the early portions of the game, he had none. Like, he was hitting everything.
It was indeed, but now the opening kills. Going the way of Rooster. Malta, all alone, spraying through the smoke. Ooh. That got real scary there, but he will win the duel and he will survive. As backups arrive in the form of Dexter. But for Rooster, all four remaining players, they seem to be fancying this A bomb site. They're going to be tossing a little bit of extra utility towards that B bomb site to try and keep the two CTs there. As they're going to be gathering up together. Maybe go for a hit towards this brackets area. Or once more it's Sicko. And he has been hitting almost 90+% of his shots.
Be a bit of a push in towards this B site, maybe trying to sell some noise, try and keep people dedicated. Although if you look at the positioning of the remaining Renegades players, it doesn't look like anybody's planning on rotating anytime soon, both deep within the site. We're gonna see those nades thrown over, but actually the defense from this A site is not going anywhere. They're still both sat pretty within the site. 30 seconds up and coming on the clock as the push will begin. Now, at least 2 kills are needed, and the Incendiary could actually buy some time, but probably not enough to really stop this push from coming in. There's still going to need to be kills, but Hats actually hits one with a nade. Now, crossing past Sicko's going to be tough, but he misses another shot. It's become a bit awkward. Hats has done his job. Sicko, can you do the rest? Oh! Seemingly he can. Sick, no scope, and Netic, he's got no time. There's a matter of seconds left before the clock ticks away and Renegades are going to hold on. But it's mainly down to Hats. That was a strong hold.
That was such a beautiful crossfire right there. I love what he did. They waited patiently, like you mentioned. They waited for the utility to be utilized and waited for the footsteps to come in. What does Hats do? Immediately drops down to try and ensure that he's not just going to get a kill and get traded immediately, right? He falls down, saves Sicko, because Sicko missed a shot there. Firstly, the nade. Great nade kill. And then, like I said, Hats getting that kill. That's all he needed. And Sicko doing a great job of staying alive. No scope, of course. Like, wonderfully done. But, yeah, Renegades. Solid hold. Not really falling for the shenanigans of Rooster. And I you know what? I like what Rooster did. There was almost like a double fake thing going on there. You know, very late noise being made towards B. The timing was good. It's just that Renegades are just too experienced. They're not going to fall for those. And now, 14 to 10. These get to 10 rounds. And they get more as a question. Renegades, though. The money's still looking rough, Tom. If Rooster can somehow manage to steal this round away, they're going to break the economy once more. And that means maybe a 14-12, maybe a 14-13.
Yeah, the same on the other side, though. Their money is not in the best of states, and Sicko, well, he gave you some warning shots over the last few rounds. It's not going to last forever. It's somewhat of an art. I think that if I was going to pick a player, I would say it was mastered by Fallen. I remember, like, if you look at an Inform Simp or an Inform JW, they hit everything. I feel like an Inform Fallen is just his ability to stay alive in situations where he was never allowed to or never should have done. And I think Sicko's done quite well at that, is even if he's missed a couple of shots, he stayed alive in a lot of these rounds and just made things really tough for the Roosters. And now, well, he comes back to the point of just not missing a beat. 28 seconds just gone past on the clock, and there is no ground gathered. They're trying to make a play into this B site while the bomb is still on A. I'm not even sure what the plan is here from the remaining players of Rooster, and this is a slaughter. 15 to 10, multiple players dying to Molotovs. It's another weird round, and it's another that Renegades win.
Yeah, that was just very weird. We're going for the full B commit, bomb all alone, trap towards A, and yeah, good hold from Enzo, of course, towards the B bomb. So, but Renegades, yeah, they did seem to lift their foot off the pedal a little bit. Kind of unfortunate, but that's how city side economy can be, right? Like, you lose a crucial round, and boom, you're just stuck with pistols for maybe 2 rounds back to back. That was ludicrous, just exchanging Molotovs. But here we go. Like you said, Roos's money wasn't that great, and now they have a Deagle, a Tech 9, 3 AK-47s, 5 smokes, a Molotov, and a couple of flashes. That's all they have to work with. For Renegades, the only thing missing here is a kitchen sink.
Yeah, if they take that, then I really do worry because, well, they pretty much have the whole map if they manage to get into the kitchen. But even still, he's looking like they might go for something a little bit more basic. We can see them gathering up in towards the B site, where they have had some relative success so far. Malta being caught out a couple of times, and Inz's aggression really wasn't working. I like that they've fallen back more passive, but as they tried to boost, they've been spotted. This is so much information. They know where the second player is, and because of that, it's going to be trades. Inz's got another kill with a Molotov. This is now multi-frags with Molotovs over the last couple of rounds, and there's still a hell of a lot of utility remaining for the side of Renegades to make this retake work.
As this retake, it is very doable though. They have a couple of Molotovs, but okay, all right, Renegades just slowly. Are they going to be falling back? Looks like they are. Maybe not. 20 seconds. There's not much time to really go for this, as Dexter finds ADK, but that should be the call. Sicko's like, yeah, all right, not going to be able to trade here, and it's going to be well, Roos is staying alive for at least one more round. They're going to be fighting on 15-11. And already probably one of the better scorelines we've seen from Rooster against Renegades. They won one game, one map earlier on Nuke, Tom. Apart from that, I don't think they've been able to hit 11 rounds ever against the Renegades.
No, you are correct, especially on Inferno. Like, Inferno's normally been the most dominant of all of them. A 16-5 and a 16-7 in recent history when they played just last month. So this is easily the closest. I would say that obviously for Rooster, as we've sort of said, a caveat of being Renegades is everybody's preparing for Renegades. So I imagine that there's been a lot of prep work to try and counter specific players and maybe stop some of the aggression, which is something that we've seen a couple of rounds, for example, with Dexter being able to thread the needle and catch them off guard. But anything else that's been attempted on Banana has actually failed quite miserably. Like, you think about how many times Inz has gone down when they have tried to be a bit more aggressive. This is an interesting round though, Blair. 4 players on B, pistols mostly, and then they've left the one solo AWP on the other side of the map in the hands of Sicko. They're looking to try and end this with a bit of a cheesy strategy.
I'm personally not a big fan of like leaving your one rifle, especially with an AWP, all by his lonesome there. But I can also see a world where, you know, rattles off a shot and they're like, oh, the opposite A, just run B. And boom, their 4 CDs ready and waiting. Okay, that is a lot of damage. As I do believe a player seems to have dropped for a Rooster. That's so unfortunate. And despite getting a kill, it's still a 4v4.
Yeah, they're going to go pushing into the AWP as well, but it seems like Sicko's only going to get away with one. Looks to reposition, doesn't hit the player dropping down, but knows that he's now trapped within the pit. The thing is, though, they're actually going to go rotating back. I quite like this. They've held one player into A, and the retake, well, actually, it would still be possible if they were to wrap back around. Some rifles picked up. It's only going to be 2 players remaining, and look at the position of Chelios. He's trying to take a big risk. He knows that this round is all but over if they don't try and make some sort of play, and he's going to catch us. Sicko, no, he's not! Oh, his gun was inside the man, but it's not enough to kill him, and it's left all onto Danny. He's in the same boat. He's trying to be proactive. He knows this 1v4 isn't going to happen if he sits on the site, but the bomb's already been tapped. First kill goes his way. The second is close, but he knows he needs to get in to try and deny any sort of defusal. There's no one defending it, though, and there's not much time left on the clock. He is going to go down. I think Sicko has to run to get there with the kit. This is going to be so close.
Oh, that's just heartbreak. But Sicko has been absolutely sick this entire matchup, Tom. But you know what? Good signs from Rooster. I won't lie. They had some moments which genuinely impressed me.
Well, yeah, that's easily the best game we've seen from the One Inferno, especially versus the Renegades. So, yeah, I think that they had a bit of a rocky start in both halves, in fact. So, I think that's going to be somewhat of a caveat for them. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they might have even lost both pistols. So, they really didn't get going too well. Oh, no, they did manage to win one of them, the first one, but then lost the second round. So, either way, poor start in both halves, close in the end. That's not a bad performance from them whatsoever.
At all. And heading into Nuke, I just want to hear the thoughts from Jim and of course from Mitch as well, who I'm sure are watching this game. And Rooster, they honestly they really put up a showing here. Heading into Nuke, Jim, I feel like they might actually kind of, I don't know, maybe potentially take a map again. Maybe
It's hard to say. I think the fact that Renegades have just been strong across the board still stands in their way. But we saw a lot of positive signs here from Rooster, and I think Renegades may have taken the foot off the pedal a little bit towards the end of that game and let the rounds bleed out a little bit more than they should have. But I think, if anything, it may have given some confidence toward Rooster, who are a team of confident players. It's, not beat around the bush here. They're sharp aimers. They back themselves in to make a lot of shots, and that's just the way that they play. They don't necessarily respect their opposition. And against a team like Renegades, that can actually work in your favor. So that makes them a little bit unpredictable. And on a map like Nuke, I mean, Renegades don't shy away from it either. A lot of teams in this region have basically made Nuke one of their staples. So I think, despite the fact that the stats lean a little bit towards Rooster in this instance, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that they'll be competitive on it. We've seen Renegades really put teams to bed on this map before. Obviously, the stats don't always back that up, but as we said, lately, their form has indicated that they're here to play.
And speaking of form, one player, Mitch, who was stepping up was this man you see on the screen right here. Sicko was on Sicko mode. He was virtually hitting every shot, and I've lost track of the number of opening kills he gave his team.
Yeah, so Sicko all game long, it felt like, was just dominating in those early round fights. And especially towards the end, they're pulling out the pistol to recover a couple of fights that were a little bit awkward, we can say. But regardless of how the hell that happened, the problem for me, really, when I looked at Rooster, was on their defensive side, on the CT side. Over towards Banana, I felt like, oh, look at that from Sicko's perspective. It's disgusting. And he even survived that when he was on like one hit. But it was over towards Banana that I really had an issue with them. I feel like they took way too many opening duels down there that just didn't go their way, but it was sort of a consistent factor, just going headfirst into a meat grinder and constantly leaving themselves on the back foot. The fact that they managed to make this into a 16-11 scoreline after picking up 5 rounds on the CT side actually surprised me, because obviously I came in saying I thought Rooster would do really well, that they're a team that could contest against most teams, maybe not Renegades or Order, but pretty much any other team that's in this tournament. And then they delivered 5-round CT side. I'm thinking, okay, right, well, never mind then. But the fact that they brought it 16-11, this actually fills me with a lot of confidence when it comes to later games. But yeah, closing it against Renegades doesn't look too likely anymore, does it?
Yeah, and Tom, I feel like that ADR for ASAP
it's
might
wrong,
be a little bit
100%
wrong. Yeah,
wrong.
Has to be wrong over there.
It's not correct.
But speaking of ASAP, he really stepped up, and the one player was very quiet for me was Chelios. Like, he seemed to be kind of absent. He had a couple of okay rounds with the Scout, for example. Apart from that, it was basically ASAP and what's his name, and Netic, who was really stepping it up.
Yeah, I think the issue that he had was that his style of AWPing, it works to an extent on Inferno, but it's very, very aggressive. And the problem is Renegades are so prepared for it. They're ready for any of those sort of plays, and Hats was really on form in the early stages of that match. So I think the second, his confidence maybe dipped a little bit on that CT side, he didn't really have much to fall back on. I think that's something that will only come with him developing his game over time, is you see the difference between, for example, him and Sicko. Like, Sicko will still make those aggressive plays. He'll go for those early picks, but every single round, it was a different avenue to find that kill. It wasn't just the same thing, rinse and repeat. It wasn't just him pushing Banana. It wasn't just doing that. So I think that as he plays more and more versus better and better teams, he's only going to develop as an AWPer and be able to shut down plays a little bit better.
And before we throw, excuse me, before we throw to a break, of course, we've got to talk about Mr. Sika, who is also the MVP of that map. And what a showing from him. It was absolutely phenomenal. 26 kills, just 11 deaths, 4 opening kills. Honestly, it felt like way more than that. 8 multi-kill rounds, and of course, an ADR of 87. Definitely stepping it up, especially when he got teammates like Dexter, Inns, Hats, and Malta. The fact that he put in those numbers, I think, is definitely something you can admire. But on that note, we're going to be throwing to a very quick break as we all need a breather after that one. And we're going to be heading straight into Nuke. And that's going to be coming up next on a very short break. So grab yourself a cup of coffee, tea, milk. I don't care what you guys like. Just get something. And we'll be back with map number 2 of the final series of the day.
If I lose control, would you let me fall, 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 let me fall.
Welcome back, everyone, to what could be, some people say, the final map of the final series of the day. It's going to be Renegades versus Rooster. Joining me as usual is going to be Tom. Tom, Nuke. It's a map where Rooster have beaten Renegades in the past, but it's Renegades, and they haven't dropped a map ever since they came out of the player break. They've won now 12 maps in a row. So what are you feeling here?
I think the rough point you have to take into consideration is if you look at, for example, Rooster, right? Rooster got banged on Inferno. So when you walk away from that match, what's the first thing you do? You work on Inferno. Renegades, they lost a map of Nuke, something that it hadn't really happened to them too often. It wasn't, I think they lost 3 in a row, in fact, to 3 different teams. So what can I almost guarantee they've been doing during the player break? They've been working on their damn Nuke. And since then, they've come out, I think they've won 3 maps in a row, and one of them was a 16-1. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that because Rooster beat them in the past, that means anything about this match, because I am almost certain the second they lost those 3 maps in a row, in domestic matches as well, there would have been a sit down with the squad. They would have taken the time to work over the map and to change some things. So Rooster can't come into this and going, well, we beat them before, but you also lost to them more recently before, like literally a week or so ago. So it's not going to be easy. I think the Rooster have definitely shown good signs coming into the last map. I think that they're definitely putting the work in to beat Renegades, which is the goal of many teams within this tournament. Do I think it will be enough? No.
Okay, that's pretty crisp right there, and I gotta kind of echo your thoughts as well, right? I mean, it is Nuke, it is a map like you said that they have beaten them once, but the fact that it picked into Nuke again, knowing that Renegades would have probably done their homework, probably be ready for them, I feel like it does paint a better picture, right? Like you pointed out earlier as well, that Inferno game, there were a lot of holes in the way they're approaching their CD side, especially the way they're getting abused by Renegades. Nuke is a harder map to play on, even on the CD side as well. Usually you see a better team, like a more well-versed team on Nuke, winning most of the rounds on the CD side just because they have the right protocols, they have the right idea, the right rotations. Everything's kind of pre-planned and laid out. They have the template to work with on the CD side. But for Rooster, the way they play, the way some of these players have the tendencies to maybe overextend, maybe go for this individual plays, do you think it's going to really work with a slightly more tactical map like Nuke?
I think it can. I think the worry for me is actually more the T side than anything. And it's similarly to what we witnessed earlier in the day. In fact, in our last match, where the aggressive plays on the CT side of Nuke are actually something that can be very successful, especially around Heart. There's a lot of space that can be gathered because it's a big T side to, I guess, cover everything. Like you can't dedicate players to hold ramp, hold lobby, and take outside. Like you have to pick and choose your battles. So I think there'll be opportunities here for the Rooster squad to maybe make some more cheeky and more aggressive plays. The problem is with the T side, pretty much everything you do on this map at this point is scripted or telegraphed. Like you're going to be able to work out if they're attempting to go down secret. You could be able to very easily work out what they're planning around the ramp. So to be surprising, most teams go, let's explode into the A side, which is the most predictable play in the entire strat book of Nuke. Everybody expects that at this point. You have counter nades for everything. So although teams have definitely developed a T side, I think more often than not, especially if you're an underdog, teams are going to be ready for anything you have to throw at them.
True, that could be the case. And also, like, I'm just taking a look at the brackets that we have here. We do wait for the final player to join into the server, ladies and gentlemen. Should be in the next couple of minutes. But look at the brackets, right? You look at all these matchups, and I kind of feel bad for Rooster. I feel like this team, amongst all the other teams who qualified, they might stand a chance against the Chiefs. They might stand a chance against a ground zero, right? They could potentially have pulled off the upset. Unfortunately, they're against Renegades.
Well, we pretty much said it already within this tournament that for teams like Rooster, unless somehow both Renegades and Order bottom out, and then they also manage to go on and win the whole thing, there's not really a chance for them to actually get the major spot. Like, it is a needle in a haystack that's been thrown out of a plane. Like, you're going to be searching for years to try and find that opportunity. Like, it is bleak. But at the same time, if they're going to do that, they have to beat everybody. So they have to beat Renegades. Second place in this tournament, it's nice. It's like, oh, cool, I made some money and I got some points, which if I take all of these points, they are worth nothing because Renegades have qualified. But that's basically the point. Like, you can't think about this as this is my chance to get to the major. Because especially if you didn't play the first one, there is a very small chance of you making it to the major. Like, realistically, it's Order versus Renegades, and that's it. That's what we're looking at. It is, however, a chance for you to win a tournament. It's a chance for you to win some money, and it's a chance for you to get some good practice against the top teams within your region. Now, that's how I want to see these teams focusing on it, because if you get demoralized by the fact that once Renegades get top 4 or once Order get top 4, you can't beat them in points anymore, then you're in the wrong tournament. You're in the wrong business, because that's not how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of Renegades and Order being knocked out in the bottom 4 is unlikely. It's pretty unlikely that that's going to happen. I do agree with you. I feel like even if you go back to the Perfect World Asia League 2020, like the PAL 2020, the Summer RMR for Asia, right? You had so many teams. You have Tyloo, you have Vici, right? And you have Invictus. And here's a cool thing for Invictus: they didn't play the first RMR. They had 0 points coming to the event, but they still came in second, and they were able to like do a lot of damage. They had the mentality that they're like, doesn't matter if you don't qualify for the major, we're going to show that we can be the best team in the region, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the attitude you need to have. And then when, well, the other thing as well is if you do well enough at this one, when there are other RMRs in the future, you're probably going to be on the invite list. So that's a better way to look at it for a team like Rooster, or even just getting organizations. Like that's going to be a pretty big one for them at this point. Like getting some decent backing within the region. Nonetheless, it is now going to be this map underway. The T's looking to try and explode onto this A site, or maybe not. They've gone for the cheeky special, where you dive down the vent, look for that bomb plant. Malta was already prepared for it, but it might not be enough, as the kills have come back in favor of the Roosters. And in fact, they'll continue at least for the moment. The problem now is that rotation has to come in from the remaining two.
And Chelios in a good position. Dexter finding ASAP as well. ASAP needed a lot of work to do, and Chelios 1v2. They don't have a kit, and the bomb is planted for Chelios. What can he possibly do? They're going to close the door in his face, swing it back into his face, and then there's a bullet to kiss him goodnight. How, in God's name, have Dexter and Siggo pulled that one back? I felt like Russo did everything needed. We saw ASAP get 2 kills on the lurk. We saw them get the opening kill as well towards lower, and somehow Dexter and Siggo single-handedly just... well, double-handedly rather, just stealing the round away from Rooster.
Yeah, quad-handedly have managed to...
Fine, fair, all right. Oh, what a read from Dexter, man. This guy.
Oh, I hate that worked. It just like, I hate when they swing the door back and the person's like, ah, a door.
Here's Johnny.
They've forced into this one though, and I like this call. Like, this is still the thing I hate most about Counter-Strike, which, to be honest, with Asian Counter-Strike coming up, that's a pretty big claim. But I don't like that the T's can come in with a better buy, even though they get the bomb plant, even though they lose the round very close. I don't want to see them coming in with more rifles than the opposing side. Doesn't make sense, but it may not matter. Renegades have got off to a strong start, and any rifle that is lost for one is a rifle gained for another. It may not even be needed though. Malta is already going to pick up the second kill for the CT side. He hasn't even fallen back. That might be a bit of an oversight. Normally you do go scattering down the ramp, especially, well, considering it at MP9, where it would almost be more effective from where he would have fallen back to.
Never mind, Dexter's here. And, well, here's the bomb getting tapped. Still waiting patiently, trying to find something. I'm surprised they broke the window, to be honest. And there's no one watching the window right now. Dexter is playing a game of patience. Finally, they're gonna get the bomb down. Dexter not checking to his close right, but he knows where the bomb is. Spots a player running on out. He knows where one player is now. He should be aware there's another one towards the ramp. He's going to peer around the corner. No, he's not, but he's going to be spotted out. Now he's aware the ramp player is going to be peeking and trying to get the kill, as Ince is going to get a frag on the netting, but Hats finds Danny. It's all an ADK now. 1v2. Very winnable. Galil, 78 HP, but a bomb is not planted for him, and that could be a problem. Actually, no, it is. My bad, but ADK just getting pinned down. Runs on a bullet. No, when the clock comes out, he's gonna win it, and he's gonna clutch it out. That is the messiest clutch, and no, it wasn't planted for him. He could have stuck to defuse from behind. Or am I completely blind? I don't understand, Tom.
I'm gonna be honest, like, that made me feel physically ill, so I didn't really like see too much of where the bomb was actually planted, but that was, yeah, both players running out of ammo. It could have been a very easy round, in fact, for Renegades if, well, either player managed to land their shots, but it's gone horribly wrong. And this was something I mentioned in the last map. Sure, they did manage to win one pistol, but instantly lost the follow-up round. Each half was started really poorly from Roosters, so if they can get off to a good start in this one, it could be a completely different story. They do, however, have to break past these pistols, which easier said than done.
Well, Sicko, the guy's nuts, man. Just give him any scoped rifle and just hitting all the shots ASAP. Will be taken out very, very early on in this position from Hats. He is by his lonesome though, so if he gets taken down, there's no trade possible, but the CZ at that range you would kind of favor him to win some of these duels. He's still gonna stick around. Ins finds Chelios. Hats. Oh, goes for the spray. Doesn't quite get the kill. And now Netic, he's aware of where the remaining CTs are. You know where at least one player is as ADK strikes on a Dexter and a Malta. Sneaking up from above. His position has been compromised as well. Now, this is gonna be a little bit of a pickle for Malta, because his teammate, that is Sicko, doesn't have a pistol, but Malta's gonna find Netic. And now with the smoke dissipating, this is a moment for Sicko to just slowly sneak in with the scout. But with his teammate getting taken down as a 1v2, just might be nigh impossible.
Need a miracle shot here, a wall bang or something of the sorts to give him any chance in this round. And while Danny G is not going to allow for that. Rooster, they convert it. It's a little bit too close for comfort, but ultimately that's all that matters. They've broken the economy of Renegades very early on in this match. As said, though, I'm worried more for their T side. So the fact that they have got off to a strong start here is a very, very good sign. Like, they're going to be able to build their economy up in this round with next to nothing being on the other side. The chances are they're going to be able to deny Sicko getting an AWP, which, well, unless he gets a kill in this round, he isn't going to be able to afford even glass cannon. So that's something that they really struggled against in the last map. So this could be a very good sign for them, and maybe even a chance for not just a 3-1 start, but potentially even a 5-1 start.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, Chelios. Oh,
no.
No.
No,
Oh,
no, this is
no.
unacceptable.
That's
no,
not a
really...
P250! Oh.
Okay. Breathe. They're still going to win this round, all right? But it's all just a dream. It's all a dream. Like, there's no way the Rooster could ever lose, especially after I said they could get off to a 5-1 start. That would be a pretty ridiculous jinx. And thankfully, ASAP is going to bring this back to normality. There's only 2 players left. Neither of them have guns. It's fine. It's fine, Blair. It's fine. I'm telling you, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Thank you for...
No, it's not fine.
No.
It's not fine. It's not fine.
This is where they played a 1000 IQ game, and Hats doesn't show himself. They don't know where he is. They expect Dexter to be above. Oh no. They need to check. Please check. Please. Oh no. Oh no. Tom, you lied. You lied to me.
Still fine. It's still fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh
my god.
Right, end that round ASAP.
This is the 3rd time this has happened where Renegades have nothing and they bring it down to like a 2v5 or a 2v4, and ASAP has to do something mental to bring it back. I can't take much more of this, Tom. I'm getting older. I'm losing my hair.
I wish I was allowed to lose it when I got older.
Well, I'm molding as well, Tom. It's all right. Ooh, I love that. I love that little camera swap. Production value.
Of course, we are in a slight technical pause because, like ourselves, it seems like some hair was lost, and well, maybe someone's picking up off the floor at the moment because that was way too close for comfort. As I said, that was a good chance for them to get off to a 5-1 start with a really good economy, mainly because this buy coming in from the Renegades shouldn't be great. The problem is, though, there was a few caveats I had. I went, yeah, they keep this one clean. There's not really a chance for them to buy an AWP. Well, they didn't keep it clean, so there is a chance for Sicko to buy an AWP, which he will now have. So they haven't avoided that danger man whatsoever. Also, the extra kills that came in for the like of Ins means he has a lot more utility than he probably would have had. So it's definitely a more dangerous buy than it would have been. At the same time, for the T's, as long as they convert this round, they're still in a very, very good spot.
Oh, indeed. Especially, your map pick, 3-1 up against the kings of ANZ Counter-Strike. Gonna be feeling pretty good, except for that previous round, like you mentioned, Tom. Yeah, that should never have happened. I think it was just like USPs and P2Ks. It wasn't even a P250 in the mix. It was a full eco for Renegade, so... Yeah, losing 4 players, that's too rough. Dexter finds Chelios, just walking out dry. Not ideal. No trade possible. As Dexter finds ADK as well, through the smoke. Reasonable. As Sicko's going to find a 3rd, and one by one, they start to fall.
Yeah, the round in the last is definitely one that could shake your confidence, and we've pretty much put that caveat on top of the Roosters that confidence seems to be everything. Renegades, after doing so much damage in the previous round, look to try and win this one clean. Okay, sure, they lose one player, but it really doesn't matter. Look at the economy. 1450 for Danny G. And sure, there's some other players with a little bit of extra cash, but this is a horrible spot to be in because forcing sucks because you're going to get yourselves an AK Galil and a few pistols. Not forcing also kind of sucks because it means you're going to be left with Galils either in the next round or maybe even less with some MAC-10. So it was a worst situation you could be in. So they picked their lesser evil, which is forced into this round.
Fair. At least try and make something work here. Tech9's Deagle, they know that the Renegades like playing aggro towards the round area. They're going to come charging on Malta. Just good for 2. Damage dealt. But they still deal with Mr. Dexter and Sicko as well, waiting close by. And I like how Dexter immediately just drops down. Are they expecting the second player as well? Sicko holding the line, and he doesn't miss those. I don't think he was expecting ASAP to push in that deep, but he doesn't miss those shots. And it's going to be, well, Renegades win 2 back-to-back, and they lose just 2 players. And that's going to make their bank look pretty decently healthy. Not so great yet, Tom, but it's getting there.
Yeah, and the worrying thing from this point now is this is an eco for Rooster, and although we have almost seen a Miracle USP P2K round, I don't believe in this one. I'm still sticking to my guns. I'm not going to be that man who cowers behind the idea of a jinx. I've been told many a time by risks that they don't exist, but I don't believe in many superstitions, but the Counter-Strike jinx does seem to be one that comes up a little bit too often. But because I brought it up, so it's going to be easy. Easy slaughter. No problems at all. Renegades, you spoke about their bank. Well, it's building.
I respect Rooster for not wasting time that round. Just, like, what's the easiest way to get slaughtered on a map like Nuke, especially when you have pistols against full rifles? Just run outside the yard and take the fight against an AWP and an M4. That's exactly what they did. One of the quicker rounds we've seen so far. But like you said, Tom, the money is starting to build now. We have an average of about, if the math is correct, about $5,000 on each and every one of the Renegados. And that could present a problem. The buy's coming in for Rooster, but again, still not a great buy. Look at the utility. It's very sparse. That means they need to make it work with what they have here. But once these smokes run out, once these flashbangs, and, well, they don't even have any Molotovs remaining, they will have to try and go for the duels. And that's not going to be easy. They're going to be making a lot of noise crossing on over, and Sicko spots him out. He spots a couple of feet. A little unfortunate not to land any damage. But for Rooster, well, they have... It's not too bad, right? They have a smoke and a nade remaining, a handful of flashbangs, but at least they have some real estate going their way. But they have, however, lost ADK.
They leave those doors open just to play within the heads of their opponent. Like, it kind of looks that way. I don't know if that's something Dexter did on purpose, but if he did, he's a genius. Like, well, the doors are open. There must be someone there, and there isn't. But whatever it was, he's only going to get 1 kill, but he's done a huge amount of damage to Chelios as well. So it's not a pretty position. They're going to go clearing all of these angles where there's absolutely nobody there. And for Sicko, he's just trying to hold on to the cross, make sure that there's no real chance for them to get a bomb plant. And with the rest of the team not really rotating at all, they've got them trapped.
They do. And all 3 players just... Chelios is trying to sell something. He's trying to sell this fake while they slowly creep their way up towards the vents. But Inns hasn't budged. Danny gets at least a trade, but that's about it. There's nothing that Danny can do. Chelios is going to be found out as well. Danny, 1v3, 13 seconds on the clock. He wants to die before the bomb, before the timer expires, and fortunately, that will be the case. Renegades 5-3 up. So the 5-1 scoreline, unfortunately, Tom, it seems to have kind of dissipated in the wind.
Is it bad that all I'm really thinking about is whether or not that door being left open was on purpose? Like,
it was on purpose.
It just, like, just to play with people, that's so evil. Like, it is, like, just... I think I'm going to have to start doing that. Although it won't work when I do it, it's just so filthy. Just like, why is that door open? No one leaves that door open. That's a silly thing to do. It gives away your position. But does that mean Dexter isn't there? And then I guarantee there's going to be a round he does that, and he is there, and then he kills you. And that's where you punch a hole in your desk.
Stop giving kills to Sicko. Oh, Okay, it's just a pistol round. But that's the thing, right? When in rounds like this, where you just have the deagles, some Tech 9s, a couple of handful of smokes, you know, a flashbang, I'd like them to kind of maximize the chances of trying to somehow kind of like steamroll a site using those flashes instead of just like one player just walking outside trying to find the lucky pick, just playing defaults, right? And that's something which I feel many teams don't do, even at the higher tiers of Counter-Strike, unfortunately. And, well, Rooster that round. They had a bit of utility, but didn't use it right. They had those pistols, didn't use it right. Again, losing a man early on to Sicko's AWP. And yeah, 6-3. Looking rough already.
I love watching him play, but at the same time, I hate him. Yeah, no fear, no panic at all. Just like dives in through the vent. This is where we need to see something, though, from the side of Roosters. Like I said, they had a good opportunity early in this match to get off to a 5-1 start after breaking back. Now they're 6-3 down. Their AWP's yet to get a single kill, which, although AWPing on the T side of this map can be very difficult, I think on outside, it's almost pivotal that your T side AWPer is getting something done. Otherwise, it's very difficult to dominate these angles, especially when you consider some of the more passive positions that are currently being played. Dexter's completely changed his spot, by the way. Like, he was particularly over towards the B site for a lot of the portion of this map. Now he's gone, okay, you know what? Completely different angle. Let's try and catch them again. And instead, Sicko is almost just styling on them, taking aggressive peeks. This is what we love to see from the AWPer. And Dexter, you can see, is trying to be a bit more cheeky with some of his plays.
Second too late than Nade. But he is aware at least one player has potentially crossing over to its secret. But yeah, 5v3, you have manpower in abundance. You can just toss a couple of players to its lower. You can have 3 still stacked to its upper. You're going to be feeling very comfortable here. Malta already in a very good spot. We're on top of the lower bomb site. He's got backup as well from Sicko towards the ramp area. A lot of noise being made. Not much time to work with. And this should be a slaughter. Maybe not. Maybe it is.
Wow. I don't know why you started to doubt yourself for a second there. Sicko was there.
Sicko just threw away his... he threw his op to pick up an AK to drop to his teammate because he's got $16,000 to buy an op again. Yeah,
why not? This is the economy management we like to see. And yeah, he's having an absolute field day. He's currently, I think, 16-3. And we're only 10 rounds into the game. So, it's just having fun. They haven't been able to get anywhere near this man. And again, when they go back to the pistols, this is actually where we see Rooster try and pick up the pace a little bit. The problem is, again, that these are far more scripted rounds. Like, you do normally go for a couple of upper site aggressive pushes. The problem is, when you do it when your economy's bad, your opponent's going to be expecting it in. The P2K master, it seems. That's not something I've ever said before. Ever. And it's something I never really want to say ever again. But he's now got multiple kills, not only in eco rounds, but versus buys.
Well, they get a kill. But at this point, it feels like a lifetime ago, Tom, that we were talking about how the money was kind of precarious for Renegades. 3 players just shy of, like, you know, around the $14,000 mark, and Malta and Inns, the kind of the poorer players, they're sitting on 7,000. So it's very telling how rough it's been the past 5 or 6 rounds for the side of Rooster, and it's unfortunate as well. I won't lie, the first few rounds was scrappy, it was back and forth, but it was working out for them. It just seems like Renegade just kind of woke up and they're like, hey guys, Sicko, just go kill.
You know who I am.
Come on, Chelios, do something.
They were an 11.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I brought it up a couple of rounds ago, but it hasn't got any better. He's not having a good game. And it does seem like the 2 maps they've picked are 2 maps that can work for AWPers, but are also tough. Like that, it takes a specific AWPer to make it work. Like if you talk about T side of either Inferno or Nuke, it can be done, but it's not easy. And it seems like he is having a rough time. Like I saw him play Overpass yesterday. He was having a strong performance. This from Malta, it's a bold peak. And well, something I haven't seen in a while is a AUG facing off against an SG. The results, however, are the same.
Yeah, actually, I'd say the AG came out on top because it almost took down 80k as well, and now they have to walk into the waiting arms of Sicko. They're gonna go for the... Ooh, I like that. I like the attempt. And Sicko's not falling first. Ah, okay, cool. Have ramp. I don't care. It's gonna rotate all the way around.
Don't worry, Dexter's there. It's just like, you know, I've had enough kills. This is your chance. This has to be something that they check. Especially when you're up against Dexter, you have to check it. He's just waiting, biding his time, but he doesn't actually finish his dinner. Even still, though, Inns has already come back. It's Sicko just waiting on the angle. Oh, this is synergy to the best of their ability. Like, that was flawless from Renegades. And even though Dexter whiffs, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless.
It's like there is a contingency plan for a contingency plan. Yeah. Right? He misses, doesn't matter. Look at the timing. Like, and I believe he waited. He didn't take the shot because he waited for his teammate to be right next to him just in case he missed or maybe whiffed or got traded. And that's just, like you said, it's just experience, it's synergy, and just showing why Renegades are just a better team here.
Yeah, and now we are starting to fall into that bracket of... Well, firstly, I think we're seeing that there has definitely been work put in by the Renegades. They look strong on this map. I don't think there's any arguments there, especially even just looking at money. But the other thing as well is I think the wind is out of the sails of the Rooster roster. Like, that's what we spoke about on Inferno, that they got rolling on the T side. They managed to get a few big plays that brought them back. And while Chelios, he's on the board. Maybe that could make a difference here. In fact, it looks like it has. 2 kills for him in a matter of seconds, but there's such a huge response already. Another couple back in return. It's on to Sicko. Oh, that's a wide peak. I don't think he realized how close they came. Rooster get their 4th, and it's off the back of Chelios. So, wow, okay. If he can do that a couple more times, a 9-6 would be fine and dandy.
It would be dandy indeed. Oh, yeah, finally, Chelios. 2 kills. I mean, 2 very crucial kills. They at least get the round, so that's massive. But for a moment there, I believed that the Renegades would bring it back maybe. But not expecting, like you said, both the players being up close and personal. Sicko showing that he is, in the end, just a mortal man after all. But we're in round number 14, penultimate round of this first half. Just, come on, Inns. Come on.
I feel like that's almost like the classic play of a god, though, is to make you think that they're not a god. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm just like you guys, except for the fact that I can't die, and it was just a choice. It's just like, I feel like that's what the Catholic religion's almost based on. It's like, yeah, I could die, but I am immortal and all-knowing and all-seeing. Everything good in this world.
But I will die for your sins, as Malta will find a couple, and it's an absolute shutdown just to 1 casualty. And Renegade's like, all right, fine, you had one, you had your fun. We'll just close this one out. And ruthless it is. Again, the weaponry. I feel like the entire 15 rounds, apart from maybe the first couple buy rounds for Rooster, they've just had to make do with a mixed buy of AKs and Galils and whatnot. They don't just seem to have much to work with majority of the times.
Yeah, it's been rough. And then the problem is as well that every time that they have been able to build up money, aka the first 3 rounds of the game, they just weren't able to actually build anything off of it. The second weapons were in the hands of the Renegades, they were unstoppable. And that's just terrifying. Like, that's literally what this been. Like, this was 3-1. Like, this was 3-1, and then it went 9 and 9-3. So, yeah, it was a streak of rounds that, wow, they didn't really get anything done. Even when it was costly, it didn't put a dent in the economy. They seem almost hesitant now. Like, it looked like they were going to make a play through Mini with the rest of the team, and instead ASAP's just ended up lurking. It has come up with a kill for Netic, though. The bomb is still down, so it's not like they're making any sort of real decision here, but they're very much reliant on one player doing some damage.
ASAP just waiting for the smoke to dissipate from Squeaky so he can kind of like strike alongside his teammate. Now we go. We're walking on and he spots a player out, but they're unaware of the player in the rafters. There's a player right above. It's going to be Hats. It's going to mow them down, but 2 quick kills. But from behind, Dexter executes
2 quicker
Netic,
kills.
and Sicko will finish off the job. 19 kills, 4 deaths for Mr. Sicko. Hats the only player not to hit double digits. And for the side of Rooster, Netic the only player to get to the double-digit mark. Rough.
Well, yeah, and I'm fairly certain as well that all of Chelios' 3 kills came in like the last couple of rounds. So he's had a rough one. Obviously, going onto the CT side, I feel like there's a little bit more space for him to maybe move and be a bit more aggressive and catch them off guard. But it's one of those situations where I kind of looked at this match and go, okay, on the CT side, I could see them being a bit cheeky and getting away with some things. On the T side, I needed to see something more. This is the one map where I guess you kind of flip the script and go, okay, if you're a more puggy side, you're probably going to do better on the CT side just because you can get away with like weaker weaponry and risky plays. Whereas on the T side, you need to be methodical, you need to have synergy. And so far, we've not seen that. And again, it just seems to be falling apart. We're watching from Danny's point of view, and well, it was a little bit depressive up until that headshot. Now, it's down to ASAP. And unfortunately, he's just dropped into a position which actually makes it harder for him, if anything, to rotate quickly.
It's not making much noise, though. He's managed to sneak his way into the bomb, just getting planted. Doesn't have a kit, but he does have time. Squeaky. Oh, immediately gooshed. Right in the face by Ins. And yeah, this is looking rough. And look at Sicko. Look at Sicko. Slowly wrapping around, and ASAP's not going to be expecting this, and all Ins has to do is just toy around. In fact, he's just going to get the kill as well. Quad kill for Ins. I like the aggression from Rooster, just pushing up ramp, but Renegades, man, they just have every angle covered. They're just aware, so aware of what the push might be, what the play might be, and individually, everyone's popping off. Ins and Sicko, 41 kills between the two of them, and we've only played 16 rounds so far.
See, when Sicko's making those sort of rotations, I just imagine him like whistling, like always look on the bright side of life. Like, dude. Wait.
There we go.
Just that sort of thing, and like nodding his head, just like knowing that he's already won the round. It is it's a bleak one. Like, he seems to be having a good time.
He is, and Ins just, well, joined the party as well. Dex is like, well, I'm gonna have my fun. As everyone's getting slaughtered, that's money in the bank. Daddy's little trust fund gun just farming that cash. And now, well, they're all going to fall. 4 kills to the SMGs.
You don't know my life, Blair.
Go on. Oh, okay.
Talking about the...
It is, though, isn't it? It's small, it's handy, it promises you some cash, makes your life easier. Until you get kicked out. That's what happened to me. Anyway, 13 to 4. Listen, doesn't work out here, Tom. I'm coming to Ukraine. I'll be your neighbor.
More than welcome.
Hell yeah.
I found a place that, in my opinion, does good Indian food. I know that's a must for you because you found one in Poland.
Yeah, but
you,
yeah, exactly.
You had it like 6 times in Poland, and we were there for like 2 weeks.
It was good. It was good Indian food, man. Listen, what could go wrong if a Brit and an Indian winds up in Ukraine? Many things is the answer. But anyway, that's a lot of thought. It is kind of like a bonus round for Renegades to have the SMGs to work with. They didn't lose a single player the previous round, so it's going to be the rifles on the side of Rooster. AWP for Chelios. That's a great opening kill there. Great roll from 80k to find one. Sicko with the reply on the Chelios, but it's all on Dexter. Now, one, he's been struggling finishing off the kills a little bit.
Who uses the MP5? That's my bigger question. It got a kill in that round. It's one of those guns. What are you in the realm of Banks where you're like when it came out, Banks was like, yeah, no, it's gonna be really good, and then it was trash, and now there's like 3 people who use it.
It's not really trash per se. It's just that the MP9 is just way more cheaper, right? But MP5, it's got a soft spot in my heart. It goes back to the old 1.6 days. Oh, okay. That was a good read. Where was this Chelios all this while?
I'm playing the T side, unfortunately. It's rough out there. The thing is, I can see there's a few AWPers that I would actually look towards to really do a lot of work. I think if you, for example, ever watch Envy play, they're really reliant on the pushes that come out from Nifty outside to actually for their plays to work. Well, Art, for example, but that's the easiest example in the universe, and he can do that on every map. So
that's not an example. He's an anomaly. Let's be real.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas with Nifty, I can actually see that some thoughts got into it. Whereas with Art, he's insane, but I love it. Similarly to Dexter at times, but you know, I think it's a love-hate relationship. You somewhat want them to fail for your sanity, but at the same time, it's very enjoyable that they can do it so successfully.
Oh, the timing on this could be big, but Inns crouches right beneath the bullets. Now, we do have the flank coming in. They have a player pushing up towards Trophy Room. That is, of course, Mr. ADK. But there's no one to find. There are no T's towards lobby, but that's at least a little bit of information gleaned. Now they're aware the T's are towards outer, and with the kill, with ASAP finding hats, that's going to make life a little miserable for Renegades. They have no awareness of where the remaining CTs are. Dexter has to go big. He's going to find one. He's aware of the second player's position as well, but the CTs, they're ready to just pounce onto this upper bomb site. Why would he come on out there, Chelios, you madman? There was 13 seconds on the clock, Tom. There was the T's were not on the bomb site. He had an AWP. He's on a ladder. They know where he is, and he still climbs up the ladder. The lad is mental.
Really lucky to be alive as well. He actually got
Very.
hit. Oh god.
Look at this. Why? Why? There's no need.
Hey, you know what? Like, although in the moment it is insane, for his confidence, that's going to do wonders. Like, you're going to start feeling yourself a bit more if you can get away with stuff like that. So, I don't mind it in hindsight, but as it was happening, it's upsetting. But we get over it.
I put it across this way, right? Like 3v2, so not much time remaining. Imagine if Dexter landed a shot and he died, right? Now it's a 2v2. Anything could happen, potentially. But even if you won the round, your money was not in a good spot. Yeah,
but it worked, so that means it's a good play, right?
Of course, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Inns, the utility file, 46 grenades used, and top fragging in the server. That's impressive.
Bad at all. Bad at all. Well, that is not the start they were looking for. An attempted aggressive play. I like the fact that Rooster's trying to be more proactive and take map control. As said, it was something I expected on their CT side, but the worry is similar to what we saw in Inferno. Is once Renegades get into their stride on the T side, they're very good at shutting a lot of these plays down. Their default is solid, and it mainly comes down to maybe when they try and be a little bit more cheeky, a bit more aggressive themselves, that things can go a little bit wrong. Chelios, good position. He's just going to be forced off the angle, knows he needs to fall back. He's going to have so many players to hit, and somehow that bullet has gone askew, leaving the take of outside. And in fact, Hats has somewhat split off from the rest of the pack. He's going to be the one scouting out the remainder of this A site. And you can see they've slowed down. Like, they are making their way towards B, but they're hesitant because they know exactly where Hats is sitting.
Is there literally no one on B? There is no one on B. They have the two ramp players have wrapped around, which is great. They haven't spotted the player out either. But Dexter heard the footsteps. There's going to be a free kill for him. There's a player running on out, but someone Netic's going to get the kill. Now they realize the upper bomb site is empty, and that should be the call for the T's to make their way up. But they don't have much time to work with, but they do have an escape route. And now things are going to get heated here. It's a 2v3. Bomb will get planted. But AD can Chelios, especially with an AWP, Tom, I'm not fancying this retake.
The only thing is they do have some spare cash. So I kind of think that maybe going for this would be worth it just because they are so far behind in the match. Like, and enough cash to bring them into the next round. Even one save would be enough for them to buy. Allowing your opponent to get to 14 is a bit of an uncomfortable position, but not finding anything within the first 20 seconds, fair enough. Keep the guns.
I really like this stuff from Renegades. The way they play that one, it's a 5v4. They send up Hats, like I said, towards heaven, and I'm not a big fan of what Rooster did there, right? Like, you've lost secret control, you've lost yard control, and the two players on ramp, they just start flanking in towards the lobby. But sure, you're going to get some information, but if you wanted to go for that play, you should have gone for it a little bit earlier. I felt it was a little bit too late, because even though they found the information that the T's were not towards the lobby, that was going to be a lower bomb site hit, by that time they lost so much real estate that Hats gets a free kill on the player towards Hut, and they have time to kind of like escape that potential stack and the potential rotation from the CTs as well. So many weird decisions, I might say, from Rooster, and I kind of feel like it's not a wrong decision, so to speak. It's just more about the timing. Just not there.
A little bit of karma, but just spamming that wall. He did actually do almost equal amounts of damage though to the man on the other side, so it's not really that much of a loss, especially for the T side looking for those opening picks. Of course, this is somewhat the be-all and end-all for Roosters. They've got a bit of extra money, but it's not going to be a pretty picture to paint if they do lose this round and have to try and win 8 in a row just to survive in the map. Want a little bit of wiggle room.
A little bit of wiggle room. That is something that desperately need. Danny. Oh, finds one. Oh, almost gets a second. He dinks Sicko through the smoke, but ends with a quick trade. And now, 4v4. But ends. He's so very aware. He's gonna find, well, nothing much. Actually, he does. He gets a kill on the Chelios. I didn't even notice that. And suddenly, it's just turned around. ADK 1v3. Very winnable considering how low two of these players are. However, they've gone down. And again, it's looking unlikely.
Evil.
Oh.
They've done this a couple of times now where they have a site and then they go, should we just go to the other one? Like, let's go to the other one. And then they'll be so confused. Like, they did that in the last round when they, like, you said it, Discovery, it's like, they had B and then they went, we just go A. Like, we've got a lurker on A. Let's just take that control instead. And they've done it here where it's like, okay, we've killed everyone on A, but the chances are if he was on B, he's rotated. Like, he's run by now. We wasted a lot of time. Let's not give him a chance. Let's just rotate away. Let's make sure that this round is over before he can even take a fight. And it's very, very smart calling that's coming out from Renegades. Like, it is literally impossible to play any of these clutch situations because every time you think you've made a perfect play, they've made a last-second call to just ruin your day.
It's Big Brain Dexter just bamboozling Rooster, and yeah. The interesting thing, I think the one thread which is running through all the 3 games we've had an opportunity to cast and to watch so far today has been how even the Renegades, Order, as well as Chiefs, right? I feel like none of them have really tried. You know what I mean? They haven't really tried hard enough. They're just like playing the game, giving the respect that's due to their opponents, and just winning it just based off the fact that they just are the better team. They haven't tried anything crazy, which is one thing I'm looking forward to is when these guys are going to be facing off against each other in the upper bracket. For example, Chiefs versus Order and Renegades versus maybe Ground Zero if they win their game tomorrow. I think it's going to get exciting. And obviously, it's all building up to the potential final clash, which I guess everyone is expecting, which is going to be between Order and Renegades, unless some crazy upset takes place.
Yeah, I was definitely impressed by Chiefs earlier, so I'm looking forward to how they'll play going forward in the tournament. But I definitely agree, like that is the sort of like hot topic match, the game of the day whenever it does come about. ASAP though, he's going to spot a lot of players wrapping out of that smoke. There's probably not the most comfortable angle or fight he's ever taken. It's just holding, and it's so clean. It's actually Inns. He has been phenomenal in this map. That's his 26th kill, and bear in mind that Sicko has been there with him, so it's a battle almost for who's going to finish top of the board. ADK, he needs something here, and Inns again. He's been entry fragging, he's been the nade thrower, he has been an extraordinary player within this match. And just look at Walker waiting. Can Danny do anything to stop him? Finally, Inns is down, but there comes the next, leaving a 2 versus 2, a possible scenario with 15 seconds to get the plant down. Have they done it again?
No way.
They're running the gauntlet back to 8. This is beautiful Counter-Strike from the Renegades. Every time you think you know, you don't know.
They're still waiting lower. They still don't know. Oh, God. I don't believe this.
Masterful stuff, and more in the 2 versus 2. There is still a possibility, but that's 20 seconds wasted off of the clock. It might not quite be enough, though. Hat's very low on HP. He's going to try and deny them with a flashbang. I don't know if they have kits available to them, but I don't think it's going to matter anyway. It should be enough time for them to get that defusal, and while the tasty little clock that's been added ruins the surprise a little bit here, Blair, because we do know that they've got the defusal.
Yeah, but Netic, if he did not get that kill onto Hats, that's it. What a way to lose the game. Renegades, man, these last second rotation calls are just like fantastic. Just amazing stuff. And well, Rooster, they win a round, Tom. It feels like it's been a lifetime.
Yeah, it's still a rough one though, because even though they managed to win the round, again it was very, very close, and again, like, I look at some of the plays that were made by Renegades, and I'm still impressed with how they're actually playing this T side. They look like they're pulling the strings, and it's down to Rooster to almost just react. Like, we made the joke of the, like, sort of puppeteer earlier in the day, and it does look like Renegades are just sitting above and choosing exactly what Rooster have to do. Now, they've come out on top in a couple of rounds, which is almost impressive considering that, but it does lead me to believe the Renegades are eventually going to close out this game.
Well, they do have 7 map and match points to work with here, ADK. Hearing a few footsteps, deciding, yeah, I don't want to take that fight. He's going to do a smart thing, in my opinion. Falls on back. Safety, there's no one nearby. There's no one towards hell to help him out if he does go for a full commit on that fight. And that's some pretty decent amount of real estate clean early on. ASAP, ballsy hole. Dexter not expecting that angle, gets taken down. And ASAP looking for more, still holding the line, but Hats will trade him. So now it's a 4v4. Bear in mind, Ince only has a deagle to work with here.
I wonder if he'll be able to go back and potentially retrieve a gun. And instead, it's actually going to be Hats going down. The bomb has been retrieved in place. And ADK is in a very good position. It's one that I normally consider to be more of a one and done. But he's the second man in this arsenal. He's the player waiting behind his initial teammate. He is not expected. Sicko still lands the shot. And the second one is tasty, to say the least. He's going to opt to try and get the bomb down. The economy of Renegades is not in a particularly good position. You'd never really doubt this man in these sort of spots. It's awkward, to say the least, especially with both players coming in from different angles. Timing going to be everything, but he still spotted that first player. He now knows, though, he's going to get pushed from elsewhere. What is that shot? And how's he got away with it? He's managed to escape into a more passive position. It's probably going to have to be a no-scope. And Netic, he's just trying to... They're walking almost side by side in tandem with each other. And he's managed to escape. Look for the wraparound. And with no kit available, it seems, it's just going to come down to the clock. It's all over. He's done it. Sicko's managed to win them the match just off a pure individual play. That is a fantastic way to end the match for him. And a great performance overall.
Oh, that is... I'm torn halfway through, Tom. That was an incredible, a 1v4, an incredible 1v4 to win out the match at the same time. That's rough. If you're Rooster, it's a rough way to lose it. Mitch, Jim, your thoughts on that clutch and what has been a pretty dominant performance from Renegades?
Yeah, it's been a nice game overall for Renegades. I think they got to come into this one kind of kicking it back a little bit, not fully, revealing their strat book again. And exactly as you were saying, the 3 of these games, it's been pretty much the same narrative the whole way through. It's like they're coming in, they're doing a lot of damage. They know that they're the favorite team, so they don't really need to come in, 100% revealing everything. But what that really means is that the seeding was done right in this tournament, pretty much. Like, the fact that the opening games are one-sided is what you want to see in a region like Oz. Anyways, this is what you expect. Now, there's going to be some great semifinals. Like, the next stage, really competitive from what we've seen so far.
See this.
Chiefs Order, it's going to be disgusting. When you look at Rooster as well, they've done well enough here that I'm happy that their performance when they come up against the lower level teams will be enough to maybe even net them that 4th spot in this tournament. From what we've seen so far anyways, they're my favorite to come in that kind of position. Maybe on a really good day challenge someone like Chiefs, but even that might be a little bit of a stretch. But look, at the end of the day, we expected Renegades to win this, and I don't think Rooster are going to be too disappointed with the fact that they lost this. They certainly won't be surprised.
Yeah, and Jim, like, talking about Rooster, right? Like, do you feel like they, as a team, would be a little chuffed? Maybe they're like, the seeding, if we had faced off against Ground Zero, if we were seeded against, let's say, Chiefs, they maybe could have got a win?
I think they definitely fancy their chances against anyone else in the bracket, to be honest, because there's a few teams there, maybe you Ground Zeros, maybe your Chiefs, that they would have deemed prime for picking. But coming up against an informed Renegades, we just saw a masterclass. I didn't really have any weak links in Renegades whatsoever. I think it's safe to say it. Each time, or individual times there was individual performances that were quite worthy of praise. So it's good to see that Renegades, if need be, might have to fire on all cylinders. Sicko, prime example. He's dancing all day, seemingly, even winning them that last clutch there. So that was just classic Sicko. The fact that he got away with it as well just shows that the Renegades guys just playing individually on a higher level than most others in the region. And just look at the stats there. Inns has had an absolute ripper of a game. He was going on after making entries to make the second and third impact frags of the round. So it's safe to say that these guys are fairly comfortable in their skin. And even down to some of those CT rounds where it was playing purely off the back of synergy, watching each other's backs, making sure that all the angles were covered. They were cleaning up frags there. So it's hard to really mark anything against Renegades in this instance.
And Tom, like, just to close it out, if you look at the scoreline here, I mean, it kind of paints up the picture that Netic was a player, at least for the side of the roster, that he did step up, even in Inferno as well. We had some moments from ASAP too, but Chelios is a player we've been keeping an eye on, right? And we expected him to kind of like deliver, especially against a team like Renegades. Do you feel him missing? Let's be real, Renegades would have still most likely would have won, but maybe it could have been a little bit more closer if Chelios kind of woke up today here.
I think it's a rough one because I think a lot of the time when you play against tougher opposition, a lot of the things that work don't work anymore. Like, you've got players just waiting for these aggressive pushes. I think when you look back to Inferno, in fact, like Hats did very, very well on the entry, and every single time it seemed to be Chelios going down. And here it was a similar thing. Like, think about how many times the likes of Inns or Dexter or somebody spammed a door to just kill off the AWPer as he tried to go for an aggressive play. They were just ready for it. They were prepared. And I think that's the difference in caliber between the two teams, is that Renegades have been playing against like much better opposition than what we've seen today. So they are ready for anything you're going to attempt.
Indeed, they are. And speaking of the players who were ready to kind of deliver, we do have our MVP as well for this match. Earlier, it was Sicko, and even despite the fact that he had a great showing this time around on Nuke as well, it has to be Inns. The guy was a monster, Tom. 27 kills, just 16 deaths, even 7 assists coming in there, and the most number of multi-kill rounds, and an ADR of 127. Jim, that just ludicrous. The fact that he was able to overshadow Sicko on Nuke just says quite a bit.
Well, they were the 1-2 punch combo. It's safe to say that these guys were just punching down on everything that they were coming across. And I think that's a good sign for Renegades, the fact that they can just send these guys out seemingly off leash as well. And they're getting the results. And that's good positive signs for them early on. They didn't really, as we said, show any strats per se. It's just good, clean play.
It was indeed. And well, on that note, that's kind of like day one almost wrapped up. I do believe we have an interview as well with the winner, and hopefully it should be Dexter. And I think we have Dexter on hold, maybe on the call right now. There we go, Dexter. Hi.
Hey,
congratulations. That seemed like a pretty easy win in the end there.
Yeah, it's just nothing much, just pretty chill.
Pretty chill. Tom, you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask, like, do you find it any more awkward playing against teams that are obviously prepping for you directly? I think that's something that's quite common now because you are the best team within the region. Do you find that sometimes teams do weird stuff just to counter certain players?
I don't really notice it right now. I do notice, like, for example, Order changed the way they played quite a bit on like maps like Vertigo, but pretty much like any other team, I don't really notice anything that looks into the way we play that much. But we have such a diverse like amount of strats that I don't think anyone's going to be able to counter us for a while.
Fair. Yeah. One question I had actually coming into this tournament is for you guys, we were talking to Order earlier and Ali was saying that you don't scrim against them. I was thinking that Rooster, have you guys played against them a bunch in scrims, or was this a fairly fresh experience for you guys?
We scrim them a little bit, but honestly in Australia you don't really get enough practice. Like yesterday we were planning to have 3 scrims, and then in the end we only had 1 scrim because there's no one in Australia playing, so it's not really that great right now in terms of practice.
And like, is it impacting you a lot, the whole like COVID situation, like in terms of where your goals were at before the whole world just kind of shut down? Obviously scrimming outside, as you said, within Australia
It's not so easy to get those scrims going. Certainly the level won't be up to, I think, where you guys are at internationally. So how do you feel like that's hit you guys in terms of your momentum, I suppose, on an international stage?
Yeah, on an international stage, it definitely sucks. I think we were just having everything like this, like almost like handed to us and just ready to go. Like everything just so good, and then obviously it all just sucks right now. So it's crappy.
And countering that, would you say that you've been still able to keep the group relatively focused? Obviously, you know that you guys have set your sights on an international calendar that hasn't quite manifested itself in 2020. Are you keeping the guys in order?
Yeah, we're definitely I think Mitha, the coach, he's definitely helping us a lot. I think if I didn't have the coach, I think the focus would have definitely dropped off a lot because of just the way we have to play right now.
And speaking of Mitha, like him coming in, what sort of like has anything changed drastically in the way the team functions or like the way you guys play or approach the game ever since you added him as a coach?
Drastically, no, but it's more like we've honed on what makes us good. He's able to like distinguish what we do well and just make sure that we are improving on that. And it clearly shows we have been improving on what we've set our focus to.
All right, cool. I'm not going to take much of your time. Your next matchup, of course, is going to be taking place, I do believe, on Friday between the winner of Ground Zero and Downfall. So, again, you won 5 in a row. It's going to be 6. I don't know. We're going to be finding out. But best of luck for you, Dexter. You guys can obviously take a well-deserved break over the next day. And, of course, good luck for the final matchup. And, yeah, I'll be seeing you later.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Yeah, I mean, just based off that, like, it just looks like a day in the office, right, Tom? Like, it just looks like for Dexter, it's more like, yeah, we're just going to win this game. We just want to win this entire thing. Just get this one done with because this event has our name on that plaque, right?
Yeah, like you even look at some of the last few rounds, like the rotations they had were on a level that no one else in this tournament has even come close to. Like even if you look at the likes of Order, you look at Chiefs, you look at all the other teams that we're sort of raving about that could maybe challenge versus the Renegades. He basically just said that they didn't even touch their strat book, and they definitely showed some of the most in-depth rotations I think I've seen a long time on Nuke. Like that was really sick play. Like I don't think I've seen a team like switch sites in the last 30 seconds, 3 rounds in a row ever. So to see that in a game that they're just like they're having a bit of fun with, like joshing around, it's awesome to see. And I think he's right. Like the depth that we're seeing in that squad at the moment is terrifying. And I'm now firmly in the camp of like there is no one that can compete with them in this tournament. They're going to have to be so I'm going to have to be proved massively wrong by somebody if that's going to be the case.
Well, they are indeed smurfing right now, but we do have the day's results coming up for you guys, for those of you who probably missed the first couple of games. And Mitch, if you don't mind taking us through this one.
Well, look, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Chiefs, Order, Renegades, all favorites, 2-0s. Like, every single one of these teams pretty much just breezed on through. I was impressed by Rooster when it came down to Inferno. That was obviously, look, it was the closest game of the day, technically closest map at least. And they put up a pretty good fight. I think all in all, it cements, in my mind at least, them as number 4 behind the likes of Chiefs and Order. Maybe they'll be able to take Chiefs on. I think that would be a really spicy game to see, and we might get that opportunity because obviously Order and Chiefs tomorrow, that's one hell of a game, or Friday, excuse me, that's one hell of a game that really could swing either way. But yeah, all in all, the day went as expected, and that's what I like. You know, we don't get this often. Doing doing Asia, we come in, we're like, opening day, okay, here's how the games are going to go. And everything's upside down by the end of it. But you know what? This is why when we started today, I said, I'm looking forward to stability. And
Australia is upside down, though. That's why it finishes the right way up.
Well, with that logic, I guess. The closest game was 16-11.
And that's broken blah. The fact that the game was close. I think it's broken Tom too. What's going on? Jim, hello? Anyone? Help. Has everyone just disconnected? Is this real life? I can hear you. What's going on? Everybody's gone. Okay. Well, that's the show, folks. Blah, you're back. Hello. My friend. You've returned. So basically, guys at home, everybody's just died. The world is ending. I believe nuclear bombs have gone off. Stay home, stay safe. Hopefully, you can remain protected. Unfortunately, we thought nuke was actually just a map. No, it's actually a statement now. That was the most insanely odd thing that's ever happened. But yeah. Let's look at the bracket. Let's jump in there, and I'll talk about it by myself. Blair, are you back on BMix? Are you here with me? Okay, Blair can hear me, but you guys can't hear him. So it's just me. I'll talk you through the rest of it. What's going on? Anyways, welcome to the Mitch Show. It's about to descend into chaos. Oh, you're back. Blair's return. Okay, well, Blair, look, Chiefs took on Mako. We looked at these results. Order Paradox, Renegades Rooster. It was great fun. It was great crack. Ground Zero versus Downfall tomorrow. That's one that could flip-flop either way. Hey, boys, welcome back. You're all returning to me. You left me completely alone. That was scary. I was honestly...
The funniest thing was all of you guys disconnected, but I was still in TeamSpeak because I could hear Mitch and just a sheer panic in his voice. Like, guys, where do you guys go?
I thought I disconnected because Bled just froze. And then I saw Tom laughing, and then he froze. And then Jim, I was like, hey, Jim, it's me and you, buddy. And then he froze. And I'm like, guys,
it's all gone wrong.
It'd be great if then you froze.
Just everything.
And of course the world came to an end. But yeah, I mean, thank you, Mitch, for carrying everything and making everything work there. But yeah, that's pretty much a wrap up. I'm just going to talk about the games. I do believe we have tomorrow's schedule ready as well. And that should be coming up for you guys right about now. Boom, there we go. Opening game is going to be the final first stage game. You know, the opening game. It's going to be Ground Zero versus Downfall. This one's a little bit more dicey, if you ask me. We could talk about it a little bit later. Ground Zero, I feel like, are not exactly the caliber of an Order or a Chiefs, or for that matter, Renegades, right? And Downfall there might be the upset potential. We have Mako Shark facing with Paradox, which might favor Paradox a little bit based on what we saw today, but it is going to be a much more closer affair, if you ask me. And then we have, at the end of the day, Rooster facing off against the loser of the Ground Zero Downfall game. So tomorrow, we're going to be seeing two teams go home, which is kind of early and kind of surprising. And also, I feel like, gentlemen, and this one goes to you, Jim, it might be a much more longer day than what we had here today.
Yeah, I think the matches are going to be much more closely contested. I think the day two, at least in my eyes, is going to be the battle of the young guns. We've got some young guns recently injected into Ground Zero. We've got some of the younger players that are around teams like Downfall, but also those teams that we saw today that didn't quite make it through their first round of matches. They've got to slug it out. So I think the gap between the teams tomorrow is significantly reduced as opposed to today. As we said, the seeding was pretty much on levels of expectations where they should be. But come tomorrow, things are a little bit more condensed in terms of skill spread. So I think, yeah, there are going to be some closely contested matches. We might even crack that third map barrier. But I think, yeah, from tomorrow's perspective, a lot of these teams are probably going to be nervous first and foremost. It's that double elim format that's going to be creeping and knocking on their door. And as you said, two of these teams will be going home.
And Tom, like, speaking of like skill gap being much more narrower, we also might be seeing a little bit more messier Counter-Strike. We saw a few moments which almost broke you. A couple of rounds actually broke Mitch as well. So we're going to be seeing some wild CS is what I'm trying to say here, Tom.
Yeah, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. I think that there should be some interesting matches as well. No, because there's a part to losing your mind. It's like it's somewhat enjoyable and then somewhat not. And I think it's definitely going to be a bit more interesting. Of course, for Mako, I think that this is probably a bit of a rough position to be in. I'm not really sure I see them getting out of this now, especially with the performance they had today. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see, because realistically, I think they should be closer. It doesn't mean that it's going to be like one-sided, to say the least.
Well, hopefully we do see some close-up matchups taking place tomorrow. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be calling it an evening. I don't know what time it is for the rest of these guys, but it's perfect time for me to maybe crack open a cold one. And for those of you tuning in, joining us, thank you, and have a wonderful remainder of the day or evening or night, wherever you're from. But that's it from us over here for the Paul 2020. That's the Perfect World Oceanic League. Day one, done and dusted. And sayonara.